I believe that America will be behind New York in a way that will send a message to anyone near and far that, you know, New York is America, and America stands ready to defend what we care about, and that's this city and its people. And I thank everyone who's really been doing the hard work of trying to save lives, and we have to continue it, and we have to do everything possible to make sure that every life is that's possibly can be saved is. Thank you.
And why don't we, before we call the governor and Joe, Charlie Rangel's the dean of our delegation and representing our delegation. Let Charlie say a few words.
Thank you. I think our New York delegation is probably the most bipartisan delegation in the House. But now the whole House has become a delegation in support of our country. I've been in combat, but I've never seen the type of heroism that I've seen with the New York City Police Department, our firefighters, our emergency medical service, and the leadership provided by our mayor and our governor. And so, like with any family, they've hit us, they've stabbed us in the back, they're cowards in what they've done, but it's going to really test the will of our country. And our strong Congress is there, the House and the Senate, to say, as we have in any war, we're not only going to come back, but we're going to win, and to make certain that this type of thing, that people will know that you just don't do it to us as Americans. And again, from all communities, people know that if they don't know, or if they haven't had a personal loss in their family, that they feel a loss as Americans. And we dedicate ourselves to the families and the kin and the children to treat those that we lost as heroes and do the best we can in trying to bring some type of normality to their lives.
Along with our mayor, the governor has just done an incredible job and made us all proud. I've had now 35, 40 members of the Senate, all parties, all different regions, all ideologies, say we want to do whatever we can to help New York, and we're behind all of you. And in good part, that's because of the job that this governor has done with the mayor in just leading us. Governor Pataki.
Thank you, Chuck, and I'd like to thank the members of the delegation for being here. Literally within the first hour of this tragedy on Tuesday, I had spoken with both Senator Schumer and Senator Clinton, and they had told me whatever we need from Washington, they will be there to help us get. And we're very grateful for that. And Chairman Rangel and your delegation, we appreciate that support. Chuck, when you describe so eloquently flying up and seeing towers replaced with rubble, and the feeling you felt, it's a feeling all of us as New Yorkers, and I think all of us as Americans feel. But this is New York. And while it may be smoldering just south of here right now, we're going to rebuild, and we're going to come back, and we're going to come back stronger. And we've got great spirit here. It's not just the tremendous effort and sacrifice of our police and fire professionals who are downtown risking their lives right now. It's the block-long lines of people standing there to donate blood, to help out. It's the volunteers streaming into the hospitals to offer assistance. It's all New Yorkers coming together to make sure that we don't just put this behind us, but we come back stronger than ever. We need to do it together. The mayor and his team here in the city have done an incredible job, and we cannot thank them enough. The state has been there in every way we can to be supportive and helpful and make sure we get through this, but we're all in it together. America is behind us. The fact that you're here makes us confident that America is behind us, and with that support from a bipartisan delegation in Congress and from President Bush, we're going to show the rest of the nation, we're going to show the rest of the world that New Yorkers are not intimidated by terrorism, that we don't surrender to this type of cowardly act, that we will come back stronger than ever. I want to thank President Bush. I was on the phone with him before 9:30 Tuesday morning, and I've been on the phone with him since. And I want to thank Joe Albaugh for being here with us this evening. You know, Joe, the first words he said to me weren't hello. It was, what do you need? What can I do to help? It's that type of attitude, that type of spirit that is getting us through this. And Director Albaugh, I want to thank you because you've already helped enormously. Every single request we've made of the administration has been met, and we're confident as we have additional requests as we go forward, they will be met as well. This is an outrage against New York. This is a criminal act against America. This is a threat to our way of life, to freedom around the world. And we will stand united and win over this barbarism and make sure New York is stronger and America is stronger than it's ever been. Thank you. God bless you.
Thank you, George. And the final person who's going to speak is the man who we really thank. Before I do that, I did have one thought that I've circulated among my colleagues, and I think it's a good one. And that is that I am, joined by many others, asking all New Yorkers to take an American flag and fly it out of their window. Whether you have a home, an office, a shop, let those flags fly. Let that be a symbol of unity for New York. Let that show these evil, despicable people that they cannot daunt our spirit. And in that way, we will show the kind of unity and fervor. People know what they want to do. They've been doing lots of things. But just letting the flag fly from your window, whether you live in a private home, an apartment house, or whether you're in an office, will really show them that we are Americans and we're proud of it. FEMA is a very, very important agency in the federal government. You don't know it until there's trouble. But they come in and they solve problems. It's been a remarkably nonpartisan agency. It's an agency that brings people together as we have all been brought together. It's an agency that is expert at solving problems. This is a different problem than we've ever faced. Hillary and Joe and I talked on the airplane this afternoon about the various new types of challenges that we meet. But we have a great leader in FEMA who cares, who's going to be up here for several days, helping us take inventory so that we can request of the President, who, again, I want to underscore his generosity and his immediate availability, so that we can make an inventory and go back to the House.
We are listening to elected officials in New York State, New York City, the mayor, the senator, U.S. senators, the governor. These are politicians who normally are at each other's throats, but in the aftermath of this horrific tragedy, they have come together to say they will work together to do what's necessary to provide the resources to put New York City back together. In the end, they're hearing Senator Schumer say he'd like for every American to hang a flag out their home, their shop, their office. And we're looking at a picture, Aaron, of that building, One Liberty Plaza, that we're keeping a very close eye on.
Yeah, we sure are. At various points, the wind will shift and the smoke will cover, and it's hard for us to see these pieces either of window or of facing, if that's the right word, facing falling off the building. But every 20, 30 seconds, it seems like another piece falls. People have been told to get out of the area. One of our producers has essentially was told to run for your life. From our vantage point, we see a somewhat contradictory scene, to be perfectly honest. On the one hand, it is clear to us that people have been moved to the north, moved away from the building that is at risk, and building number 7, which has collapsed. On the other hand, that fire truck that has been there pumping gallon upon gallon of water on the fire in building number 7, which collapsed yesterday, continues its work, and those people continue to do those work. There are not a whole lot of people in that area right in front of building 7. There have been more throughout the day, and as we've watched this, now everybody seems about 3 or 4 blocks farther back than they were, and we assume here, this is an assumption, that is true on all sides of these buildings, that everyone is being pushed away. We have a correspondent, Gary Tuckman, down there. We have a producer, Ingrid Arnson, down there, and we are trying to establish contact with them. They are in the business now of down there doing some reporting. It is a little hard for us to report anything other than what we see. But what we see are people being moved back, pieces of the facing, or perhaps they are windows, continuing to fall off. We'll keep an eye on that. I want to go to Hillary Lane now, if I can, at St. Vincent Hospital. St. Vincent Hospital, Hillary, correct me if I make a mistake here, is in the lower part of Manhattan. It's not far from where we are, correct? Hillary, are you able to hear me? Okay, if she's able to hear me, I am... Hillary...
I gotta go. They're pulling him away. Let me tell you what's happening. They're pulling him away. They're taking away Lieutenant Sam Esposito, who was offered the officer and
Ladies,
was a block away, came running out of the office when he saw what was happening, and has told us a very compelling story. We were trying to get him on tape. He really should not have been out of the hospital, but said he actually needed a cup of coffee, and that's why he walked out. But his story was that he ran in. He went into the daycare center, which really hasn't been mentioned very much, on the second floor of one of the World Trade Center buildings. And the good news, he said, was there was nobody in that center, but he made his way up. He pulled people out with him as they resisted, and then there was an explosion. He said car exploding outside, knocked him unconscious, and he was rescued himself by a firefighter brought here to St. Vincent. So a very compelling story. I wish he could have told it for himself, but you may have seen he wasn't, I guess according to the hospital, in the condition to be outside. Back to you.
So we do the best work we can under the difficult circumstances we're in, and we appreciate the effort. Judy.
Aaron, the building that we've been watching here in Washington is, of course, the Pentagon, which took a direct hit yesterday, and it was really only a few hours ago that the fires that started burning there yesterday, that they were able to put those fires out. Let's go to our Pentagon, actually our military affairs correspondent, Jamie McIntyre, for an update on what is going on at the Pentagon and what he's hearing from defense officials. Jamie?
Well, Judy, President Bush came by just a short time ago to inspect the damage, his first-hand look at the gaping hole that was put into the side of the Pentagon. Some of the firefighters and rescue workers who have been battling this for more than a day now unfurled a large American flag and hung it over one side of the Pentagon, just near where the plane went into the side of the building. Pentagon officials say that they have pretty much given up hope that there are any survivors in the immediate area where that damage is, and they've begun a process of demolishing the building so that they can get back further into the building, with the slim possibility there might be someone still alive who is out of the immediate blast area. But they say the combined intense heat of the explosion of the plane hitting the building with all that fuel and all the smoke that came from it makes it almost impossible for anyone to have survived. Secretary Rumsfeld, in a message he recorded to U.S. troops, said that he went to the scene of this disaster yesterday, and he described it as appalling. Today in a Pentagon briefing, he said that this attack was part of a new battlefield that the United States was going to have to fight on in the future.
We are, in a sense, seeing the definition of a new battlefield in the world, a 21st century battlefield. And it is a different kind of conflict. It is something that is not unique to this century, to be sure, but it is, given our geography and given our circumstance, it is in a major sense new for this country.
About half of the Pentagon is open for business today, and half of it is closed off with armed sentries at the corridors, preventing anybody from going into the other half of the building, which is still closed because of the smoke that came from that fire. Secretary Rumsfeld said today that the final casualty count, the death toll, will probably be much lower than the high number of 800 that was speculated by a fire chief as the possible top number. Instead, it looks like it'll be more in the area of 100 or perhaps 150, 200, somewhere in there. But the Pentagon is still not giving any final figures. Judy?
All right, Jamie McIntyre at the Pentagon. Now quickly back to Aaron.
Judy, thanks. I'm just going to stay off to the side here and allow the camera to stay focused on the scene. We're keeping our eye on that gray building, and I wish I could see the monitor better. Let me just look at it. And roughly the tallest building I think you can see. Gary Tuchman, who has been down on the ground, and in fact one of the few civilians into the ground zero area. Gary, can you hear me? Gary Tuchman, are you able to hear me now?
Aaron, I hear you fine. I want to tell you, an hour and 15 minutes ago, as you said, I was at ground zero with 1,000 to 2,000 rescue and recovery workers at the scene. They are all being evacuated as we speak. Most of them are now gone because of that One Liberty Plaza building, which is just to the east of the World Trade Center complex. We have talked to rescue workers who tell us they saw the building starting to twist and then said they saw some windows starting to break.
Well, we are seeing the windows breaking from where we're standing. We can see the windows falling out or falling out.
Okay, you have another angle, and you certainly have a better angle than me, because from our angle, we're to the north of the building. We haven't seen the windows, so that's interesting information. I want to tell you, Aaron, that there are a lot of people who are at the site who are very frightened by that, because they had told us while we were there that they were quite worried about one or two the buildings in the World Trade Center complex. They had told us that while we were there, and now they're living through it. We can also tell you the media has been pushed blocks also from the place you were at, about 4 blocks away from the World Trade Center complex.
Gary, if you can, and if you can't, just quickly say so. Orient me here. I'm standing here looking at what was Building 7. I look to my left, to the east. The tall gray building, I believe, is One Liberty Plaza. Do I have this right?
You have it absolutely right, Aaron. The tall gray building is One Liberty Plaza. There was some confusion initially because across from One Liberty Plaza is a hotel called the Millennium Hotel. Some people thought that was the building in question. That building apparently is not in danger of collapse. It's the One Liberty Plaza, the tall gray building.
Okay, and now also, just stay with me, Gary, if you will, please. What was left of the South Tower, the World Trade Center, the South Tower was the second of those towers that was struck yesterday by the plane. What was left of it collapsed upon itself a while ago. Whether that impacted the One Liberty Plaza building, whether that made it more unstable or not, we just don't know.
It's hard to tell, Aaron, but as I was telling you while we were talking in our last hour, those pillars from that South Tower look very precarious. It looked like Stonehenge in Salisbury, England, the way it was standing up. It looked precarious. They were very concerned about that, so people are not surprised that happened. I also want to tell you one other thing about One Liberty Plaza. It is set up to be the triage unit, but unfortunately there's not a problem with evacuating it right now because they haven't found any survivors recently to put in the triage unit.
All right, that's One Liberty Plaza. Let's do this. Let's just keep an eye on this for a bit. Among the businesses in One Liberty Plaza, the corporate offices, the executive offices of the NASDAQ, the stock markets, Wall Street is right here in this part of town. Moneyline anchor Lou Dobbs joins us now. While there has been no trading here, there has been business going on around the world, and Lou can update us now on that. Lou?
Aaron, thank you very much. Indeed, the building you're looking at, the new headquarters of the NASDAQ, it, like the World Trade Center towers themselves, in the heart of downtown Manhattan, which is the heart of the world's financial capital. And indeed, the World Trade Towers were at the center of downtown Manhattan and creating great energy for what is the center of democratic capitalism all around the world. Now all of that, of course, has been rent by this despicable act of terrorism. We're only beginning now to learn the human toll, to learn about the property damage, the devastation, and the devastation obviously is not ended. Against this backdrop, the leaders of the financial markets, financial and corporate leaders meeting with government leaders today, joining together, trying to determine when they might be able to reopen for trading. We now know that for only the second time since the end of World War II, the stock markets will be closed not for 2, but for at least 3 days. And as yet another building threatens now to collapse in the complex, we know that the markets will be closed for a 3rd straight session. That has not happened, by the way, since the Great Depression of 1933. Those markets, as I said, have been closed now for 2 days. They will be closed again tomorrow. Christine Romans is here now and has more for us on that part of the story. Christine?
It's an unprecedented tragedy for New York's financial district and for world markets, and a rare occurrence in financial market history as well. U.S. stock markets will be closed for 3 straight weekdays.
We are committed that the equity markets will resume operations no later than Monday. The group that gathered today will gather again tomorrow with the idea that we may well be in a position to resume trading as early as Friday.
Grim exchange officials and regulators chose the path of caution. The worry, of course, is that keeping stock markets shut will only exacerbate the nervousness and the uneasiness in the market that causes people to sell. A big sell-off is already expected when stock markets open. In the meantime, bonds and bond futures will begin trading tomorrow.
The bond market functions more appropriately and best when the stock market and the bond market are trading together, but we can certainly trade bonds without stocks for 24 to 48 hours.
Given the extent of the crisis smoldering in downtown Manhattan, economists say caution was the best path to take, but they do fear there could be panic selling when markets do open.
And I strongly urge investors to sit tight, because it will be that, simply panic selling. Nothing fundamentally has changed.
Lou, people on Wall Street clearly would like to send a signal, get stock markets trading in, show that democracy and capitalism can't, but they say the human toll and the recovery and the healing comes first.
And of course, as Aaron Brown has just been reporting, when One Liberty Plaza, one of the tallest remaining buildings and certainly one of the most important itself, is in some danger of collapse apparently as well, and there are other buildings there as well, it is all but impossible with any assurance for these leaders to put these markets open at the risk of any employee's life, of which there has already been such a devastating loss already. Christine, thank you very much. Well, the brokerage firm Morgan Stanley, some 3,500 employees resided within the World Trade Center. It was in fact the largest tenant in the World Trade Center, 3,700 employees across 20 floors. Many of those workers tonight remain unaccounted for. Peter Viles now has the story for us.
The second terrorist attack was a direct hit on the office space of Morgan Stanley. The firm had 3,500 workers in 22 floors, almost exactly in the area where the second plane hit. But incredibly, most of those employees had already fled the tower minutes before the explosion.
Miraculously, I'd say, we had 2,500 people in World Trade Center 2, 1,000 people in World Trade Center 5. It appears the vast majority got out safely.
A miracle made possible by the firm's split-second decision to evacuate the South Tower immediately after the North Tower was hit.
We have a lot of stories of courage, a lot of stories of compassion, and we're going to be fine.
As you can see, a very emotional Philip Purcell. No official word from Morgan Stanley on how many of its employees are unaccounted for at this hour, but we have canvassed many other firms in that complex. This is a very partial count, we must stress, but we do know at this hour that other firms in that complex are telling us that 2,700 workers in the complex remain unaccounted for, and that, we must tell you, is a very partial count.
And the toll is just unspeakable in point of fact. About those numbers at this point, we all.
And as we see behind us right now, the damage to these structures continues.
Peter, thank you very much. Well, airports tonight remain closed throughout the country. Officials say now that they will not reopen until new security measures are put into effect. As a result of those closures, airlines, of course, are losing millions of dollars in revenue. That is simply the latest hurdle for this industry. Airlines have watched their profits fall dramatically over the course of the past 2 years, and the economic slowdown has done nothing but accelerate that to losses. Kitty Pilgrim now takes a look at the industry.
Thanks, Lou. Well, with air traffic at a standstill, the disruption of commerce is almost incalculable. But that does not stop economists from trying to assess the damage. Now, the airline business in this country generates about $90 to $100 billion in revenues, and that's just domestic travel. That's about 4,000 planes a day. A little more than half of that business is business travel, which probably will see a drop-off in months to come. And leisure travel may also dry up, so losses work out to about $250 million a day.
I'm sure there will be a gradual flyback. Probably on the West Coast, you'll see the flight activity come back before the East Coast. But really what I'm concerned about right now are the lingering effects of the fear of terrorism, the impact that will have on airline bookings and overall consumer confidence.
All right. Also, Midway Airlines, which has been teetering on the brink of bankruptcy, announced it will suspend operations, saying that they don't have the resources to reorganize in this environment. In terms of temporary disruption, retail sales and consumption, that's 2/3 of the economy. It's about $300 billion a month. Now, economists calculate even a 2-day disruption of shopping and purchases would add up to $15 billion. That's a 6% decline for the month. This could be seen yesterday at many malls. Many were deserted. A smattering were closed for security reasons. For example, the Mall of America in Minneapolis. Lou?
Kitty, thank you very much. The cost of yesterday's deadly attack in New York City will not, of course, be known for months in all likelihood. Some experts are already calling it the most expensive man-made disaster ever. Insurance claims alone are expected to reach $15 billion. Greg Clarkin joins us now from Lower Manhattan with the details of that part of the story. Greg?
The attacks on the World Trade Center struck at the heart of Wall Street, New York's primary economic engine. But the attacks may also have a severe impact on the city's second biggest economic driver, tourism. And it's the impact on tourism that has many worried. More than 37 million people visited New York City last year, spending more than $17 billion on everything from restaurants to Broadway shows to hotels. And when job creation and other factors are figured in, it's estimated tourism has a more than $25 billion impact on New York City's economy. But the images of the attacks beamed worldwide may keep some tourists at home.
This is a clear negative blow to this economy. You know, one of the important and growing industries in New York has been tourism. And certainly this kind of heightened terrorist activity will frighten away tourists.
There are numerous other areas which could be hit hard as well. Retailers big and small are already suffering with stores closed in Lower Manhattan as the cleanup efforts continue. And some believe it may be a while before New Yorkers take to the stores.
The consumers stay home. They want to watch television. They want to watch the events unfold throughout the day, all night, as we did, as everybody across the country did. The last thing that they're thinking about is going out and buying a new shirt.
Well, in any tragedy, and this tragedy is unspeakable in its dimensions, there are unfortunately some who will try to take advantage of others. Deborah Marchini is here now and has for us the story of what is simply price gouging by some, particularly in the area of gasoline.
That's right, and particularly in the area of the Midwest. It's interesting, Lou, because the attack, of course, devastated New York and Washington, but the spike in gasoline prices and the long lines as well were mostly in the Midwest. At scattered stations in Indiana, Ohio, and Oklahoma, for example, we saw prices ranging from $2.99 all the way up to $5.19 a gallon. Now, the region's especially vulnerable to any interruptions in supplies, and consumers there know it.
It's like what I call the St. Louis snow effect. One of the things that we see in St. Louis is we have about 4 snowstorms a year. And they're typically not a big deal, doesn't disrupt traffic for very long. But if you go to your local grocery store, you'll find 10 registers running full open with customers 10 deep, all buying milk and bread. And I think American consumers have been trained to believe that if there is some impact that could involve the Middle East, you better gas up. And that's what they did all at once. And the supply system is not geared to handle that sort of surge in demand.
And the problem is demand because supplies were not affected by the attacks. The American Petroleum Institute, for example, reported today that fuel inventories rose by about 159,000 barrels. Now, major oil companies, including ExxonMobil and BP Amoco, froze prices to wholesalers. Chevron promised to exercise restraint, and Conoco wouldn't comment. Lou, the promises are really public relations. Most of the major oil companies don't own their gas stations, right, and so can't control what those retailers charge.
It's an extraordinary situation that anyone would take advantage here. I guess that one of the first things we should do is take our hats off to ExxonMobil and BP Amoco for having the courage to freeze those wholesale prices and exact whatever discipline they can. And I will tell you that I'm sure that we and other news organizations are committed to publicize those companies which both hold the line appropriately and with integrity, and those certainly who failed to do so.
The glare of publicity has already resulted in some service stations at least lowering the prices they jacked up yesterday.
Well, how much of this are we seeing in other industries?
We are not seeing very much of it in other industries at all. We have heard scattered complaints by consumers about car rental companies, but no real evidence that they've changed their rates at all. The same is true with hotels, with stranded travelers around the country.
What can be done here?
The interesting question is, from a legal standpoint, there isn't very much. You know, from a federal level, you have to prove that oil companies colluded or that oil gas stations colluded when they raised prices. They're no more likely to be able to prove that than that banks collude when they raise the prime lending rate. On a state level, some states have legislation in place that allows them to act. Other states just simply do not. It is not against the law to raise prices.
Okay. Well, it's against a lot of other laws. All right. Deborah, thank you. Deborah Marchini. Well, the world, of course, is struggling to address the magnitude of this tragedy and its effect on the worldwide economy. One economist today warning that a full-blown global recession is highly likely, end quote. Another said that while there's always talk that disasters have extreme consequences, they rarely do. Let's go now to someone who should know about such things, our economics correspondent, Kathleen Hayes. Kathleen, both welcome, and over to you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Well, I would like to start by saying that the president of the Dallas Federal Reserve Bank, Bob McTeer, pulled himself together and gave a speech today in Texas. And one of the things he said about the economy is it's too soon to assess the macroeconomic consequences. And I think we're going to be hearing that kind of commentary from Fed officials for the next few days. They need to see things settle. They especially need to see the financial markets open and get going again before they really make any conclusions. Beyond that, it's ironic that rebuilding after this calamity is going to be a stimulus to the economy. We'll see a larger GDP at some point. We won't see a subtraction for all the destruction. In the near term, Kitty Pilgrim just talked about the impact on retail sales. Deborah just talking about this big spike in gas prices. Now that's going to take money out of people's pockets. A very important question is consumer confidence. It's fragile. We know the economy is weak, and now the question is, what will this do? So it's a big question in terms of the economy. And then, of course, there's also some questions about the Federal Reserve. McTeer also in his speech today made the point that the Federal Reserve is fully functioning. And while people are talking a lot about what size interest rate cut we're going to get, the first thing the Fed is doing is making sure that there is plenty of liquidity for the banks, for the financial markets to keep going.
Well, Kathleen, you make a very important point talking about liquidity versus interest rate cuts. A lot of focus until this tragedy on interest rate cuts. But moving $80 billion of liquidity into the world financial systems, as the central banks have done, is frankly far more important.
Absolutely, because as you know, the thing we have to do is maintain confidence in our financial system, and that's one of the Fed's first priorities, is to back up the system in times of distress. You remember in the 1987 stock market crash, one of the first things Greenspan did was to come out and say the Fed stands ready to provide liquidity.
And the confidence that's being asserted in these markets, the New York Bond Club had canceled its meeting for tomorrow night, and we learned today that indeed that's been changed.
That's very interesting, isn't it, Lou? Very important that apparently the White House said, no, don't cancel the speech. We want Mr. Lindsay to speak. Again, we want to show the world that we are still up and running. Parallel to that, the Bond Market Association, which apparently is calling for trading tomorrow. This is a recommendation. They make it clear. Nobody has to trade. Right. And the dealers themselves have a lot of questions about the phone systems. Only one broker right now is fully functioning. But apparently, I spoke to a couple of people who are members, and they say that there was considerable urging, if not pressure, from the Treasury Department to, if you please could, go out and trade tomorrow.
And we should be clear, the men and women who run these brokerages and these bond houses, they want that trading restored as well to establish vigor and stability in the world fixed income markets.
Well, and don't you get the feeling when you talk to people too that so many people have lost colleagues, comrades, and I think also maybe out of respect for them to keep going and to maintain a very strong tradition and pride that these people really have as professionals in their business.
You see in a tragedy like this, and unfortunately there has never been a tragedy like this with this dimension, that Wall Street is about a lot more than simply money and greed and fear. It's about a commitment to a way of life as well, and we're going to see that amply demonstrated, I know we're all sure, over the next several days. Kathleen, thank you. Kathleen Hayes. Well, in the wake of yesterday's attacks, Washington is taking dramatic steps to ensure financial stability both here and abroad. And Tim O'Brien has that part of our story tonight. Tim?
Lou, the Bush administration and the Federal Reserve have acted firmly over the last 36 hours to assure the safety of the U.S. financial system, even with some senior U.S. officials traveling overseas. Alan Greenspan was back at the Fed by early afternoon, returning via U.S. military jet from meetings in Switzerland. But even from Europe, the Fed chairman did direct the injection of billions of dollars of added liquidity into the system. The Fed also made what it calls a substantially higher level of loans directly to banks yesterday through its discount window. The Fed tells Moneyline that it will keep that source of liquidity available past normal working hours today to ensure stability. Greenspan and the Fed are acting in concert with other central bankers, pumping a reported $120 billion of added liquidity into world markets. Meanwhile, Treasury Secretary Paul O'Neill is returning to Washington, cutting short an official visit to Asia. O'Neill called the nation's financial markets strong and resilient and expressed his belief they would continue to operate smoothly. The International Monetary Fund has also been watching world markets. While expressing dismay over the attacks against the U.S., IMF Managing Director Horst Kohler issued a statement saying the IMF projects only a limited impact on the international economy. The IMF and World Bank are also facing suggestions from city officials here in Washington that they postpone or cancel their annual meetings scheduled for September 29th and 30th here. Sources at both organizations tell Moneyline no decision has been made, but the issue will face serious discussion in coming days. Lou?
Tim, thank you. Tim O'Brien from Washington. Well, I'd like to close with a few personal words tonight. As we have looked at the devastation, we continue to watch what is apparently the collapse of further structures in downtown Manhattan. There's an overwhelming sense of loss here. The men and women you listen to each night here on CNN all have friends, people we have worked with, people we talk with, to bring you the best information we can about markets and this economy every night. But as we share the pain and the loss, we also know that as this rebuilding begins, that we will, in point of fact, renew commitment to larger ideals, something called democratic capitalism. This remains the heart of that spirit and that effort, and I believe firmly you will see that come to reality in the days and the weeks ahead as we build anew. I'm Lou Dobbs in New York. Good night, and now Aaron Brown.
Lou, thank you. Thank you for your work and your words there. We continue to keep our eye behind the smoke there on One Liberty Plaza. This is the building that about an hour or so ago officials started to evacuate people from ground zero, getting them out of there because they began to believe that that building might collapse. Periodically we have seen pieces of glass, pieces of facing fall off the building. It is very clear to us as we look down on the scene that almost everyone, not quite everyone, has been moved back. One of the markers for us all day has been a fire truck which has been pouring water on Building 7 of the World Trade Complex, one of the buildings that collapsed. That fire truck about 10 minutes ago stopped pouring water and is now, at least so appears to me, backing out of there. Again, this is just eyeballing this. We don't see anyone down there that we would describe as a civilian. Everybody has been pulled out. About 10 minutes or so ago, Mayor Giuliani and Joe Alba, the FEMA director, the Federal Emergency Management Agency director, walked to the scene. They were followed by a large motorcade. They walked to the scene. That is the situation. We keep our eye on the building, and we go back to Judy Woodruff in Washington. Judy.
And you are, of course, recapping what we do know at this point about what's going on in New York. I know CNN at one point had confirmed that at least part of that structure at One Liberty Plaza had actually caved in, and I know we're going to follow it and come back to you as soon as need be if something more happens there. I will just tell you that here in Washington, a flag was unfurled this evening at the Pentagon near the site of where the commercial jet plowed into that building yesterday. The flag there to welcome President Bush, who went to the Pentagon to look at the damage and to talk to workers to offer his consolation. I think you have to say, looking at that flag, that it clearly is a symbol that the United States, the Pentagon, indeed the United States, will prevail no matter what enemies of this country might do to us. CNN's Jonathan Karl, has been at the Capitol all day talking to members of Congress. Jonathan, bring us up to date from there.
Well, two things you should know about, Judy. One is that there's been serious discussion among the members of the Congress here, both House and Senate, about whether or not there would be a need to have a declaration of war against who. It's unclear right now, but a declaration of war against whatever state or non-state entities might have been involved in these attacks. This is an idea that's been pushed very strongly by many Republicans, including Arlen Specter, talked about on the floor of the Senate today, and also on the Democratic side, Robert Torricelli talked about some kind of declaration of war. Part of the discussion here, but let me tell you, Judy, as you saw the Congress pass what it did pass today, which was a more generalized resolution condemning this and calling for support for the president in his response, you did see talk from many members that we are already at war. The other thing I want to bring you up to date on is the question of how to pay for all the damage. Now, we do know that this morning that the president himself did ask congressional leaders, I know you're going to talk to Tom Daschle shortly, for essentially a blank check for enough money as would be necessary to deal with this. Congressional investigators here looked into what the precedent was. What happened when Pearl Harbor was bombed? Was the president given a blank check? Well, no. Congressional staffers here have looked into it. They have found never has the Congress turned over the power of the purse to the president, even in a time of emergency as is this. So right now, on both House and Senate side, you have appropriators working with the White House, trying to come up with a figure of how much money they would need to deal with this, and they are offering whatever money is necessary, but there will be a number. I've been told it's going to be $11 billion or more. The House is hoping to actually debate this and have this on the floor of the House by tomorrow morning, providing the money that will be necessary to clean up what we're seeing in New York, and of course do everything else that is associated with dealing with this emergency. Judy.
All right, Jonathan Karl of the Capitol, and as you say, the Senate Majority Leader Tom Daschle does join us now. Senator, what about that figure of $11 billion? Is that what Congress is going to end up offering the president?
Well, Judy, I think it's premature to come to any conclusion as to what the figure will be. I think we can say for absolutely certain that we're going to use whatever resources may be required. We'll work with the administration. We'll get our best assessment as to what the costs will entail, and we will appropriate that amount. But there will not be a dispute in this city about the amount of money to commit to, because we're committed to doing all that it takes to make sure that the resources will be there.
Well, Senator, when it was clear that the Congress would not offer the president a so-called blank check, what does that mean the president would not get that he'd be asking for?
Well, the president hasn't asked for a blank check, to my knowledge. What he has said is that he wanted to work with us to find the appropriate amount of resources that will be required to ensure that we can address all of the many, many challenges that we know we're going to face. What we have said in return is that we are prepared to work with you to come up with whatever requirements may be necessary through appropriations, and that's where it's been left right now. We'll know a lot more, and we'll be a lot more specific as we have time available to us to make those decisions and to acquire the information required.
Senator, what should the United States do now by way of retaliation?
Well, I think the most important thing we can do now, first and foremost, is to recognize the tremendous loss, Judy, that has been experienced. I don't think anyone ought to minimize that, and anytime we talk about future action, we've got to go to where the real tragedy lies, and that's with the loss of families and the loss of so much of human life in the last 24 hours. Beyond that, I think it's important for us to gather all of the information. I think everybody is so angry they want to hit somebody, but before we hit somebody, we better know who the somebody is. We better have our facts, we better have our information, and we better have a plan.
Senator, as I'm talking to you, we're looking at pictures of President Bush visiting the Pentagon a little while ago, meeting with employees there, obviously offering his condolences, talking to people, having inspected the damage. This footage we just got, and we're showing our viewers these pictures. Senator, while we look at these shots of the president visiting the Pentagon, people are asking, I hear what you're saying about wanting to make sure that everything is done to take care of the victims. Of course, we all feel that way, but there is a strong feeling that, and it's been expressed not just by the administration, but by others, that the United States cannot let something like this stand. And my question to you is, what does that mean?
Well, we will not let it stand. We will punish the perpetrators. We will take action, and we will show our resolve. But I think we, as we have in so many cases in the past, we have to be smart about it. We knew who the enemy was that bombed Pearl Harbor. We know who the enemies are in most cases involving war. I think we need to ensure we can identify the enemy, identify the locations of the enemy, and make sure we've got a plan put into place that will allow us the maximum degree of ability to punish those responsible. That can't happen tomorrow. It can't happen within the next couple of days for sure, but it will happen. I think we just have to ensure that we have all of the pieces together prior to the time we make it happen.
But Senator, when the President, when Secretary of State Powell and others say we are not just going to go after the terrorists, we're going to go after those who are harboring the terrorists, don't we have a pretty clear idea of what countries, what states have harbored, have offered aid and comfort to these people?
Well, I think there is a general understanding of that. Obviously, as we look to what we're going to do now, we're going to have to take that into account. And that is part of this fact-gathering process that must now be underway. But clearly, we've got to have more than just that, some vague notion of where these terrorists have lived in the past. We've got to know with a lot more precise detail what exactly we're going to do about it and what warning we're going to give and what actions may be required of those who may still be harboring terrorists today.
But, Senator, at the same time, I'm hearing calls and reading calls from those who say we shouldn't wait for the judicial process to work its way, for there to be a long, drawn-out investigation and a court proceeding, that the United States needs to move more quickly than that.
Well, I don't know that I disagree with much of that. I do think, though, that it is important for us to ensure that we do this smartly. I'm not saying do it with every legal question answered, because we may not be able to resolve all of these questions legally. But we do have a responsibility to do it correctly and to do it swiftly, but do it with all of the facts, and that's exactly what I think this country is doing today.
What do you mean by swiftly? Can you put some sort of timetable on it?
No, I think it would be a mistake to put a timetable arbitrarily on whatever actions we're going to take. We know what's going to be done. We know actions will be taken. We just ought to be patient, but also continue through other actions to show our resolve. We did that today on the Senate and House floor. We are going to continue to do that in our work in cooperation with the President of the United States and this administration.
Senator, I'm talking to you as we've just been continuing to watch the raw footage, pictures of President Bush visiting with employees, both military and civilian, at the Pentagon, and I want to apologize to our viewers. Those pictures were pretty shaky, and as I say, it was unedited. We aired it just as it came in. One final question, Senator Daschle. How long is this spirit of cooperation between your party, the Democrats, and the Republicans going to last in the aftermath of this terrible tragedy?
Well, Judy, on matters pertaining to this crisis, I hope it lasts until the very, very last moment it's required. We have a new day, a new crisis, a new challenge, and I think, therefore, a new responsibility. And we're going to live up to that responsibility to the very best of our ability, regardless of how long it may take.
And finally, when does the Congress get back to business?
We're going to take up the Commerce and State Justice Appropriations Bill tomorrow. That was the pending business on Monday, and we hope to complete it this week.
All right, Senator Tom Daschle, who is the Majority Leader in the United States Senate. Thank you very much. Good to see you, Senator. For more in the aftermath of this tragedy that has shaken all of us, for more now on the emotions of the people who have been affected by it, CNN's Candy Crowley now.
At daybreak, the nightmare was still there, smoldering and burning, defying the imagination, thwarting rescue efforts, and testing an untested president.
The United States of America will use all our resources to conquer this enemy. We will rally the world. We will be patient, we'll be focused, and we will be steadfast in our determination. This battle will take time and resolve, but make no mistake about it, we will win.
8 months in office, President George Bush is already writing what may be the most important page of his own legacy. In an unusual revelation, officials said both the White House and Air Force One may have been targets. The news sheds some light on the president's first hours following the attacks when, instead of returning immediately to Washington, he flew from Florida to a military base in Louisiana and then another in Nebraska. Today in both New York and Washington, the precarious nature of the rubble and the hellish heat of the fire frustrated attempts to reach the wounded, the dying, or the dead. Still, in Manhattan, they rescued alive and reasonably well 9 firefighters and police officers who had been buried beneath the debris. Their recovery fueled a round-the-clock search that runs mostly on adrenaline and hope.
I think once the cranes and the iron workers start getting the big stuff out of the way, we can get in there and do some nitpicking and maybe find some guys. There's a lot of voids, it seems, down there, so maybe there are some guys available.
But at the Pentagon, hope is gone. Officials say whoever might have survived the concussion of the plane's impact could not have lived through the fires that came after. There's no official estimate of how many lives were lost at the Pentagon or the World Trade Center. Authorities say they don't know, but everybody knows it will be awful. The FBI says it's identified most of the suicidal terrorists on the planes. Now they search for those behind the mayhem.
We also have identified through a number of leads, principally at the cities of origin, a number of individuals whom we believe may have had something to do with the hijackings, and we are pursuing those leads aggressively.
It is a very public manhunt. The FBI conducted a shoulder-to-shoulder search for evidence outside the Pentagon. Authorities in Providence, Rhode Island halted and boarded a Washington-bound Amtrak train, detaining at least 1 passenger. A SWAT team descended on a Boston hotel in search of suspects. No arrests were made. Authorities also searched a Vero Beach, Florida home and questioned others in the southern Florida area. The visibility of the efforts backs up the clear message from all arms of the federal government.
We will find out who was responsible for this, and they will pay for it.
I guess I'm kind of old-fashioned. I'm inclined to think that if you're going to cock it, you throw it.
Terrorism's reach goes far beyond the areas of immediate destruction. The nation's airliners still aren't flying as the FAA institutes new security requirements and carriers search for ways to comply. Wall Street remains closed, and for a second evening there'll be no Major League Baseball, the all-American pastime canceled by this un-American horror. Symbolically, personally, financially, the country is so wounded. The totality of the loss is incomprehensible, but the details are unbearable.
Someone on the 104th floor worked for the good firm of Cantor and Fitzgerald. We can't find hardly anybody from that firm who called his parents, told them he loved them, and they haven't heard from him since.
There are stories like it everywhere. People, knowing they are about to die, calling home to say, "I love you." People running for their lives and then stopping to carry a stranger to safety. The story here is that what prevailed in the final moment, in the face of death, is not fear or hate, but love and courage. Candy Crowley, CNN, Washington.
And those are the stories that bring us down and lift us up at the same time. Our Jonathan Karl was reporting just a little while ago, and I also was talking with Senate Democratic leader Tom Daschle a minute ago about appropriations to pay for the cleanup, the crisis of this crisis. I'm told that the chairman of the House Appropriations Committee is reporting that now the House and the Senate have agreed on a figure of $20 billion, an emergency supplemental payment that would be spent at the desire of the administration, the White House, to deal with the crisis. The House and Senate are going to take this supplemental up tomorrow. They plan to have it on President Bush's desk by the end of business, by the end of the day tomorrow. Aaron, back to you in New York.
Judy, thank you. We continue to keep our eye just to the left of what was Building 7, this large gray building, One Liberty Plaza. When we first heard the concern that this building might come down, we saw windows and facing on the west side, the right side of your screen popping out. Now we can see, and we suspect you can as well. Yes, indeed. Some of the windows now further to the east, more to the center of the building, on the seam line there, starting to pop out also. A large number of ambulances, 1, 2, 3 that I can see, 4, 5, 6, 7 at least that I can see, have moved into the area, moving towards the area as we talk to you now. People have been pulled out, though there is still, and Danny, I'm not sure if you can see it or not on the shot you're on, there's still a fair number of fire officials in that blown out area that is was a street yesterday and is now just a kind of wasteland there just ahead of the fire truck. There's still a fair number of people there, and we watched that building. And just for a moment, think about the implications here. That building, if it collapses, causes collateral damage. If that building doesn't collapse, but remains a danger to collapse, the rescue operation, if not totally shut down, is largely shut down. I'm sure smarter people than I are figuring out how they're going to deal with this, but they have an enormous problem, about a 60-story problem, just to the east of the Trade Center. Some of the most fascinating reporting that we have heard today has come from CNN's Miles O'Brien. Miles has been following the flight paths and whatever information on board the 4 hijacked airplanes he could gather as he worked his sources and his computer and the rest. Miles joins us in Atlanta now with more on the detail, some cases shocking detail, of what he's been able to learn. Miles?
Shocking, horrifying, it all applies when you start looking at these 4 doomed flights, Aaron. Take a look here. This is the track of the 2 flights which left Boston. They were headed to the West Coast. Ultimately, of course, they ended up right near where Aaron is, striking the World Trade Center, eventually leveling them. Those flight paths are somewhat more clear-cut when you consider the goals of the terrorists. The flight that has caused us great interest today is this one, United Airlines Flight 93, which left from Newark Airport, made it as far as Cleveland, and did a 180-degree turn and seemed to be heading in toward the Baltimore-Washington area. Unclear what the target was, but the question that has been on our minds all day long is, why did this plane crash here? Was there perhaps some sort of struggle inside the cockpit of that particular aircraft? And we do know more about that now. But first, let me tell you a little bit about some of the other flights and what was going on board. Nothing seemed to miss when American Airlines Flight 11 left the runway in Boston Tuesday morning. The 767-200 was about half full, toting 81 passengers, a cockpit crew of 2, and 9 flight attendants to the opposite coast. The captain likely planned for a 5-hour flight, so there was roughly 8,500 gallons of jet fuel in its 3 tanks. FAA radars tracked the airliner as it followed the flight plan. But then, about 20 minutes into the flight, somewhere over upstate New York, it turned sharply to the south. Flight 11 was hijacked, apparently by knife-wielding men. Airline pilots are trained to handle such situations by keeping calm, complying with requests, and, if possible, dialing in an emergency 4-digit code on a device called a transponder. It transmits crucial flight data to air traffic controllers. The action takes seconds, but it appears no such code was entered. But in the cabin, a frantic flight attendant managed to use a phone to call American Airlines Command Center in Dallas. She reported the trouble, and according to the Christian Science Monitor, a pilot apparently keyed the microphone, transmitting a cockpit conversation. The hijackers could be heard saying, "We have more planes, we have more planes." Radio transmissions like this would have been recorded on the ground by the FAA.
The police have identified 5 suspects that they believe were involved with this terrorist act, and 2 of whom may be brothers, apparently, reportedly. 2 of whom, 2 others, may have flown in from Portland and originated in Canada.
About 5 minutes before Flight 11 started heading south, another 767, United Flight 175, left Boston, also for Los Angeles, 65 souls aboard. 15 minutes after becoming airborne, it veered off course. One passenger made 2 calls to his father. In one exchange, he said a flight attendant was stabbed. In the second call, he told his dad the plane was going down.
They knew not to carry guns on the airplane if they fired off a bullet. I mean, they could have had explosive decompression on the aircraft.
They knew what they were doing, and they knew what their mission was, obviously.
We know what happened next. The 767 struck and ultimately leveled the World Trade Center's twin towers.
I know pilots. No, if you're going to die, you're not going to fly in a World Trade Center to do it. Yeah, there would be a struggle, major struggle.
Which brings us to the story of Jeremy Glick. Jeremy Glick was a passenger on board United Airlines Flight 93. Newark to Los Angeles was the intended destination. According to his family, he made a phone call after the plane became commandeered somewhere around here in the Cleveland area. He asked them to confirm reports that other passengers had heard from talking to their family members that in fact a plane had already crashed into the World Trade Center here in the New York area. When that was confirmed by his family, he dropped the phone for some time, came back to report to his family that the male passengers on board United Airlines Flight 93 had voted to attack the hijackers. Dropped the phone again, and the rest we can only surmise. But this flight did not make it to what appeared to be its intended target, the Washington, D.C. area. If you're looking for heroes, the passengers on board that plane, obviously now perished, would be them. Aaron?
Miles, there can be no shortage of heroes here as we keep our eye on One Liberty Plaza, about 8 blocks from where we are, as windows continue to pop out of that building. Just in the last 5 minutes or so, another half dozen ambulances have moved in. Look, I can't honestly tell you that these ambulances that I now see were not in another part of the staging area too close to that building and have been moved around several blocks and back down. That is certainly possible. It is also possible that they are very concerned that this building's coming down and they want to make sure that they can treat the people who might be hurt. Which one of those possibilities, I honestly can't tell you. I can tell you that there is a sea of ambulances down there. Patty Davis has been covering today transportation questions. I think all of us have known that flying, at least in the near term, is not going to be the same, and in fact the rules are changing. Patty, good evening.
Certainly changing, Aaron. The FAA has said that it is now accepting flight plans from some commercial airlines to get back in the air. Now that only applies to a limited number of flights, those that were diverted yesterday when these acts of terrorism occurred. Both domestically and those that are in Canada, were diverted in Canada, will be allowed now to come into the United States. Now, Transportation Secretary Norman Mineta says those limited number of flights will operate under much tighter security.
Only passengers on the original flights will be allowed to reboard under strict security, and only after airports and airlines have implemented strict screening measures.
Now, the ground stop continues for most other flights. Only diverted flights are being allowed to file their flight plans with the FAA. The FAA saying the ground stop continues, has been extended. No timetable for all those other flights has been set at this point. FAA says, though, that those flights will not resume definitely before sometime tomorrow. And, of course, all those airports and those airlines have to meet these new tougher restrictions, these security restrictions that the FAA has now beefed up. Those include no knives, including plastic knives, on board airlines. No curbside or off-airport check-in. Only ticketed passengers will be allowed past the metal detectors. As the Secretary said, higher standards for security personnel as well. And there will be more federal air marshals, it should say air marshals in there, at large airports. Also, we are told that anyone with an e-ticket who normally would go directly to the gate, not allowed to do that anymore. Even if you have a boarding pass issued from your travel agent, you will no longer be allowed to go directly to the gate. Everyone must stop at the ticket counter and check in. Aaron?
Thank you. Mike Miller's with Aviation Daily as we keep our camera posted here on One Liberty Plaza, and we'll just kind of watch this for a bit, and we'll talk to Mike. Mike, you know, maybe I'm about to say the unspeakable here, but I'm not sure that I'd want that there are a whole lot of people out there that want to be the first person to get on an airplane tomorrow.
Yeah, the thing that everybody should realize who's even considering traveling in the next couple days is because there's been so much ambiguity today from DOT about exactly when anybody can do anything, that when it's all over, it still won't be over. There's still going to be confusion. The employees at the airport won't really know exactly what to do. There should be 1 million people trying to fly tomorrow. Normally there'd be about 1 million this time of year, and yet we have absolutely no direction about what will happen tomorrow, whether planes will be allowed to take off first thing in the morning. So people with tickets still are in limbo.
Well, help me on this, because it does seem to me that one of the problems, no matter when they lift this flying ban, is going to be you've got airplanes in a lot of places where they're not necessarily supposed to be. And then one of the things the airlines are going to have to do is figure out how to get that plane that was supposed to go New York to Cleveland into New York or into Cleveland, because it's in Houston.
Right. There's actually not as many planes in different places than you might think, because most of the flights were shut down before 10 o'clock in the morning or so on Tuesday, so there's not a full day's travel schedule that's been disrupted. There are 250 planes in Canada that have to get back to the United States, and presumably some of those will get back tonight. But anybody who is considering traveling, who has been following the story, probably should try to be very flexible and say, well, can you get me, instead of to San Francisco, to Oakland, instead of Los Angeles, maybe to San Diego, because there will be a whole big backlog of people that have been trying to get out for 2 days, and it's going to be a mess, I would think, for at least the next week, probably further.
And, you know, I guess it goes without saying, and we always say that just before we say something, that people need to allow, if in fact we get some flights in the air, and the country starts to return to some sort of normalcy, that they need to allow a lot more time than they even did before. I mean, the airlines would say 45 minutes, I think this is about right, half hour, 45 minutes before a domestic flight. Give me an idea of how much time you would say right now.
Well, just my own personal approach, I would try to go and arrive at the airport 2 hours before my flight. 1, to check and monitor things. 2, to ask questions. 3, to allow for the extra security across each step of the way. There will be extra security just getting into the building in every airport. There will be extra security checking in. There will be longer lines and probably a longer time to get through those metal detectors. And each plane has to be inspected before passengers get on it, and nobody really knows how long that's going to take either.
And those questions that they routinely ask, did you pack your own bags? Did anyone give you anything? Nobody's going to answer them as nonchalantly as they did a few days ago. Mike, thanks. Mike Miller of Aviation Daily joining us. Judy?
Aaron, those are the kinds of precautions that I know that people flying into and out of Israel have grown quite accustomed to. They've become routine in that nation, which has seen terrorism become part of its life. We're going to be prepared to go back to Aaron at any moment as we watch that 60-story building close to him as it gets shakier and shakier, if you will, and may be on the verge of collapsing. Right now we want to show you President Bush visiting the Pentagon. Just a short time ago, he went over across the Potomac River to pay a visit to employees there to inspect the damage, and after he took a look, here's what he had to say.
Secretary and I are, first of all, I must tell you, I am overwhelmed by the devastation. I am so grateful for the people who are working here. We're here to say thanks to not only the workers on this site, but the workers who are doing the same work in New York City. I want to say thanks to the folks who have given blood to the Red Cross. I want to say thanks to the hundreds and thousands of Americans who pray for the victims and their families. Secretary Rumsfeld told me when I talked to him that he felt the blast shake the Pentagon. Even though he was on the other side of the building rocked. And now I know why. Coming here makes me sad on the one hand, me angry. And our country will, however, not be cowed by terrorists, by people who don't share the same values we share, by people who are willing to destroy people's lives because we embrace freedom. Our nation mourns, but our government will go on. The country will function. We're on high alert for any possible activity. But coming here confirms what the Secretary and I both know, that this is a great nation. The people here working hard prove it. People out here working their hearts out to answer families' questions, to remove the rubble and debris from this awful scene. And again, thank everybody, not only on this site, but all across America, for responding so generously, so kindly in their prayers, and their contributions of blood, and their willingness to help in any way they can.
President Bush visiting the Pentagon just a short time ago, where they have only begun to pull out the victims and to clean up the damage. CNN was part of a poll that was conducted last evening in the aftermath of yesterday's terrible acts, and our senior political analyst Bill Schneider joins me now to tell us about the poll and what the American people are saying. Bill?
Well, Judy, people see this as far more than a crime or an isolated terrorist incident. That came through loud and clear in 4 different polls, one of them by us, all taken last night. In our own poll, 86% of Americans described yesterday's attack as an act of war against the United States. Now, you remember President Bush warned last night, we will make no distinction between the terrorists who committed those crimes and those who harbor them. And the public agrees with that. In the Washington Post ABC News poll, 84% supported military action against countries that assist or shelter terrorists. There's also agreement on one other point. We'll get them. In all 4 polls, majority said that they were very confident that the United States would be able to find and punish the people responsible. So not only do Americans believe we're at war, they're confident we'll win.
And Bill, when people were asked to what extent they view this as a turning point in American history?
Well, you know, that's a startling and dramatic finding from a poll taken last night by Ipsos Reid. 3/4 of the public said that they see these events as a turning point that will fundamentally change things forever. Only 21% believe that things will eventually in this country return to normal. To Americans, yesterday was like Pearl Harbor Day and the day John F. Kennedy was shot. Everyone will remember for the rest of their lives exactly where they were and what they were doing when they heard the terrible news. And like the Kennedy assassination in Pearl Harbor, yesterday's events will change America forever. Judy?
All right, Bill Schneider. And now we want to go down to Atlanta to CNN's Mike Betcher for the latest on what you've been working on in terms of the investigation into all this. Mike?
Well, Judy, the investigation has been moving very rapidly up and down the East Coast. Some of the leads have been very fruitful. The FBI has been moving ahead and trying to identify the various suspects. Now, cars that investigators believe were left behind by suspected terrorists at Boston Logan Airport and at Portland International Airport have borne fruit for investigators, especially that car at Boston's Logan Airport, where they found material written in Arabic that investigators say was very helpful and positive. Helpful how? Well, it apparently led to the identity of 2 suspects, Mohammed Atta and Marwan Youssef Al-Shehi. Investigators went to Huffman Aviation in Venice, Florida, after they identified those 2 people, where they believe the 2 men received pilot training. Now, CNN has learned those 2 men have commercial pilot's licenses. Now, in another part of Florida, in Vero Beach, Florida, the FBI has apparently tracked down the identity of 2 other suspects. Police searched the homes of Adnan Bukhari and his brother Amir Abbas Bukhari. Law enforcement sources believe they are both Saudi citizens and commercial pilots. One of the addresses listed for them is a post office box in Jeddah, Saudi Arabia, at Saudi Airlines. So the bottom line is they have at least 4 suspects, and 4 of those are commercial pilots, Judy.
All right, Mike Betcher, I know this information is coming in bits and pieces, and we want to try to report it as it comes in. Mike Betcher, thanks very much. Well, we've been telling you, our colleagues in New York, Aaron Brown and others have been telling us about those rescue efforts in New York, people literally risking their lives now in order to see if there's anyone left alive in the rubble of the World Trade Center. Right now, CNN's national correspondent Gary Tuckman is on the telephone to tell us what is going on with that building very much at risk. Gary?
Well, Judy, there is a deep feeling of unease in the lower portion of Manhattan tonight. The building is called One Liberty Plaza. It's a very tall, grayish-black building that is just to the east of where the 2 World Trade Center towers were. About 2 hours ago, I was brought to ground zero to see the 1,000 to 1,500 workers who are on the scene working at the wreckage. I was told when I was there they were deeply concerned about that One Liberty Plaza building and another building to the south that has a huge hole in it. These are very brave people. They are walking on top of wreckage, and in some cases is 75 feet tall, lifting up heavy metal with the knowledge that 2 buildings nearby are vulnerable. Well, about 30 minutes after I was there, they started noticing that that One Liberty Plaza building started twisting, and then windows started popping out of the building. Immediately, an evacuation was ordered, and now all 1,000 to 1,500 people have evacuated the area. There is no one at the scene right now participating in the rescue and recovery. In addition, members of the news media who were about 4 or 5 blocks away from the World Trade Center site were told to immediately start moving back a couple of blocks to get farther away from the building. The fear is, and we should make this very clear, there is no evidence this building is coming down. But there is a concern that it could happen. And if the building did come down, and that's still a long shot in my estimation based on talking to people, it could potentially knock down other buildings nearby, creating a very huge problem. And that's why the area has been evacuated. I should tell you, Judy, being at the site, one thing that I must stress, this is a much worse disaster in terms of damage than I ever imagined, even being 4 blocks away. When I got there, we are talking about damage to maybe 100 to 150 businesses that aren't part of the World Trade Center complex, some very substantial. There is debris and damage in a 10-square block area in each direction from the World Trade Center complex. A morgue has been set up across from the World Trade Center in a damaged Brooks Brothers store. That's where people who have perished have been brought. And there is a center, a triage center, set up in the One Liberty Plaza building. So there might be a concern when you evacuated that building, what happens to the people in the triage center? Well, sadly, there's no one in the triage center because they haven't found any survivors in the past several hours. Judy?
All right, Gary, I want to have one more question I want to ask you, and as I do, I believe we're going to be able to show our viewers some very unusual pictures from the International Space Station. These are pictures of New York City from space. So that now I'm seeing this for the first time just as you are. The smoke you're able to see is clearly that coming from that area of lower Manhattan that Gary has been reporting on. Gary, I don't think you're in a position to see this, but it certainly does give us the bird's eye view of the city and just one more idea of the incredible devastation wrought by yesterday's acts of terrorism. Gary, one last question while I'm talking to you. How close now are the emergency personnel to the area that of the devastation, given the risk of this One Liberty Plaza building? Are people still in the immediate adjacent area?
I can tell you, Judy, that many of the rescue and recovery workers are standing with me right now, and we're about 4 or 5 blocks away. People aren't getting very close at this point because of the risk. I also wanted to mention you're talking about the smoke that could be seen from space. It's a surreal sight here because most of us are carrying masks with us and people are walking down the streets wearing masks, wearing bandanas over their face and their nose because too much time spent without the mask or the bandana leaves you with a sore throat because of all the fumes that have been prevalent here for the last day and a half.
All right, Gary Tuckman, and we are now looking at, we're going to be showing you live pictures of the building. We've been discussing this building at 1 Liberty Plaza at risk of collapse, although as you heard Gary say, there's no clear proof, there's no clear evidence that it will collapse, but it is believed that there's just a good chance that it could happen, and given the horrendous devastation that would mean, the effect on other buildings nearby, people are out of there. They have been moved blocks away, and everyone is watching this building. Close to the World Trade Center, but just giving you an idea of how many buildings are involved in what happened yesterday. And even as we watch the scenes in New York, we are back here in Washington following developments at the Pentagon. President Bush just visiting there a short time ago to inspect the damage himself. Our military affairs correspondent Jamie McIntyre is at the Pentagon right now. Jamie.
Well, this visit by President Bush across the Potomac River to inspect the damage here at the Pentagon was marked by a moment of high symbolism as workers, rescue workers and firefighters unfurled a huge American flag from the roof of the Pentagon and hung it over the side of the building that was took the brunt of that attack from an airliner right into the side of the building. That flag flew as President Bush personally thanked some of the rescue workers for their hard work, despite the fact that the Pentagon has now given up hope that there were any survivors left in the building. There were about 60 people injured who are being treated at area hospitals. President Bush spoke briefly to the workers and told them that this incident had simply increased his determination.
Coming here makes me sad on the one hand. It also makes me angry. Our country will, however, not be cowed by terrorists, by people who don't share the same values we share, by people who are willing to destroy people's lives.
The casualties in that section of the Pentagon has turned out not to be nearly as high as was initially feared. Pentagon sources now say that they think the number will end up being somewhere between 100 and 200 deaths, something that Defense Secretary Donald Rumsfeld alluded to in a briefing earlier today.
We currently believe and are certainly hopeful that the number of casualties being reported in the press is high. As you know from your own observation out there, the work is still going forward, and we won't know for some time precise numbers.
For all intents and purposes, the fire in the Pentagon is out, although there are still some smoldering areas. Fire officials say technically the fire is simply under control. The big question now is what next? What in terms of a possible military response? That was presumably the subject of a meeting between President Bush and Defense Secretary Rumsfeld that took place in his office after this inspection. Judy?
And Jamie, I presume that means it's too soon to know what was discussed. Jamie, I just have one question. We think of people, the members of our armed forces, as being a pretty stoic bunch, if you will, but you've been covering that building for a long time, covering people in the military for quite some time. How are they affected by all this?
Well, I think it actually has resulted in a feeling of determination. There is a feeling that they were attacked, that this wasn't an accident, that it was a deliberate act. The people who described the actual evacuation of the building right in the aftermath of this incident tell me that it was people were very calm despite the tragedy that was taking place around them. And there was a real bond felt between members of the military. By the way, this wedge is basically the Navy wedge, and almost all the deaths are expected to be either in the Navy or the Army, which also had some offices nearby. But there's a real sense of resolve after this attack.
All right, Jamie McIntyre reporting from the Pentagon. Well, as we've been hearing today, as the hours have gone by, new details, dramatic details surfacing about what happened on board those planes before they crashed into the World Trade Center, into the Pentagon, and the plane that crashed into a rural area in western Pennsylvania. CNN's That Was United Airlines Flight 93. CNN's Rusty Dornan tells us more about that.
38-year-old Thomas Burnett called his wife Dina from Flight 93 4 times Tuesday. The first call, he told her his plane was hijacked. A passenger had been knifed. On the second call, his wife told him about the crash at the World Trade Center. The third, Burnett wanted details about the Trade Center crash. His wife said it was like he was puzzling it out. By the fourth call, he'd made a decision with some other passengers.
On the last phone call, he said that a group of them were getting ready to do something. And then he hung up and he never called back.
Did he say anything to you personally?
He did not. And that, I know the reason he didn't is he was fighting to come home. He had every intention of being here that night.
15 minutes before Flight 93 flew into the ground, another call. Mark Bingham, a San Francisco public relations executive, phoned his mother Alice, who happens to be a United flight attendant. He told her he loved her.
I'm on a flight from Newark to San Francisco, and there are 3 guys that have taken over the plane, and they say they have a bomb. And I said, Mark, who are they? I said, Mark, I love you too. And I said, who are these guys? And then he seemed to be pulled away from the phone for a minute.
Hoagland says her son didn't seem panicked.
His voice was calm. He seemed very much composed, even though I know he must have been under terrible duress.
Burnett also said her husband seemed very cool. In her heart, she believes if the plane was averted from another target, her husband likely had something to do with it.
He went down fighting. I know he did. His adrenaline was going. He was not whispering. He was talking quickly, and he was ready to do something.
Wednesday at Burnett's church in San Ramon, California. A remembrance of a man whose final moments may have been spent fighting for the survival of the passengers of Flight 93. Rusty Dornan, CNN, San Francisco.
Well, once again now we are in Washington, and in order to keep you updated, just a couple of details. Investigators fanning out from Boston to Florida and beyond, pursuing any leads that they can. The FBI saying it knows the identities now of many of the hijackers. Today, as we've just told you in the last few moments, crews did hang a large, huge American flag from the Pentagon. Meantime, the Bush administration saying the plane that crashed there may have been aiming for the White House, or possibly that Air Force One was a target. And in New York City, the rescue effort at the World Trade Center is on hold. It is believed that a nearby building may be about to collapse. No survivors have been found since this morning, Wednesday morning. And now for a few moments we want to consider what those at the Capitol and the administration and at the Pentagon have been thinking and talking about today, and that is, what does the United States do now that this unspeakable acts of terror have been committed against this nation? At the White House, our senior White House correspondent John King. Back at the Pentagon, CNN's Jamie McIntyre. John King, to you first. Just how much are they saying openly at the White House about what their options are?
Well, Judy, we know the president met twice with his national security team today, the last time just before he headed over to the Pentagon to greet rescue and relief workers there. They're not saying very much publicly at all, except the president, of course, today calling this an act of war. What they are saying here, though, is that the president is weighing his options, and we are told by senior administration officials that more and more, especially at that second National Security Council meeting today, there were discussions of potential U.S. military and diplomatic and other options to be taken down the road once they reach a conclusion point in this investigation. Senior officials telling us there are, quote, no absolutes in the investigation so far, but also another official saying, quote, everything points to the network of Osama bin Laden. So the administration building a case here, having its own internal deliberations, and the administration very encouraged by international outrage. The president himself spoke to a half-dozen world leaders today. The NATO alliance said it considered this the attack on the United States to be an attack on the alliance. The president looking to build a broad international coalition, and administration officials saying he hopes to use that coalition not only to respond to these attacks yesterday here in the United States, but also to mount a broader offensive against terrorism.
Deliberate and deadly attacks which were carried out yesterday against our country were more than acts of terror. They were acts of war. This will require our country to unite in steadfast determination and resolve. Freedom and democracy are under attack.
Now, as the president made that case in public today, Judy, a remarkable disclosure by the White House saying on the record it believed both the White House, the mansion where the president lives, and Air Force One, the plane that carries him around the world, were potential targets in these attacks. Two reasons why. Number one, the White House saying it has credible information that the plane that crashed into the Pentagon actually was initially targeting the White House, and then at the last minute decided to change its target, veer off, and hit the Pentagon instead. Number two, we are told by sources that another operating theory is that that plane that crashed outside of Pittsburgh was taking a turn toward Washington, and some officials believe its target was Andrews Air Force Base, that the hijackers believed that President Bush would be rushing back to Washington, and that perhaps there was a plan to take that plane and crash it into Andrews Air Force Base just as Air Force One was returning. That, administration sources say, is why the president did not return directly to Washington and went to two military installations before ultimately returning aboard Air Force One to Andrews Air Force Base with military fighter jets escorting him. Judy?
Just chilling pieces of information coming out. Jamie McIntyre at the Pentagon, as we listen to John, and I know we want to ask you what the administration is finding out about all this. I guess my question is, how much are they going to feel that they have to have before they decide to act?
Well, that's one of the key questions. And of course, the impulse is to act quickly, to show that the United States is capable of taking action right away. But of course, that's often not the smartest thing to do. So they're going to have to weigh the impulse to act quickly and have some military retaliation against the need to build a case and make sure that they know who it is that they want to strike. There's two elements to this. One is enough evidence of who's responsible. That's something the FBI is gathering now. And then you need enough intelligence to know where that person or persons or organization or country is and how the best way to strike them is. And all of that would seem to indicate that it's going to have to take a little time. And of course, at the Pentagon today, Defense Secretary Rumsfeld said that nobody should think that the fight against terrorism is something that you can do quickly. It's going to take, he said, a long, sustained campaign.
And John King, when we talk about the element of time, how much time does the White House think it has before it has to make some sort of decision one way or another?
Well, I would just echo what Jamie said. Remember what happened a few years back when the Clinton administration launched strikes against suspected camps of Osama bin Laden. If indeed the bin Laden network is responsible for these attacks in the United States this week, one could make the case those Clinton administration attacks didn't do much, did they? This president not only wants, first we're told, to have conclusive evidence in the investigation, but very much wants to build international support, not only just among predictable U.S. allies like the United Kingdom, France, and Germany. Two conversations with the Russian president, Mr. Bush, had today, a conversation with the Chinese president, Jiang Zemin. We're told the president hoping not only to respond both militarily and economically to these attacks, but also to try to use this to build momentum, to build some good thing out of this tragedy, momentum for a broader international effort to combat not only terrorists, but the nations that harbor them and support them financially.
All right, John King reporting from the White House, Jamie McIntyre from the Pentagon. Joining us now here in Washington, Bill Bennett, a leading figure in the conservative movement in this country, former education secretary, former drug czar, and two different administrations. Bill Bennett, what is now with Empower America, what is the right thing now for the United States to do?
Well, I think we have a moment of moral clarity right now in America, Judy. There is good and evil in the world. There is right and there is wrong. And I think everyone apprehends that, no matter what their politics, where they are ideologically. And now, building on that moment of moral clarity, I think we need to act. We issued a statement today at Empower America, Jack Kemp and Jean Kirkpatrick and I, saying that Congress should declare war against militant Islam, and that the United States should proceed as if in war, because it is in war, to hunt down these folks.
But what does that mean? These people are scattered all over the globe, presumably.
Well, believe me, the United States can find a lot of them if we set our mind to it. I had some access to intelligence information when I was Director of Drug Policy. You can know and find out an awful lot, and we already do know an awful lot. But it means a couple things. It means we need to be willing to kill some people who are leaders of these movements, if it is indeed these people who are responsible. And we need to explain to the American people that that's what it's going to take. I think they're with us. The second thing is we need to persevere, because if we get as tough as we should get, we may see more attacks on the United States. It's a big country. It's a free country. It's an open country. And even with restrictions that we're going to see, you will never seal the borders of this country. We know that from discussions of the drug war.
Let me just ask you, Bill Bennett, are you saying the United States should act before it has all the details that one would normally expect to have to make a legal case against someone or some group?
Well, it's not a matter of a legal case, Judy. We're not in a court of law. The President Roosevelt didn't say to Japan that he was going to bring it to justice. He said he was going to bring Japan to its knees. There's always more information to get. There are always more details to get. If the question is, do we wait until we have all the information? No, because you never get all the information. When you have enough, when you have beyond a reasonable doubt, one might say, borrowing from the law, a grasp or understanding of who's responsible, then you act. I don't think this is rocket science, by the way, and I think our intelligence people probably already know who's responsible for this.
So do you have a timeline here in your mind?
The time matters less to me than that it be done well, and that it be done without equivocation, that it be done with overwhelming force, and that we understand that we're in this for the long run. I was checking my time frame. World War II, people may not realize it was 55 days before we got to the Marshall Islands after Pearl Harbor, and 101 days after till we got to Tokyo. That may seem, 55 days may seem like a long time after this one. I don't think we need to wait that long, not nearly that long. But when we do it, we should do it right, and we should make it clear that we're in this fight for the long run. This requires, if I could just say, not only something of our leaders, and I think our leader has passed his first great test. I happen to know there was a lot of pressure on George Bush to stay away last night, and we heard these reports on CNN.
You mean to stay away from Washington, from the White House?
Because of these threats, but I understand from all the information I have is that he was the one who insisted on coming back. So score one for our leader. He's showing the courage. Now the American people are going to have to be prepared to show some courage too. They're going to have to put up with some inconveniences, but they're also going to have to put up with spending more money on defense, with making sure we're in this for the long run, and with whatever else it may take. This is obviously a serious and well-prepared enemy that could strike at the heart of America like this. This is not any pushover operation.
But just to be clear again, Bill Bennett, are you saying, I mean, is there a threshold at all which should be met before the United States, of information before the United States moves to retaliate?
Yeah, there should be a threshold. We should be pretty confident that we're getting the right people. And I don't think that's going to be hard to meet. Somewhere beyond, between preponderance of the evidence and beyond a reasonable doubt. And the track record of a lot of these militant Islam organizations are such that they can give us confidence. Notice what everybody else is saying too, Judy. Everybody, every Democrat, every Republican, and I think we should hold them to it. That it's not just these individuals and groups, but it's these nations, these states that sponsor or support. That could be a lot of people. That could be Syria, that could be Libya, that could be Lebanon, that could be Iraq and Iran, it could be China.
And if innocent people are hurt?
Innocent people are hurt in war. This country can select its targets and exercise, as we saw in the Gulf War, with incredible precision. But there are no doubt that innocent people will be hurt. But a ton of innocent people were hurt yesterday. They provoked it, they have asked for it, they should get it.
All right, Bill Bennett with Empower America, former Education Secretary, we thank you very much.
Thank you.
It's good to see you. We appreciate it. And we just want to let you know, I've just been told that over at the Capitol, which you can see behind me, preparations underway now for a prayer vigil, which should be getting underway in just a few minutes. When it does get underway, we will take you there live, but we want to show you some of the people. Senator John Kerry, of course, Democrat of Massachusetts. We just saw Senator Ted Kennedy passing in front of the camera. Arlen Specter of Pennsylvania. This looks like a pretty broad cross-section of familiar faces in the Congress, both in the House. That's George Miller on the right from the state of California, Congressman Miller. We see Pat Leahy of Vermont, Teddy Kennedy there on the left. We see a number of members. That's Republican Senator Olympia Snowe of the state of Maine, Jim Inhofe, senator from Oklahoma, and a few others we see, and no doubt there will be a large turnout by members of Congress and others as this prayer service gets underway just outside the United States Capitol. Now we want to go across the Atlantic Ocean to London, to our chief international correspondent, Christiane Amanpour, who's been taking a look today, Christiane, at the reaction of people around the world to what's been happening here in the United States.
Judy, even this side of the Atlantic, they're calling it a declaration of war. The newspapers in England and across Europe have been blaring headlines today. Even the normally careful and sedate broadsheets have all got unmistakable commentary. Assault on America, doomsday America, as I say, declaration of war. This is being taken incredibly seriously, as you can imagine here. Commentators have been talking about it for the last 2 days, and leaders have been stepping up one by one across Europe and indeed across the world to offer sympathy, solidarity and support. There have been national security meetings in virtually every European capital, in Russia and in other places around the world, and there have been very practical steps taken, for instance, by NATO. 19 NATO representatives today in Brussels, in Belgium, their headquarters, invoked a Cold War era treaty in which essentially an attack on one member is an attack on all members, and all members are therefore committed to a mutual defense. They have said that this now they have taken, and if the United States decides that it wants to and needs to take action, then NATO is at its disposal to help in that situation. Apart from that, on a human level, there have been many people across Europe who've simply come to U.S. embassies, who've put flowers, sometimes even soft toys, who have left messages. Flags have been flying at half-staff at government buildings, certainly in Britain and in other parts of Europe and around the world. There have also been many messages of support from Arab countries, particularly the American Arab allies. They have condemned this act of terrorism, and also the 57 nations of the Organization of the Islamic Conference condemn this, saying that this is against Islam. There have been incidences which have, quote, sickened some people who've been watching, and those are the celebrations. Very few of these, we must stress, in some parts of the world, notably in refugee camps, in the Palestinian refugee camps in Lebanon and other parts, where people have been celebrating this. Also in Iraq, which, as you know, is still in a state of low-level war with the United States, there have been support for this terrorist attack. This is not just the single greatest attack on the United States since World War II, but the single biggest act of terrorism anywhere in recorded memory. And that is really being felt, and a profound sense of confidence is being shaken, a sense of insecurity is settling down. And people in Britain who I've been talking to say that, look, you know, of a certain generation, we grew up with the Blitz. We know what it is to be bombed, to see destroyed buildings. But when we saw what happened in New York, we felt sick. We've never felt like this before.
Christiane, I want to touch on something. I was just interviewing Bill Bennett, who's been very much a leader in the conservative movement in this country, former cabinet secretary. He and others are calling for striking back and striking hard. There were a number of columns in America's newspapers today calling on the administration not to hold back, not to wait. Based on what you know, the people you've been talking with, whether in London or elsewhere, what do you think the support would be if the United States decided to move quickly before all the facts were in? What do you think the reaction would be? Is there a threshold, I guess is what I'm asking, that people expect the United States to have of information before it moves?
Well, first of all, the Prime Minister of Britain, Tony Blair, and Britain is, of course, America's staunchest and closest ally in Europe, has basically said that an attack on the United States is an attack on the rest of the civilized world, on the rest of the democratic world. He said that this means that we are all targets, that no one is immune, and therefore all countries have to unite in a front, a united front, against this kind of what he called evil. He said that everybody has to unite, and he also said that Britain's interests were clearly engaged because he predicted that there would be hundreds of British casualties. Many, many Britons live and work in the United States, as do many nationals from other countries. All this to say that groundwork appears to be being laid for some kind of response. I believe they think that it is inevitable if the United States comes to a conclusion that it has identified the perpetrators and can do something. On the other hand, there are people who say that while they do believe some kind of response has to be taken, they don't want to see the same kind of attack that happened in 1998 when cruise missiles were sent to Afghanistan and Sudan, and when several, innocent people, they say, were killed. There is a certain sense of carefulness here being taken. What's going to be interesting is whether this administration sends out Secretary of State Colin Powell to coalition build. This is the members of this administration have done this before. Colin Powell, Secretary, Vice President Cheney, these people were in the first Bush administration and know what it is to build a coalition. And it's going to be interesting, and many people here are waiting to see whether that would be a next step, not just amongst allies, but like in the Gulf War, other nations to basically take sides. They're saying it is a time now to take sides and take a stand and stand up and be counted.
All right, Christiane Amanpour reporting from London, and also reflecting what we're hearing here. Some saying, yes, move fast, but don't stoop to do what the terrorists have done to the United States. Now we want to go quickly to New York City, to CNN's John Voss at the scene in Lower Manhattan of this shaky building at 1 Liberty Plaza. John?
Judy, we're a few blocks away from the World Trade Center. All day we've been speaking with some workers as they finish their work on the debris, on their searching mission, looking for survivors, looking for bodies. A few that have stopped and have talked with us have told us some stories. One of the stories that we were told was how an American flag was found in the debris, how the workers stopped. They hoisted that flag upon a cell phone tower which once stood upon the top of the South Tower. They hoisted that flag. Everyone stopped momentarily. They saluted that flag. They said it gave everyone a much-needed morale boost. Other stories come from people from North Carolina who simply got in their cars, drove here, and tried to help. They say they were working in the cafeteria. They tell us they have found uneaten food. They have found laptops. They have found cell phones, which are still charged. Those same workers told us that when they look out of the cafeteria, they look upon that pile of rubble, and they tell us that whenever a body is found or a body part is found, it's marked by a piece of orange plastic, and they say that it seems as if there is orange plastic every 10 feet. And they do tell us, though, that when a body is found or a body part is found, it is treated with incredible respect. Other workers have told us that the fires, which are still burning, are setting off the ammunition which we assume was in the guns of the police officers, which are buried in that rubble. Other workers tell us it's been an extremely frustrating day. Debris is still falling there, and that every time that debris falls, work must stop. They must evacuate the area. They must stop, however briefly.
John, we're going to interrupt you now. John Voss, we're going to interrupt you now because we do want to take our viewers to the Capitol, where a prayer vigil, prayer service has just gotten underway.
Under the shadow of your throne, still we dwell secure. Sufficient is your love alone, and our defense is sure. We come together to affirm our faith in God as the sovereign of this land, and also the Lord of our lives. We come with heavy hearts, filled with a profound grief for our fellow Americans who have perished in the terrorist attack in New York City at the World Trade Center, and here in Washington at the Pentagon. With deep love and care, we reach out to the families of these who were the victims of these attacks. And here we gather in this historic rotunda as the Congress of the United States to affirm our oneness in patriotism and our belief in Almighty God. Our help is in the name of the Lord, who made heaven and who made earth. Let us pray. O gracious Father, loving God, you have promised to keep us in perfect peace when our minds are stayed on you. Do for us what we cannot do for ourselves. Keep our minds on you. Lift up our hearts. Invade our thinking with your peace, your shalom, the peace that passes all understanding, the peace that places a balm of healing on our raw nerves, the peace that makes us secure in your everlasting arms. You alone can heal the immense grief following yesterday's tragic loss. You alone are the source of comfort for the immense pain, the loneliness, and the anguish that the families of the victims of yesterday's terrorist attacks have suffered and will endure. O blessed God, be the unseen but powerful presence in their homes, the strength of their spouses, the eternal Father to the fatherless children, a friend to those whose friends have perished in violent death. Mend their broken hearts and fill them with courage. But now, Lord, thank you for the memory of those gallant police officers and firefighters who gave their lives to protect others. May we never forget their heroism and commitment. As members and officers of the Senate and the House of Representatives of Congress, we intercede for your care for their families. Strengthen them and give them an assurance of your presence. May they know that death came as no conqueror in the end. You met them as your eternal friend. Now in this memorial service, fill our hearts with hope and an assurance that death is not an ending, but a transition in eternal life. You are our Lord and our Savior. Amen. And now there will be the presentation of the colors, the Star-Spangled Banner, the Pledge of Allegiance, and the retiring of the colors.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
A great psalm of comfort and courage is the 46th Psalm. It gives us personal hope and reassures our nation that God is in charge. Hear God's word. God is our refuge and our strength, a very present help in trouble. Therefore we will not fear. Even though the earth be removed, and though the mountains be carried into the midst of the sea, though its waters roar and be troubled, though the mountains shake with its swelling, there is a river whose streams make glad the city of God, the holy place of the tabernacle of the Most High. God is in the midst of her. She shall not be moved. God shall help her. The Lord of hosts is with us. The God of Jacob is our refuge. He makes wars to cease to the ends of the earth. He breaks the bow and cuts the spear in two. He burns the chariot with fire. Be still and know that I am God. I will be exalted among the nations. I will be exalted on the earth. The God of Jacob is our refuge. The Lord is with us. The word of the Lord. Amen.
What happened at the World Trade Center and the Pentagon yesterday is unreal. It is shocking. It is unbelievable. But it did happen. We stand together tonight, not as Democrats or Republicans, but as citizens of the world, as Americans, as brothers and sisters with pain and with hurt. We are a circle of trust that cannot be broken. We are one people. We are one family. We are one nation. Tonight we pray for those who are not here to pray for themselves. Let us all bow our heads in prayer. Oh God, we come to thee tonight with heavy hearts. We need you now. We call on you because we know that you are a powerful and mighty God. We need you in this hour. We need your healing power. We ask tonight for you to look down on us. Please, God, look down on America. Look down on New York. Look down on Washington. We ask your blessing be upon the President of the United States, the leaders of the Congress, and all of the members. God, if you will, bless all of our people. We ask, oh God, in a very special way for you to be with the families and the loved ones of the victims at the World Trade Center and the Pentagon, and with the families of those who perished in Pennsylvania. We pray tonight for the firefighters, the police officers, the doctors, the nurses, and all of the emergency medical personnel. We pray, O Lord, for our entire nation in this time of tremendous grief and despair. We call on you tonight, dear Lord, because there's no one else for us to call on. We turn to you tonight, for there's no one else for us to turn to in our hour of need. We ask that you continue to watch over America and shed thy grace on thee. We need thy help, O God, now, right now, more than ever before. Hear our prayer. We stand in need of your presence, O God. We are your people. We are your children. We are hurting. Our people are hurting. Our nation is hurting. Help us, O God. See us through this storm and hold us in the palm of your powerful hands. Tonight, dear God, let there be peace in our world, peace in America, and peace in our hearts and souls. Oh God, we just want to do your will. Give us the strength. Give us the courage to be faithful to your calling. This is our quest. This is our plea. This is our hope. Oh God, this is our prayer. Amen.
At 4 a.m. this morning, I was awakened by the stench of smoke from the fire still burning a mile away at the Pentagon. It made me feel sick and powerless, a feeling shared by many today. Only by turning to God Almighty will we have the wisdom and the strength we need in this great trial. Without God's Spirit dwelling within us, we are powerless. It is He from whom we derive all strength to console, to endure, to overcome evil, and to maintain our humanity in the faith of unfathomable inhumanity. And how do we gain this power? Only by asking God for His help. By opening our hearts can we receive God's grace and His all-powerful Spirit. God spoke in Jeremiah, "Call to me, and I will answer you, and show you great and mighty things which you do not know. God can show us the way, if we will but ask. We cannot explain what's happened. We don't have that capacity. Then how can we console those who've suffered so much through the loss of friends and loved ones? Yes, our hearts go out to them, but it's not enough for them or for us. The message again is to turn to God. He alone has the answers. In Isaiah, God assured us, "Fear not, I am with you. Be not dismayed, for I am your God. I will strengthen you. Yes, I will help you. I will uphold you with my righteous right hand." Tonight, let us open our hearts so that Almighty God may dwell within us, so that our actions are His actions. And let us believe in Him so that our dismay is replaced by His strength. God loves us and is willing to help us. It is but for us to ask. May God bless us all.
Amazing grace, how sweet the sound that saved a wretch like me. I once was lost, but now am found. Was blind, but now I see. 'Twas grace that taught my heart to fear, and grace my fears relieve. How precious did that grace appear the hour I first believed. Through many dangers, toils, and snares, we have already come, and the grace that brought us safe thus far, and the grace will lead us home.
A reading from the book of Revelations. I saw a new heaven and a new earth. The former heaven and the former earth had passed away, and the sea was no more. I also saw the holy city coming down out of heaven from God, prepared as a bride adorned for her husband. I heard a loud voice from the throne saying, "Behold, God's dwelling is with the human race. He will dwell with them, and they will be his people, and God himself will always be with them as their God. He will wipe every tear from their eyes, and there will be no more death or mourning, wailing or pain, for the old order has passed away." The one who sat on the throne said, "Behold, I make all things new. I am the Alpha and the Omega, the beginning and the end. To the thirsty I will give a gift from the spring of life-giving water. The victor will inherit these gifts, and I will be their God, and they will be my people."
Good evening. I'm so glad we could be together tonight. Our congressional family, the members of Congress, our spouses, where we could come together and really ask God's blessing on us now at this time of great trouble and travail in our country. And how like us, as the American people, to come together and put aside our differences and really turn to a higher power to bless us and bless all who are in need. What happened yesterday was not only an attack against America, it was a crime against democracy. It was a crime against decency. It was a crime against humanity. And we need God in our lives, and we need to ask God's blessing. We need to open up our hearts now to all who are in need. Let's tonight ask for God's blessings on all who are suffering unutterable grief and pain. Dear God, please bless the many who lost their lives. Dear God, bring your healing powers to the thousands who are injured and suffering, and bring fortitude to the families of all of the victims. Dear God, bring down your guardian angels right this minute to the rescue workers and the medical personnel who are working around the clock to try to save lives and to try those who are finding lives. Dear God, we need your help. Our hearts and prayers also go out to members of our own Senate family who are feeling this in a very deep and personal way. Our two colleagues from New York who are in the city this evening, as well as to our senators from Connecticut and New Jersey and what they feel. To the senators from Virginia and to my own colleague from Maryland, we lost people at the Pentagon. Our minds are seared today with images we can still scarcely comprehend. For me, one of the most terrible of those images was the sight of thick smoke over Arlington Cemetery. I couldn't believe it. The graves in that hallowed ground remind us that Americans have faced great evil before, and you know what? We've defeated it. We are united in our resolve to do it again. The question I think all of us are facing is, why are good, innocent people allowed to suffer? This question is as old as humanity. It was the cry of Job, and it's the question that haunts us today. I don't know the answer, but I want to share with you a passage from the book of Job. Job says this, "The thing which I feared greatly has come upon me. That which I was afraid has come to me. Today, what we have feared has come to our land. But again, Like Job, we know that the grace of God can lead us to do the right thing. We ask God for the courage and the wisdom to respond rightly. I believe that God was with the victims of yesterday's attack. I believe God was with them in their hour of travail, fear, and death. I believe he is here with all of those who grieve and all of those who suffer with these so many good and innocent people. And I believe he will be with us in our search for answers and justice. That's my prayer this evening. We're not going to sacrifice our ideals in the pursuit of the monsters who attacked us. We're not going to compromise our principles for which so many Americans fought and died. But we will root out those who committed this atrocity. We will pursue justice. And with God's grace, we're going to move forward. We're going to be a stronger nation and a better people than before. So let's again ask for God's mercy. Let's ask for God's forgiveness upon those who did this terrible deed, and that they might repent and turn to a different life. And let us then try to find what is the good and righteous thing to do. God bless you, and God bless America.
As we watch this prayer vigil at the United States Capitol for members of Congress and their spouses, I'm Judy Woodruff in Washington. I'm going to say goodnight for now, but in just a moment, Wolf Blitzer, Greta Van Susteren will be with us as our coverage continues of the attack on America.
Tonight, America under attack. How could it happen? 4 airliners take off from 3 airports within a 12-minute span. All have hijackers aboard.
A number of the suspected hijackers were trained as pilots in the United States.
3 planes are used for suicide attacks. One does not find its objective. We'll take a close look at just what happened aboard those planes. Meticulous planning, plenty of resources, deadly will. Who did it? How did they do it? And why? We'll speak live with Senators John McCain and Richard Shelby, former New York Police Commissioner Ray Kelly, former CIA Director Jim Woolsey, and other top intelligence and law enforcement authorities. And as investigators begin casting their net, we'll go live to our CNN correspondents on the scene to find out what happens next.
Blitzer reporting tonight from Washington. Behind me, the White House, the Washington Monument, and a short distance away, just across the Potomac River, the Pentagon, symbols of a country which has now come under attack.
And I'm Greta Van Susteren. On this day after, how did it happen? How could it have happened? We'll do our best to answer those 2 questions.
For those of you who are just joining us, here's a quick update on the developments at this hour. Another building adjacent to New York's World Trade Center has partially collapsed. The 54-story One Liberty Plaza building was the new home of the NASDAQ Stock Exchange. Rescue workers combing the wreckage of the Trade Center's twin towers were evacuated. Earlier, they had pulled 9 people alive from the rubble. At the Pentagon, parts of which are still smoldering, firefighters showed their courage and their colors, and the president paid a visit.
Coming here makes me sad on the one hand. It also makes me angry. And our country will, however, not be cowed by terrorists, by people who don't share the same values we share, by people who are willing to destroy people's lives.
Boston, where 2 of the hijacked flights originated, is a focus of the investigation. Police and FBI agents swarmed a downtown hotel, and a car containing suspicious materials was impounded at Logan Airport. A number of people have been taken into custody, several of them in Florida, where authorities zeroed in on aviation schools and a home where one of the suspected hijackers may have lived. for more on the developments in Boston. Let's go to CNN's Boston Bureau Chief Bill Delaney. Bill, tell us what we know right now.
Well, Wolf, to give you an idea of the sheer dimensions of the investigations here, 150 state police detectives assigned to investigate Logan Airport alone, among hundreds of FBI, state, and local police who are fanning out for whatever evidence they can garner and talking now to people who have been taken into custody. 3 people taken into custody at Boston's Westin Copley Hotel today in extraordinary scenes in Copley Square in the heart of Boston. Usually a place people sit around and look at fountains and pigeons. Today, FBI SWAT teams, heavily armed with machine guns, storming into the Westin Copley Hotel where they took into custody 3 men. Now, FBI Director Robert Mueller himself being careful to point out that these were not arrests. These men have been brought in for questioning, for possible links, for possible information as sources to try to understand who committed the hijackings that left Boston, the 2 planes that crashed into the World Trade Center. Now, after the arrests, bomb-sniffing dogs made what authorities call a hit in the Boston Westin Hotel. It was at that point that the hotel and a nearby shopping mall were evacuated, adding thousands into an already extraordinary scene in Copley Square where thousands of onlookers had already gathered. Now thousands came out, evacuated from those hotels in mostly calm scenes. Now it's being widely reported and sourced as well by CNN sources that the hijackers who came to Boston came from 2 places, from 2 directions. One team from Canada. Now a car at Portland International Airport has become a focus for state police there. They believe that was a car used by at least one of the hijackers. Another car is here in Boston. Now, this was taken into custody at Central Parking here yesterday. It's now at an FBI processing center near Boston, and this a very important piece of evidence apparently indeed. Arabic language flight training manuals reportedly found in that car, and CNN's Mike Betcher reporting earlier that the car was registered to 2 Arabs. Back to you, Wolf.
Well, Delaney, very briefly, do we know when Boston's Logan Airport will reopen?
Closed indefinitely while officials here try to work with those FAA guidelines that have been imposed on airports around the country. It's closed indefinitely.
Okay, Bill Delaney in Boston, thank you very much. Greta?
The investigation into the attacks is literally spanning the globe, with hundreds of agents and law enforcement agencies involved and new leads developing by the hour. For a look at the big picture, let's go now to CNN's justice correspondent Kelly Arena in Washington. Kelly, give me an idea, big picture, how many people are involved in this investigation?
Well, the FBI says they have 4,000 special agents, 3,000 support personnel. That's not to mention the hundreds of people that work in the FBI labs working on this investigation around the nation. And they are pursuing, at last count, more than 2,000 leads.
Now, we talk about this investigation, a number of crime scenes. You've got Boston, you've got Newark, you've got Pennsylvania. Let me go through the different crime scenes and tell me what's going on. In Boston, what kind of investigation are they doing at the airport?
Well, at all of those locations, Greta, what the FBI has done, it has identified the takeoff sites, not only the airports themselves, but the surrounding areas, and then the crash sites as crime scenes. And at those locations, what they're doing is they're dusting for fingerprints. They are going through passenger manifests, rental car records. They're looking at telephone logs, videotape from parking garages, looking at payphone videotapes. And we were even told by some law enforcement sources that investigators in Florida, for example, are going through neighborhoods and restaurants showing people pictures of suspected hijackers. So they're really pounding the pavement and trying to gather as much forensic evidence as possible.
And the crash site in Pennsylvania, is that getting closer examination? Because at least the plane at least has a chance of more parts there.
Well, exactly. I mean, in Pennsylvania, that was the only plane that went into the ground instead of into a building, so they have a much better chance of getting at it and really trying to get some information. Plus, law enforcement sources also tell CNN that the transponder on that plane was open for a period on that flight, so they may have information, at least air traffic control may have information directly from the cockpit on that flight. And as you know, Greta, we also have people who have called from not only the Pennsylvania flight, but others, but specifically from Pennsylvania. We've heard from family members that have outlined the tragedy that went on that flight.
Kelly Arena, thank you for joining me tonight. Wolf?
World Trade Center and the Pentagon, quote, acts of war, and officials now say the White House itself was an intended target. Let's go live to CNN senior White House correspondent John King. So obviously at the White House. John, tell us what we know about that.
Well, Wolf, to put this new information in context, let's think back to yesterday morning when the first pictures were being shown of those planes hitting the World Trade Center. We saw an evacuation here at the White House. CNN is also told now by sources that Vice President Dick Cheney, National Security Advisor Condoleezza Rice, other top White House officials were ushered out of their offices to a command and control bunker, a fortified command and control bunker, deep beneath the White House grounds here. Why? Administration officials now saying that that plane that came across the Potomac River caused so much damage across the river at the Pentagon, its initial target, we are now told, might not have been the Pentagon.
We have real incredible information that the airplane that landed at the Pentagon was originally intended to hit the White House.
Can you tell us about the nature of that evidence?
No, of course I cannot. Any questions relating to how we have obtained any of this information, sources and methods, I will of course not answer.
Why it changed course, or why it went to the Pentagon and not the White House?
We really do not know the answer to that.
Administration officials also saying not just the White House, but in their view, they also believe that Air Force One, the president's jet, was a target for the terrorists. That, they say, the reason the president did not fly directly back to Washington from Sarasota, Florida. You will remember he stopped first at a military installation in Louisiana, then a military installation in Nebraska. Only then did the president return to Washington with an extraordinary fighter escort visible to those flying aboard Air Force One. The administration saying it believed Air Force One was a target as well. Some sources even saying they believe that plane that crashed outside of Pittsburgh was planning to turn south and bank its way toward Washington and, if possible, emphasis on if possible, collide with Air Force One as the president was returning to Washington. Wolf.
John, pretty amazing stuff. The president did meet with his national security team once again today. Do we know anything at all about a timetable for a possible U.S. military response?
We know nothing specific about a timetable except the public words of the President and the Defense Secretary Donald Rumsfeld, both saying to be patient, that fighting terrorism will not come in a day or two. But we do know, Wolf, from sources familiar with those discussions, the President met twice with his national security team today, and we are told that among the items discussed were possible U.S. military options. We're told, though, these discussions are in their earliest stages. The priority right now for the administration, building broad diplomatic support. The President spoke today to a half-dozen international leaders, including the presidents of China and Russia, and the administration very much welcoming NATO's statement that these terrorist attacks on the United States, in the view of NATO, are attacks on the NATO alliance. So the President promising there will be consequences to this, but also saying it might take some time.
John King at the White House, thank you very much. Back to you, Greta.
New information, Wolf, is emerging about what happened aboard those 4 hijacked planes before they were brought down. Information which may shed light on what the passengers and the crew were doing, and may help reveal who carried out the attacks and why. More from CNN's Miles O'Brien.
Nothing seemed amiss when American Airlines Flight 11 left the runway in Boston Tuesday morning. The 767-200 was about half full, toting 81 passengers, a cockpit crew of 2, and 9 flight attendants to the opposite coast. The captain likely planned for a 5-hour flight, so there was roughly 8,500 gallons of jet fuel in its 3 tanks. FAA radars tracked the airliner as it followed the flight plan. But then, about 20 minutes into the flight, somewhere over upstate New York, it turned sharply to the south. Flight 11 was hijacked, apparently by knife-wielding men. Airline pilots are trained to handle such situations by keeping calm, complying with requests, and, if possible, dialing in an emergency 4-digit code on a device called a transponder. It transmits crucial flight data to air traffic controllers. The action takes seconds, but it appears no such code was entered. But in the cabin, a frantic flight attendant managed to use a phone to call American Airlines Command Center in Dallas. She reported the trouble, and according to the Christian Science Monitor, a pilot apparently keyed the microphone, transmitting a cockpit conversation. The hijackers could be heard saying, "We have more planes, we have more planes." Radio transmissions like this would have been recorded on the ground by the FAA.
The police have identified 5 suspects that they believe were involved with this terrorist act, and 2 of whom may be brothers, apparently, reportedly. 2 of whom, 2 others, may have flown in from Portland and originated in Canada.
About 5 minutes before Flight 11 started heading south, another 767, United Flight 175, left Boston, also for Los Angeles, 65 souls aboard. 15 minutes after becoming airborne, it veered off course. One passenger made 2 calls to his father. In one exchange, he said a flight attendant was stabbed. In the second call, he told his dad the plane was going down.
They knew not to carry guns on the airplane if they fired off a bullet. They could have had explosive decompression on the aircraft. They knew what they were doing, and they knew what their mission was, obviously.
We know what happened next. The 767 struck and ultimately leveled the World Trade Center's twin towers.
I know pilots. No, if you're going to die, you're not going to fly in a World Trade Center to do it. Yeah, there would be a struggle, major struggle.
By 8:20, the third hijacked flight, American Flight 77, a 757, left Dulles Airport outside Washington, again bound for Los Angeles with 66 people on board. Radar tracking information on this flight obtained by CNN seems to indicate the transponder was turned off, which would have made it tougher to see on radar. We do know this. An hour and 20 minutes after departure, it plowed into the Pentagon. On board was Barbara Olson, a well-known attorney and frequent CNN legal commentator. Huddled in the back of the plane, Olson called her husband twice from her cell phone. She described the frantic scene.
She said that they were armed with knives and box cutters, cardboard cutters.
Even as the focus shifted to the nation's capital, a fourth plane, United Airlines Flight 93, bound for San Francisco out of Newark, takes a sudden 180-degree turn near Cleveland. More than one of the 38 passengers called their families to offer final goodbyes.
He said, I want you to know I love you very much, and I'm calling you from the plane. We've been taken over. There are 3 men that say they have a bomb, and then the phone went dead.
The 757 began homing in on the Washington area, its target unknown. But this flight did not make it that far. It crashed into a cornfield in Somerset County, Pennsylvania. Was there a struggle in this cockpit? The military denies it was shot down. Pilots assessing this horrific sequence of events to a person believe the hijackers were in control of the 3 planes that hit their targets and that they must have been well schooled in aviation.
No, these people were well qualified on the airplane. They knew the systems, they knew the navigation, and they knew the flight management system, the computers, and they knew navigation. I mean, they went from Boston and right down to New York. I mean, they had to know which way to turn.
Miles O'Brien, CNN.
And with investigators turning much of their attention to Boston, let's turn now to Boston Herald reporter Jonathan Wells, who's been tracking the hijacking probe. He joins us, as we just saw, from our Boston bureau. Jonathan, what do we know about how these hijackers managed to board these 2 planes at Logan Airport in Boston?
Well, that part of the story is really yet to come out, how they actually got on the planes, other than apparently their purchase of 7 of the tickets that were used for the 2 flights were purchased with a credit card, a common credit card, which helped the FBI detain 3 individuals at the Westin Hotel today in Boston who are apparently associates of the hijackers. But how they actually get on the plane, the mechanics of that, I don't know.
And what do you know, if anything, about their whereabouts just before they got to Boston? Had they been in Boston for some time, or did they get there only just before the flights?
Well, here's what we understand. At least 2 of the hijackers apparently came down from Canada, we believe through Nova Scotia, boarded a ferry to Maine. From Maine, either getting off at Bar Harbor or Portland, Maine. They then eventually ended up on a flight to Boston. Now, there apparently may be other hijackers that entered through Canada by a different route, possibly by car. Overall, what we've learned is that a terrorist cell was apparently operating in Massachusetts, had its members traveling to Canada at various times, it appears,
had been operating in Massachusetts for some time leading up to this. We've heard mention of Springfield and Western Mass as a post for some of these people, and essentially, they were able to hatch this plot in Massachusetts to some extent, and use Massachusetts as a staging area for the attack on New York.
Jonathan Wells of the Boston Herald, thank you very much for joining us. And there is a widespread belief that yesterday's attack succeeded because of major security and intelligence failures. Joining us now, the former CIA Director Jim Woolsey, Larry Johnson, he's a former State Department counterterrorism official, and Senator Richard Shelby, he's the ranking Republican on the Senate Intelligence Committee. Gentlemen, thanks for joining us. Senator Shelby, tell us, first of all, what do we know right now? What do you know right now about who may have been responsible for these attacks?
Well, this investigation, as you know, is ongoing. I was in a briefing with the Attorney General and the FBI Director earlier this afternoon. I won't comment on that. But I can tell you, Wolf, I said last night, I've said it again today, there are certain parallels, I believe, between what happened yesterday, in some sense, with what happened to our embassies in Africa 3 years ago. Think of the timing. The first thing that came to my mind was the parallel between the precise timings of these bombings. In this case, it was the airplanes, but timing's important. Timing's always been important to Osama bin Laden and his group. Now, was it Osama bin Laden, or was it some similar cells? We'll wait for the investigation. I got a belief it's linked.
Director Woolsey, a lot of people say that the signature of Osama bin Laden is all over these attacks. Are you ready to draw that conclusion?
It may be all over these attacks, and I think that might make us a bit suspicious that something else may be up. Certainly, bin Laden may well have been deeply involved and may have been the operational figure and his people in this, but that doesn't mean that he acted alone. When I see bin Laden issuing fatwas, religious edicts, putting out videotapes, issuing poems, having his subordinates talk about how they're taking part in terrorism against the United States, I begin to think that maybe we're supposed to focus solely on bin Laden, and there might be something else in train. My suspicion, it's no more than that at this point, is that there could be some government action involved together with bin Laden or a major terrorist group, and one strong suspect there, I think, would be the government of Iraq.
Larry Johnson, the government of Iraq sponsoring this act of terrorism, is that your sense as well? No, I think that's highly unlikely for several reasons. Principally, Iraq right now has been winning the political battle against the United States in the effort to lift sanctions. Secondly, the only recorded terrorist attack we have by Iraq against the United States was the attempt in February of 1993 to kill then former President George Bush Sr. Saddam is a lot of things, but he's not crazy. And the motivations for him at this point to launch an attack, it's not just killing Americans, but it's probably killed people from as many as 40 different nations in the World Trade Center, which would turn the world against him at a time when he's been making progress in the United Nations and getting sanctions lifted. I think, we should not ascribe to him that kind of idiocy. So let me just move on to Senator Shelby, Larry Johnson, but before I do, very, very quickly, if it's not Iraq, is it your sense it is just Osama bin Laden? The only person over the last 8 years, the one that we know for sure that has killed the majority of Americans in terrorist attacks is Osama bin Laden and groups linked to him. And that's not a matter of opinion now. We have that as a result of the U.S. Embassy bombing trials from East Africa earlier this year. Moreover, and one final point, in that trial, evidence emerged that demonstrated that Osama bin Laden had prior meetings and contacts with Imad Mughniya, the Hezbollah chief who was involved with the bombing of the Marine barracks, bombings of U.S. embassies, hijackings of airplanes, and the reason he wants to emulate Mughniya is because Mughniya succeeded in driving the United States out of Lebanon. All right, Senator Shelby, you're the ranking Republican, the ranking member of the Senate Intelligence Committee, the former immediate past chairman. I want to read to you a line from what William Safire, the New York Times columnist, wrote today. He said this: "The next attack will probably not be by a hijacked jet, for which we will belatedly prepare. More likely, it will be a terrorist-purchased nuclear missile or a barrel of deadly germs dumped in a city's reservoir." That's pretty alarming kind of stuff? Is it far-fetched?
I don't think anything's far-fetched. We've been trying to prepare for weapons of mass destruction. On the Intelligence Committee, I, Senator Graham, and others have tried to alert the American people to that. We have training to deal with terrorists now, the first responder program, people that would destroy our water supplies, do other things. I think it would probably come in a chemical attack first, but that's just my hunch.
Director Woolsey, yesterday I spoke to Paul Bremer, former State Department and ambassador for counterterrorism. He made the point that in 1995, the CIA effectively stopped recruiting agents in some of these terrorist cells, perhaps out of concern that Congress wouldn't like the fact that they were putting on the U.S. government's payroll some sordid, very nasty figures, and that could have undermined human intelligence gathering capabilities by the United States. Is that a fair point he makes?
Jerry and I very much agree on that. He chaired the Commission on Terrorism that I served on. This is some guidelines that were put out a few months after I stepped down as director. They grew out of the Jennifer Harbury Bamako mess in Guatemala. And the upshot is that the CIA has guidelines now that don't block it from recruiting people with violent backgrounds as spies, but they do somewhat deter it and inhibit it. And, you know, there are a lot of good people trapped inside bad governments who want to work for the United States, and that might be one way that is one way we get spies who help us in governments. But inside bin Laden's organization, or Hezbollah, there are only people who want to be human rights violators. So if you don't recruit human rights violators, you don't recruit people inside terrorist organizations. And I think Jerry is on the right track with that. I think those guidelines, particularly with respect to terrorist recruitments, ought to be changed.
So by all accounts, therefore, Larry Johnson, would you characterize this failure, this is an intelligence failure, these 4 attacks, these 4 hijackings yesterday, and the devastation that resulted from them? In one sense, but this is not to assign blame. What really is going on here is the CIA is set up and structured much like the U.S. cavalry was before World War II. Horses had no place in World War II, yet it was still a part of the Army. And unfortunately, most of our intelligence apparatus overseas is structured to still deal with the Cold War. And there have been efforts to change it. But, and again, I'm basing this upon, I've got several friends who are in senior positions as case officers. The morale is terrible. There is a risk-averse culture, and Director Woolsey put his finger on it. These folks are just not able to penetrate what they need to, because we as this country, we can't decide whether we want to kill the rats who are in the sewer, but we don't want to get into the sewer. So therefore, we want to stay out of the sewer, but we want the rats dead, and we've got to make a choice at some point. Senator Shelby, you'll have the last word. How do you resolve that dilemma that Larry Johnson and Director Woolsey just spoke about?
Well, I think we're going to have to beef up all aspects and change a lot of the structure and the environment in our intelligence agency. We've been talking about that. I want to talk about just 1 second. I believe it was not a success yesterday for our intelligence agencies. If it was not a success, it was a failure. Now, I'm not here to put blame on anybody, because there have been many successes, but we have to start with where we are. We had a terrible situation yesterday. We will have it again unless we eradicate terrorism. We got to do it. We can do it, but only with resolve.
Okay, I want to thank all 3 of you, Jim Woolsey, Larry Johnson, Senator Shelby. Thanks for your insight on these remarkable hours as they go by. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And updating once again the latest developments at this hour. A 54-story building across the street from New York's World Trade Center has partially collapsed. Rescue crews working in the ruins of the Twin Towers were evacuated before the building at 1 Liberty Plaza began to fall. 9 people have been pulled alive from the rubble of yesterday's attack. While some workers were back on the job at the Pentagon today, fire and rescue crews are finding it tough to make much headway in still smoldering ruins. One way the country is reacting to the devastation and horrific casualties is through prayer. There was a gathering in Dallas today, and a vigil has been underway at the U.S. Capitol. The investigation into the attacks has led authorities to several parts of the United States. Boston, where 2 of the hijacked planes originated, has been a focus of their efforts. A number of people have been detained for questioning. Greta?
Well, for some more insight into the massive task investigators are facing, we're joined by Bill Hinshaw at CNN Center in Atlanta. He's a former special agent with the FBI and a veteran of many bombing and hijacking investigations. And from New York, former City Police Commissioner Ray Kelly. Welcome to both of you. Bill, first to you. How do you get knives and box cutters on airplanes? In fact, on 4 different airplanes within about an hour and a half.
Well, I think it was pretty well planned, and it's relatively easy, or was relatively easy, because I think the focus of the interdiction was against weapons and explosives, and not against knives or screwdrivers or box cutters.
But you know, Bill, you still got to get through security, and every time I go through security, I go through, my body goes through the metal detector, and my carry-on baggage goes through the machine. Isn't anybody looking?
Well, I've gotten on the plane with Swiss Army knives. I've got on the last flight I was on was behind a guy that had a toolbox that had a number of fancy-looking tools, but among them was a box cutter and several long screwdrivers. So I think the whole focus was not on what the hijackers used.
Ray, do you think the questions, have you packed your own bags and have your luggage been with you since you packed them, are those questions simply of no value?
Yeah, I think they're of no value. I think they're silly. If you remember when we first started these magnetometers and checking people in, we used law enforcement personnel to do that. We've gotten away from that for a long time. We now use people who try hard, but certainly the standards are not very high. There's tremendous turnover. That's something that I believe has to change right now in the near term. It's just it's a silly exercise.
It was a pleasure. Ray, what do you make of the fact that they were able to get knives and box cutters? I mean, it wasn't simply one slip, one person. I mean, this was a plan. 4 different flights had them.
Undoubtedly, it was a plan, and I'm sure it was practiced. It was something that they just didn't do for the first time. You know, if you look at the FAA tests that they do at virtually every major airport each year, some of the failure rates are as high as 80%. So it's an area that needs to be looked at. It needs to be changed radically. It's drifted so much since the 70s when we first started these types of security checks.
You know, Bill, when I hear him say 80% failure, that apparently we've known there's an 80% failure in the security on these questions and getting weapons onto planes, I must admit I'm scandalized. I mean, is this what's been happening in our airports?
I suppose it has. That's what the tests show. But until we had an event such as this, it didn't really come to become a national event.
Ray, obviously the pilots of these planes have gone down, but there are a lot of people that may have helped these pilots commit this horrible crime. How do we find the others, the ones who may have helped a little bit and therefore are co-conspirators and just as responsible?
Well, you do the classic backtracking investigation, just what the FBI is doing now. You're checking rental car records, you're checking itinerary. I mean, we've seen it. We saw it in 1999 with Ahmad Rassam. We know that Canada is clearly an easy point of entry for people to come from places like the Middle East, get into Canada, and then come across our border. Last year, we had almost 500 million visitors into the United States. We need a much stronger border protection. We tried to get that in Congress after Ahmad Rassam came across the millennium in 1999, and there was, quite frankly, no response. We need a much more robust examination of people coming into the United States. It hasn't changed, certainly in the last 2 years, and that was Rassam came in with 150 pounds of explosive and was headed for LAX. He was convicted. He also, by the way, pointed towards Osama bin Laden. So, I mean, more and more evidence is being accumulated that points to bin Laden as our major enemy in this area.
Bill, how easy to get into these cockpits?
Well, the last plane I was on, the cockpit door was open a good bit of the time. In the days a quarter of a century ago when we were facing the hijackings, or people were hijacking for money, they closed the cockpit door, and usually there was an armed sky marshal behind there, and nobody went in there, not even flight attendants. So.
But today, I mean, but obviously Ford did get in. Do you think it's extortion that they threaten the pilots? They're going to slit someone's throat or do something like that to get the pilots to open the doors?
I think they possibly could have, because my understanding is that the assumptions have always been, don't do anything to make the hijackers mad. Let's get them on the ground. We'll negotiate with them, give them pizzas for passengers, and do something like that. These people obviously have an entirely different intent, and they didn't fit the profile, and we paid for it.
Ray, I've heard so often everyone say these are trained pilots, experienced pilots, and I do understand there's some reports saying that they had trained in Florida. But to fly a 757 or a 767, at least I would think, takes a significant amount of training, does it not?
Well, you know, these aircraft these days are fly-by-wire. They're computer controlled. You can get even simulator programs for computers. I think once it's up in the air, it's probably not that challenging, particularly if you've had some flight training. So I think it's probably easier than you might suspect.
What about aiming, though? They still wanted to hit targets. 3 of the planes were headed for targets.
Right, and I think obviously they had some training in that regard. But if you talk to pilots, they say that it isn't that complicated. There is a lot of this, of course, is on automatic pilot. You get from one location to the other by going from point to point. You disengage that automatic pilot, then you do the aiming. Yes, it takes some training, but I'm told it doesn't take that much to be able to steer the aircraft.
All right, Bill Henshaw, Ray Kelly, thank you very much for joining us this evening.
Thank you.
The effort to identify the hijackers has led investigators to Florida, where they are questioning people and executing search warrants. CNN's Susan Candiotti is in Vero Beach, Florida, with that part of the story. Susan?
Hello, Greta. Indeed, the FBI here in Florida had a very, very busy day indeed. We'll try to give you the highlights of what happened here this day and in other locations as well. First, we can report to you that the FBI indeed has leads on suspected hijackers that were involved in this terrorist attack. They are still hijackers who attended flight schools here in Florida. And at this hour, the FBI continues to look at other flight schools here in Florida. Law enforcement sources say that 2 of the suspected hijackers, at least 2 of them, lived here in Vero Beach. 2 of them are brothers that lived here. One of them lived on this very street. Both are described as Saudi citizens. One of them is Adnan Bukhari. Adnan Bukhari, we have a photograph of him. He is said to be in his 40s. He is described as a commercial pilot for Saudi Arabian Airlines. Also living in Vero Beach, Bukhari's brother Amir. Both lived here with their wives and children. Now, this afternoon we also had a chance to go inside one of their rented homes. This is the one rented by Adnan Bukhari. It was searched this day by the FBI, and according to documents left behind by agents, they seized a number of items, including a computer software, U.S. immigration papers, bank receipts, phone cards, a flight safety bag. We also saw a pilot's certificate, as well as a certificate that they had received specialized instruction on multi-engine planes. These pilots, we are told by law enforcement sources, attended Flight Safety International, a flight school here in Vero Beach. Law enforcement sources also tell CNN that the Bukhari brothers were believed to have been on one of the 2 flights out of Boston, one of those 2 flights that wound up slamming into the World Trade Center. Also, we can report to you that a car impounded in Portland, Maine, according to law enforcement authorities, was rented at Boston Logan Airport and driven to Portland, Maine. Now, the Maine State Police confirmed that 2 of the suspected hijackers were on a U.S. air flight out of Logan Airport, again, one of the 2 planes that crashed into the World Trade Center. The FBI also looking at 2 more suspected hijackers who spent some time both in Venice, Florida, as well as Coral Springs, Florida, which is located in the south. The 2 are Mohammed Atta and Marwan Youssef al-Shahi. Now, they stayed for a few days at the home of Charlie Voss in Venice, Florida, and they took courses at Hoffman Aviation. These people both had passports from the United Arab Republic. And finally, we can tell you that at this hour at FBI headquarters in Miami, the FBI is interviewing someone they described as a witness or friend or associate of the suspected hijackers. Back to you, Greta.
Susan Candiotti, thank you very much. Wolf, back to you.
Thank you very much, Greta. And the investigation is also moving forward on the international front tonight. CNN's Mike Betcher is tracking those developments. He joins us now from the CNN Center in Atlanta. What kind of leads, Mike, are you hearing about that point to Osama bin Laden?
Well, what they're doing is going back 2 years and going over all of the analysis they've had in this transformation of Al-Qaeda, which is the network run by Osama bin Laden, there are intercepts, and that has been talked about by officials in the government, SIGINT as it's called, Signals Intelligence. But they're also going back with clues back for the last 2 years as Al-Qaeda has tried to transform itself, Wolf, trying to bring in various groups from other countries, especially from North Africa. They're taking a close look at Algerians as well, because it was an Algerian terrorist group, GIA, which tried to also perform a similar terrorist incident, ramming a hijacked airliner into the Eiffel Tower. That was unsuccessful, of course. That happened back in the mid-90s. It was thwarted. So they're casting their broad net, looking at what the information was over the past 2 years, Wolf, and they have gleaned a lot of evidence from that period.
And I know, Mike, you have a sort of a handbook that the Osama bin Laden organization, Al-Qaeda, circulated, which was intercepted. Tell us about some of the tips they have in there.
Well, this was introduced in the trial of the bombers of the African embassies in Tanzania and Kenya. It is an Al-Qaeda operations manual, and it dissects precisely small things. For example, what Susan was talking about on the air just a few moments ago, how to rent an apartment. Let me give you an example. In one section called Security Precautions Related to Apartments, it reads, providing the necessary cover for people who frequent the apartment, avoid seclusion and isolation from the population, and refraining from going to the apartment at suspicious times. And it is preferable to rent these apartments using false names, appropriate cover, and non-Muslim appearance. Now, if the suspected terrorists are part of Al-Qaeda, certainly this manual would have been part of the game plan, so to speak, Wolf, they would have followed.
Mike Betcher, thank you very much. And let's get some historic perspective now on this tumultuous day and a half, the attack on America. How are we coping? What's likely ahead? Let's check in with CNN senior analyst Jeff Greenfield. He's in New York. Jeff, I was moved yesterday, Jeff, when you spoke about fear in America and how all of us probably will change our definition of that word as a result of what has happened.
I think that's right, Wolf. We have been a country blessed by two oceans, blessed by, except for the Civil War, never really having had violence on our soil, with the rare exception of Oklahoma City. I think if you were around New York today, it felt different than any other time I can remember. I took the subway down to work, as I always do. People were not just quiet, they were numb. Spoke to one of my old friends today who's a frequent world traveler, not going to Europe on his next planned trip, really uneasy about getting on an airplane. And that, I think, is the most significant question we face, whether this event really does, for a long period of time, fundamentally shake the security that we as Americans have always felt in our own country.
And there's no doubt even much more mundane matters will be rethought. For example, going up in a high-rise building. What were to happen if they rebuild the World Trade Center? A lot of people might be afraid to go up to the 90th floor.
Well, I think, in fact, that has already come up. There's this sense in New York that we must rebuild to show we will not be cowed by terrorists. That's a very noble sentiment. Who is going to want to work in that building? I myself, yesterday, Wolf, gazed a few blocks east at the Empire State Building, and for a couple of hours, I must say, I had a kind of uneasy feeling, is that the next target? And when you walk around like that, I mean, people who grew up in Europe, lived in Europe during World War II, they know what this means, but we as Americans don't know what this means. You spend a lot of time in Israel. You know they've come in some way to live with that. And I do think that one of the real questions, I don't think we can possibly answer it for a long time to come, is whether there will be a long-term sense of uneasiness as for people who move around big cities, who get on an airplane, something we take for granted. I mean, Wolf, you and I both know that the biggest complaint we've had about airplanes is they never take off, and the trauma of airline travel. That seems like a relatively trivial matter right now, and I wonder whether that's going to affect, in some sense, our whole national sense that as Americans we've been protected.
And from what I hear you saying, and I certainly agree with you if I hear you right, this event will change all of our lives for perhaps forever.
I think, you know, we are so given to overstatement in the media that I almost hesitate to put it that way, but I think you are right, Wolf. I think September 11th, 2001 is going to define an America before and after it every bit as much as December 7th, 1941 or November 22nd, 1963. I think it is not too much to say that we will not live anymore the same way we have been used to living before this event, and that is something that's it's so unusual for this country to go to it that I think we haven't begun to get our minds around what that means.
I totally agree. Jeff Greenfield in New York, thank you very much. Greta?
A war hero himself, he says his country is now at war again, saying this nation is in a state of controlled fury. He has a message for those behind the attacks. Senator John McCain joins us now live from Capitol Hill. Senator, thank you for joining us. You have said that we are at war, as well as the President of the United States earlier today said they were acts of war. Are we really at war? There's been no formal declaration, but are we at war?
Well, I don't think there's any doubt, Greta. Acts of war have been perpetrated on the United States of America by these terrorists, and they have declared war on the United States of America, and so I think it fits the criteria. Now, as far as a formal declaration of war on the part of the United States is concerned, that may be somewhat difficult in respects that I'm not sure exactly how you do that, but I don't think there's any doubt that we are in a state of war.
In the event that we can identify the parties who have done these horrible tragedies on American soil, do you expect, or would you want the United States to declare formal war against the perpetrators?
Yes, I do, but I don't know exactly whether it fits the criteria for a declaration of war on the part of the Congress of the United States. Whether it is a statement that the President and the Congress make together about the nature of this conflict that we're in is something I think we have to worry about in more of a Talmudic fashion. But what we're really talking about is that the American people need to know this is a long, hard struggle. It wouldn't be over if we got rid of Mr. bin Laden tomorrow. There are other organizations that are bent on the destruction of the United States of America, and in order for us to preserve America and our way of life, we're going to have to sacrifice American treasure and, unfortunately, in some cases, perhaps some American blood.
Senator, have you had an opportunity to speak to the President about this?
I haven't spoken directly to the President. I've spoken to literally all the other administration officials.
Senator McCain, it's Wolf Blitzer. There's a new poll that just came out, an ABC News Washington Post poll, that suggests that all Americans may have to sacrifice something else. Look at these numbers. Would you be willing to give up some of your liberties in this country in order for the government to crack down on terrorism? 66% said yes. Only 24% said no. Those numbers are obviously much higher than they were before this incident. How concerned should the American people be about having to give up some liberties to deal with terrorism?
I think the very reason why we have to do whatever is necessary to eliminate these organizations and punish the countries that are involved as well. And that's why I think the President's statement was very important about countries that harbor these people as well as the organizations themselves. But what we have to do is make sure that there's a steadfastness of purpose, and thereby we can preserve America's liberties. Yes, there will be lifestyle changes. We'll never be the same getting on an airliner again, and there will be other security measures that need to be taken. But the best way to ensure maximum liberty for the United States of America is to remove the threat to it, because this whole threat obviously was about destroying our way of life.
And as you know, Senator McCain, some of your colleagues are proposing that Congress pass a declaration of war, a formal declaration of war, against whom I'm not exactly sure, but is that a good idea?
I think in theory it's not a bad idea, because I think the more steadfast and the strongest message we send is good. But as you just said, I'm not exactly sure who we declare war on. I think we could achieve the goals of making sure that the world and the American people know of our steadfastness and our seriousness, perhaps by some other kind of declaration. I just don't know exactly how mechanically it would work to declare war, because, as you said, who would it be on?
Senator, what do you make of the fact that our NATO allies have unanimously sort of joined in support of the United States? What does that mean sort of in the big picture that NATO has at least made this statement so quickly?
I think it's great credit to the President and Secretary Powell and others that have made this happen so quickly. I think it's a significant step. I think now we will recruit our Asian allies and other allies throughout the world to make basically the same pledge. I think the President is doing what his father did in 1991 at the time of the Persian Gulf War, and I think they deserve credit for what's been done in a very short period of time.
So as a practical matter, Senator, what do you expect in the next few days with all this sort of world support for the United States and at least a tremendous amount of, of anger in this country?
Well, I think we have to control the anger, for one thing. We don't want to retaliate against any American or anyone who is of Arab descent. That's not what America's all about. So we have to focus our anger on those that deserve it, and that is these organizations and these countries. We have to continue to tell the American people that there's not going to be a quick fix. We have to continue to build alliances and partners and coalitions so that we can act in a concerted fashion. Every nation in the world is in danger if the United States is in danger. And then I think we formulate our plans to respond militarily, not ruling out any option. And so far, I think we're proceeding well, but we've got a long way to go. And of course, all of our American hearts are heavy.
Senator McCain, when President Bush says he will make no distinction between those responsible, the terrorists responsible for these actions, and those who harbor them or support them, give them some sort of protection, what does that say to you?
It says to me he's right on the mark, because these terrorist organizations would find it impossible to carry out the sophistication, the training, the operational capabilities that they have attained if they didn't have a country that would give them sanctuary and sometimes assistance. So this is an integral part of this challenge that we face, and I was very pleased to hear the President make that statement, because I think it's very important.
On a personal level, Senator, how difficult or hard is it on members of the United States Senate and the House of Representatives in a situation like this when the American people at least feel so unprotected?
I think it gives us a sense of responsibility to communicate with the people and our constituents and do what we can to assure them that this, the greatest nation in the world, will remain so, and we'll do everything we can to protect them. But I also think that as your conversation with Jeff Greenfield, we've been a very fortunate nation. We've been protected by two oceans, and now we live in an era where all of those protections are not as valuable as they were in the past, and we still live in a very dangerous world, which is a reason why the United States of America must maintain its military preparedness.
And of course, Senator, we also value our freedoms. That's why so many people want to come to this country. How do we have that balance in the future, the fear versus the freedoms that we've enjoyed so much?
First of all, we have to destroy the threat to those freedoms, and then second of all, we have to do everything in our power to protect those freedoms. Yes, there may be some changes. Maybe there's, as I said, the airline business, perhaps borders have to be more carefully policed. There may have to be some changes, but we must be dedicated to the proposition of preserving the freedom of the American people. Otherwise, the terrorists have won, and we can't allow that.
Is there any way, though, to reconcile the changes that are obviously going to unfold in the day-to-day lives of Americans with the need to signal to the terrorists that they're not going to win, that our lives are not going to change?
Yes, well, because I think there's a real difference between perhaps waiting a half an hour to get on an airplane instead of walking on board, and really the curtailment of the fundamental freedoms of democracy, freedom of movement, freedom of speech, freedoms, all of those freedoms that are the vital parts of democracy. And yes, we may have to have changes in lifestyle, but I don't think, in fact, it is our commitment. It's our solemn promise that we will preserve the liberties that made this nation so great and are exactly the reason why they want to attack us and destroy us.
Senator McCain, we only have a couple seconds left, but can Americans stand down right now and assume that this terror operation is over with and we can go back to our day-to-day lives?
I don't know. I assume so. But we have to be vigilant and we have to be prepared, and the sooner we eradicate this threat to our nation, the more we can have a permanent sense of security, the more likely it is.
Senator John McCain, always good to speak with you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Wolf.
Thank you, and let's recap once again some of the latest information we have as of this minute. Search and rescue crews have evacuated the World Trade Center site after the partial collapse of another nearby building. It's One Liberty Plaza, a 54-story tower whose tenants include NASDAQ. Investigators believe they've identified some of the hijackers. Part of the probe is focusing on Florida, where several people are being questioned. Several homes were searched. New details of possible efforts to save the plane that crashed in Pennsylvania. At least 2 of the passengers were able to call relatives. One passenger told his wife the men on board had voted to try to overtake the hijackers. And members of Congress held a vigil tonight on Capitol Hill. Tomorrow they're expected to approve $20 billion for the recovery and the investigation. Greta, I know you've been covering a lot of these kinds of investigations, nothing obviously as huge as this. They always say the first hours after an event like this are the most critical in collecting so-called forensic evidence that could hold up in a court of law. Is it your sense that these hours are slipping away, or are they doing the job they can do?
I don't think so, Wolf. I mean, this is a very different investigation. I don't think right now the American people or president is necessarily looking to prosecute. I think that they have a different sort of agenda, especially when we hear words like war being thrown around in terms of, I think the government has a very different approach. They're not seeking to bring them into the courtroom, but to do something very different. Having said that, in this case, we know who was on the planes because they're the manifest, the passenger list. The more difficult problem is those who assisted or aided, anybody who sort of gave the nod, maybe a security person who might have looked the other way as they slid in with the knife. Those are the more difficult people to identify, and I don't think that it's necessary, that we're going to get those people, but those people who helped are just as involved in the conspiracy to kill all these people and are just as responsible. They're the hard people to catch, and I don't think time makes a big difference.
Is it your sense, Greta, that if the U.S. government holds up some very, very stringent legal legal condition for pursuing those who may be responsible, the U.S. may wind up doing nothing?
I don't think the U.S. is going to do nothing. I mean, listening to Senator Shelby, Senator McCain, the President of the United States, I think the American government is going to do something. I don't know what it is, but I also think if given the opportunity to bring people into court, I think they will do that. And in 1996, a statute was passed, an anti-terrorism statute, in which if you are convicted under that statute, you are eligible for the death penalty. You'll be tried in federal court, and you will be eligible for the death penalty. And I suspect, with the magnitude of the destruction and tragedy, that you'll get the full force of the government against you.
And the reason that Ramzi Youssef, the mastermind of the first World Trade Center bombing, is serving a life sentence plus 200 years, didn't get the death penalty is what?
I don't know. It's because the jurors decided apparently not to give them the death penalty. I don't jump in the minds of the jurors, but the one thing is that, as I looked around Washington tonight, Wolf, I got to say that the city is very quiet tonight after the tragedy at the Pentagon here, but we are now facing the police presence in this city, and things may change a lot for us, at least in the short run. Wolf?
All right, Greta, and that wraps up our coverage for this special hour, but stay tuned. Larry King Live is up next here on CNN.
Larry will be talking to witnesses, aviation safety experts, terrorism experts, and lawmakers on the day after the attack on America. Good night, Wolf.
Good night, Greta. Right after Larry King, there will be a special one-hour CNN report, America Under Attack, hosted by CNN's Aaron Brown and Paul Lazar. Good night.
Tonight, aftermath of the unthinkable. Americans struggle to count the terrible cost of what the president calls acts of war and contemplate what comes next. Good evening, I'm Larry King, and this is a special edition of Larry King Live. We'll be with you, of course, for the full hour and then more special reports throughout the 24-hour period that we cover it on CNN. Before we meet all of our guests, let's start with the newest member of the CNN family, Paul Lazar in New York. Paula, can you give us an update as to how things stand now and what's happening with that third building?
Absolutely, Larry. There's a lot to talk about tonight on a lot of different fronts. For starters, I'm going to bring you up to date on what the administration is planning to do. They are certainly laying the groundwork for a strong military response, reaching to allies across the world in the aftermath of what you just said President Bush called an act of war. Secretary of State Colin Powell told me earlier today this will not be over in a week or two. It will be a full-scale assault, not just by the United States, but what he called the whole civilized community. Now, there's some interesting information that came out of the White House today. Press Secretary Ari Fleischer now confirming that the United States has real and credible evidence that that one plane that slammed into the Pentagon was actually intended to fly to hit the White House. Also, Mr. Fleischer says Air Force One was supposed to have been a target too. That is why the president, who was in Florida at the time of these multiple attacks, was not immediately flown back to Washington, D.C. On the congressional front, the House and Senate have each passed a resolution condemning Tuesday's attacks. The chairman of the House Appropriations Committee is confirming that Congress will move quickly to pass or appropriate some $20 billion earmarked for rescue efforts, repairs, and counterterrorism efforts. The money will go obviously to federal, state, and local agencies involved in the cleanup, Larry. Meanwhile, the investigation is actually expanding in a number of different ways tonight.
Yeah, we're going to be covering that through the hour. I did want to ask you, Paula, about that building that was sort of coming down. What happened to it?
Well, here in New York City, we're keeping an eye on 3 or 4 buildings that are seriously degraded. There is a 54-story tower that now is partially collapsed, which sat across from what used to be the World Trade Center. There are 2 hotels in the area that have strong structural problems. They may go. Now, this further complicates rescue efforts here. As you know, Larry, about the only good news to come out of the city today is that rescuers were able to successfully rescue 11 folks trapped in the rubble. That included 6 firefighters, 3 police officers, and I think what the city is having the toughest time wrestling with right now is the tremendous scale of loss here. The mayor, Larry, telling us earlier today the numbers are going to be horrific. He expects it to be several thousand in each towers. And as you know, having lived here before, I think the news that has left New Yorkers the most numb is that New York City lost its fire chief, its deputy fire chief, as well as 300 firefighters and well over 80 police officers. And time, as you know, Larry, isn't benefiting anyone. You know that within the first 24 hours of one of these catastrophes, that is your chance to rescue people alive. But there is still hope.
We'll see you in an hour with Aaron Brown on a CNN special report. Thanks for joining us and welcome aboard.
Thank you. Glad to be a part of your team.
Paula Zahn. She'll be back in an hour. Now let's stay in New York and meet Captain Kenneth Erb of the New York City Fire Department. He's captain of the firehouse at West 31st Street. His firehouse lost 3 firefighters yesterday, and he also lost a longtime friend, Father Michael Judge, the fire chaplain for the New York City Fire Department. And with Captain Erb is firefighter James Grillo of the New York City Fire Department. As you can see, some injuries suffered. He was in the South Tower when it went down and lost several of his firefighter friends. Mr. Grillo, James, what was it like when you got there?
It was terror, sheer terror. Bodies were falling out of the sky. They were jumping off the 105th floor and they were landing all over the street and the sidewalk. There was fear in everybody's eyes.
You also saw people jumping out of buildings, right?
Yes, they were jumping out from everywhere from the 70th floor above. It was horrible.
And what were you doing?
I was trying to avoid looking up and watching it, Mr. King. It was horrible. I saw dozens of people jumping.
Now, how did you get hurt, James?
I was, my assignment with Latitude 4, the company I'm assigned to, we were supposed to go into building number 2, the South Tower, and make our way into tower number 1, the North Tower. And we were caught in the collapse in the lobby of tower number 2, the South Tower.
Boy. Captain Erb, I know you didn't go to the scene, right? Captain, is that true?
No, I wasn't working that day. I came in on a recall.
And you were off and they brought you in?
They had a recall for all police officers and fire officers. As soon as the news struck, the media gave that announcement, and we all, one way or the other, got in through hitchhiking, get to your car or whatever.
You lost, 3 firefighters from the station on West 31st Street?
We did. We lost a firefighter, a lieutenant, and a captain.
And are you the one that has to inform the nearest relative?
I went out with another former captain last night,
Normally, in this circumstance, Father Michael Judge would be helping us out with this, but of course he passed away and he couldn't do it. So it's so chaotic. There was really, we had to make our own procedures. So me and Chief Keys, who used to be a member of Latitude 4, we went and got a former retired battalion chief who was a deacon in the Catholic Church, and we informed the family of the lieutenant and my fellow captain. We informed the families that they were gone.
There's no training for that, is there, Captain?
No, not to my knowledge.
Did you lose any friends, Jimmy Grillo?
I lost very many friends, quite a few friends, personal friends. And the fire department's made up, everybody's a friend in the fire department, thousands of men, we're all friends. But personally, I've lost quite a few, maybe a dozen personal friends. It breaks my heart. They're great men. They're very great men.
James, after something
men with
like
families. Men that have babies on the way, men that are husbands, new homeowners. It's tragic.
And after something like this, James, do you ever think of maybe not being a fireman anymore?
I'll be a fireman at least for another 20 years.
So no thought of
I will always
leaving
be a
that job?
fireman. No, Mr. King, I will always be a fireman here in New York City, protecting the people of New York and my friends.
Captain, what can you tell us about the late Father Michael Judge?
Oh, I can tell you a great many things. He was a great man. He was very close to the members of Engine 1 and Latitude 4. He's stationed at St. Francis across the street from our house. He kept his car in the house. He stopped and talked to us every night. He was not only our spiritual leader, but he was a very good friend to us, and a father figure somewhat. I mean, there are things that I would talk to him about that maybe I would only talk to my own father about.
I think we can hear some words from the father. Can we hear that? Prove, listen.
Some of the people that we lost, we saw, like Father Judge and Chief Gansey, Bill Feehan. We saw them about 10 minutes before we went over to 75 Barclay Street. And as I talked to their families, and I explained to them that they were working very hard and they were working at what they love to do, and I'm sure their efforts will end up having saved other lives.
And joining us as well is Jesse Blumenthal of St. Vincent's Hospital in New York. And Jesse, I understand did you work on the, doctor, did you work on the priest?
Well, no, I had taken care of the priest previously. He had been a patient of mine. I knew him, and everything he said about him, he was really an outstanding gentleman.
And what did he die from?
Well, no, I did not take care of him at this time. I said I've taken care of him in the past.
And what kind of person was he?
Oh, he was a very warm, outgoing man, a delightful man.
What's the situation like at the hospital?
So right now things have quieted down, and we're obviously, quite dismayed at the lack of patients that we've had. There was an initial frenzy. We've seen over 370 patients yesterday, and unfortunately, after about 1 o'clock this morning, they've just been unable to extricate anybody, and of course the assumption is that there are very few survivors. We have taken a few people out, but certainly we know that the vast majority of people in the building have not survived.
Thank you, Jesse, and thank you, Captain Erb and Firefighter Grillo. We salute you all. Joining us now from Washington is Dr. Bernadine Healy. She is President and CEO of the American Red Cross, the 20th person to lead that nation's foremost, this nation's foremost humanitarian organization. What's the latest information you have on the need for blood?
Well, Americans have responded with great compassion and with every bit that they can offer with regard to our need for blood. Larry, we have had blood drives all over this country. They're expanded. Our entire Red Cross headquarters has been turned into one huge giant field hospital. People coming in and giving blood, waiting in some cases for 5-6 hours. Every time we say, we're sorry it's taking this long, they say, we want to be here. It's almost become a chapel. People are coming there to give blood, to mourn, to hold hands, and to do the one thing that they think they can do, that they know they can do, as a statement of their solidarity, of their devotion, of their defiance of this hideous terrorism and the life that have been lost, and the fear that has been instilled in every American because of it.
Doctor, do you have Red Cross volunteers at the scene now?
Yes, we have in New York, of course, we have over 400, 500 volunteers that have been working around the clock since yesterday. We also have volunteers out at the Pentagon site. We provide their help and food, relief, cots to the rescue workers, those heroes that you've been talking about, Larry. We're also there to help with the families of the victims at all of the sites, Boston, Los Angeles, San Francisco, Pennsylvania, because whenever there's an air crash, the Red Cross is there. You know, we deal, one big air crash is an enormous proportion. Here we're seeing 4 air crashes in one day.
How could you could certainly not have planned for this.
We cannot plan for this, but for the past year we've been working intensely with the federal government under the Federal Response Plan for Weapons of Mass Destruction, and what we have seen is a commercial airliner filled with human beings turned into a weapon of mass destruction.
What's the number one need now?
The number need now is to, across the country, is going to be grief counseling. It's going to be people reaching out to try and understand this. This is, of course, about these victims who are hideously harmed and damaged, but it's about every American who is mourning today. It is about every American who has been terrified by what they're seeing. It's the children across this country. And the American Red Cross is working with the Department of Health and Human Services, Secretary Thompson, to see that in all of our chapters around the country we will be providing grief counseling for people of all ages to help them through what will be a very difficult time ahead. You know, Larry, we know from our work in disasters that mourning goes on. We know that people go into very susceptible to depression, susceptible to sadness of the highest kind, and people listening tonight are going to feel it too.
Thank you, Dr. Healy. We'll be seeing you again soon. Dr. Bernadine Healy. We go now to Fort Myers, Florida. Rudy Deckers joins us. He's the owner of Huffman Aviation International. The FBI has talked to Rudy about a possible suspect, reports that 2 of the bombing suspects may have attended his school. Is that what they talked to you about, Rudy?
Yes, that's correct. They called us. They came by at 2:45 a.m. last night, and they got from my managers several files about these students. And during the day, we found a lot more about these students. They've been with us from July till October, November last year, and obtained the first licenses they needed to fly.
So this was their initial training as pilots, right?
Yeah, it's an initial training. They came walking into the door, checked our facility, and choose to fly with us. And in November, apparently, that's what we heard and learned today, they went to other flight school to obtain jet training. We do not provide jet training. The training we provide as Huffman Aviation in Venice is solely for small planes.
Were they of a nationality other than American?
No, they were, my people took copies of their passports when they came in because they need to show an ID. And apparently one of them was in Afghanistan, and I don't know what the other one was. I don't see the files myself because I have my managers taking care of that. I have spoken with one of them in several occasions, and Mr. Atta, I spoke to him one time, 5 minutes.
That's Mohammed Atta, right?
Mohammed Atta, that's correct.
And he was one of the 2. Were they good pilots?
I have checked today with the instructor and with the examiner who did the flight test, and they were average pilots.
Average. They had to go on to, now with your training they couldn't go on and fly a 757 or a 767, so they go on to jet school.
Yeah,
were you shocked by all of this? Did they ever look suspicious? Did you ever have any inkling that these people might be involved? And again, this is all just conjecture. We don't know that they were the pilots on any of these planes.
No,
what do you make of it?
Well, I was shocked yesterday when it happened in the United States with the tragedy. Today, it was at my doorstep and not 2,000 miles away. We were in shock, and we're still in shock. We had no knowledge, of course. None of my people, I have 48 employees in Venice. None of them had any idea, of course. It's an unbelievable. The feeling we have is undescribable. It's terrible.
Now, Rudy, if they were involved, they had to have been planning this for a long time.
Well, yeah, the first day when we saw what happened, we thought, you know, like every other American, would this be planned a long time ahead, etc., etc. We know now that they were flying with us from July to November. And after our flight school, they went to another flight school, so they've been planning this quite a while.
In the questioning, did the FBI give you an indication that they were strong suspects?
They did not spoke to me about the questioning because that happened at 2:30, 2:40 a.m. this morning, and they called me at 7 o'clock this morning. I briefly talked to the FBI when they're ready to leave the office, and they indicated to my employees that they thought that these were prime suspects. Yes, sir.
I guess in your life of training people to be pilots, you never thought that you would have people use you to go on to do terroristic acts.
No, you don't think about that. We do all the necessary work to know who customers are. We have a lot of foreign students coming over. These people were foreigners, but they came over directly in the front door. They said they've been flying with other flight schools in the United States. They were not happy. Choose our school to finalize their training.
Rudy, thank you. I know how tough this must be for you. Rudy Decker is the owner of Huffman Aviation International.
Thank you.
We meet now. Thank you. Three experts on the subject of terrorism. Here now in Los Angeles is Brian Jenkins. He returns again. He's a consultant to governments and private sector, senior advisor to the president of the RAND Corporation. In Washington is Christopher Whitcomb, FBI supervisory special agent, a former member of the elite FBI hostage rescue team, and author of a terrific book, Cold Zero, Inside the FBI Hostage Rescue Team. Also in Washington is Peter Bergen, CNN's terrorism analyst who was working on a book about Osama bin Laden and interviewed bin Laden 4 years ago. Brian, what do you make first of this Boston thing today?
Well, I think we're going to...
SWAT teams going in and...
I think we're going to see a very, very quick action, as I mentioned yesterday. An operation of this size is going to leave a lot of footprints, a lot of fingerprints, a lot of clues, and the action in Boston we saw today, the revelations about the flight school that we just saw repeated now, are the kind of information that we are going to see developing over the next several days. So I think the investigation will move very, very quickly, at least insofar as identifying the actual participants in the attack.
Christopher, if it gets to the point as we have promised that we will take them out, we will rid them from this planet in a sense, we are at war with them, how do you do that, Christopher? How do you take out a bin Laden or someone like a bin Laden who's hidden, who moves around, and who may be under cover of the country he lives in?
Well, I don't know about taking them out, Larry, but I think we have a lot of options. One of them obviously is military. The other, because this is a law enforcement operation and because we have to go with the justice system, and we want to bring ultimately these people to justice. We've done in the past operations which are referred to as renditions, where we go into other countries with the cooperation of those countries, of course, and bring people back to the United States.
Yeah. The public, though, I think 94% of the public, Christopher, wants us to go in somewhere and do something. Do you understand that?
No, I understand it's a very reasonable thing to want to bring these people to justice, but I want to point out that we've done this in the past, going way back to the mid-'80s with Fawaz Yunus, who was an aircraft hijacker, and moving through the 90s with people like Mil Kanzi and Ramzi Youssef, people like that, that we've reached out to these people in foreign countries and brought them back to the United States. We've done this in the past, and there's no doubt in my mind that we'll find these people and we'll bring them back one way or another.
Peter, what can you tell us briefly about bin Laden? What is he like?
When I met him in '97, he spoke in a very mild-mannered way. He was somewhat polite. He bears himself in a slightly haughty manner. But he delivered his words of rage against the United States, and the words were full of rage, but the manner was very mild. Just going to your point about if bin Laden is in fact behind all these attacks, an operation, as Mr. Whitcomb referred to, to go in and perhaps snatch him, as was the case with Ramzi Youssef in the World Trade Center bombing, this would be an order of magnitude very different, because unlike Ramzi Youssef, who was essentially operating by himself and there was a $2 million reward on his head, Osama bin Laden is surrounded by dozens of battle-hardened veterans who are intimately familiar with the rocky, difficult terrain of Afghanistan. It would be a very, very messy operation to go in and either snatch him or even attempt to kill him. I think the United States has considered this in the past and dismissed it in '98.
Brian, could you, well, I guess the public would look at this simply, could you bomb him out?
I don't know that you could bomb him out. I mean, I think that the magnitude of this operation is going to call for a qualitatively different response than we've seen in the past to acts of terrorism. The shock that's turning to grief, that will soon turn to anger on the part of the American people, is going to demand something more than a salvo of cruise missiles. I think really what the administration is going to be building toward is more of a sustained campaign, a sustained series of operations that will involve both diplomacy and military operations designed to create an environment that will ultimately allow us to go in and, if indeed it turns out to be Osama bin Laden, then to attempt to capture or to deal with him in another way.
Now, what do you, Christopher, in the last chapter of your book, you say crisis resolution has become an art in this country, and that's good because terrorism is coming. You don't need an army to lay siege to a country anymore. Obviously, we saw that yesterday. What can you do about it?
Well, it's a complicated issue, Larry. I wrote that because we're talking about terrorism being spread by the media, and I talk about all you're needing is a pipe bomb and some good air coverage. We've gone way beyond that in the past couple of days to an extraordinary attack on the country. But I think what we have now is a unique opportunity to bring all the resources of the United States together. We need the political will of the people and the elected officials, obviously, to do something here. But this is an aspect for the military, an aspect for the intelligence community, and for law enforcement, and really need to bring all of those together to go after them. I agree completely that this is going to be very difficult to go into Afghanistan, but there are some avenues we can pursue.
Peter Bergen, what do you think about the information we learned that one of these planes, the plane apparently that left Dulles, was going to go to the White House, or maybe Air Force One?
Well, I mean, that is what's being reported. Clearly, the White House is the ultimate symbol. Bin Laden's people are very interested in attacking symbols of United States government, whether it's embassies or warships or symbols of America's economic might, as in the World Trade Center, it appears. So clearly it makes sense. These people operate on symbols. They're very interested in anniversaries. The anniversary of the introduction of U.S. troops in Saudi Arabia was the occasion 8 years later for the bombing of the U.S. embassies in Africa. So I think it makes sense that it might be related to bin Laden in that sense.
Brian, finally we're going to see more than less?
More, I think...
Acts?
I think we have to. I think we have to assume that possibility. That's not a prediction, but certainly as we mobilize to respond,
assume the worst.
Beg pardon?
Assume the worst.
I think we have to assume that there will be more attacks. They may not be on this scale because this was months in the planning, but we cannot presume that we will be able to engage in a worldwide combat against a terrorist network, a series of terrorist networks, and have immunity in this country. It was demonstrated. We don't have it yesterday. It can be demonstrated again.
Yeah. Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you all. Here's a brief note of what was said by President Bush earlier today, and then we'll meet our next guest. Watch.
The deliberate and deadly attacks which were carried out yesterday against our country were more than acts of terror. They were acts of war. This will require our country to unite in steadfast determination and resolve. Freedom and democracy are under attack.
We're back. We're joined now in Saratoga, California by Alice Hoagland. Her son, Mark Bingham, called her from the hijacked United Airlines Flight 93 that left Newark and crashed in Pennsylvania. There you see his picture. In New York is Laura Van Auken. Her husband, Kenneth, is missing. He was working on the 102nd floor of the World Trade Center North Tower. In New York at St. Vincent's Hospital are Karen Wiley and Michael Rossweiler. They are searching for their missing father, Roger Mark Rossweiler. And also in New York is Gil Baker, the New Yorker who helped out after the bombing and later managed to shoot home video of that rescue effort. We'll start with Alice Hoagland. Your son was on the plane. He called you and said what, Alice?
He said, I just want to let you know that I love you all. There are 3 men on board who have taken over the aircraft, and they say they have a bomb. And at that point, we were cut off. He wasn't able to say anything else. The conversation lasted about a minute. He was very intent on telling us that he loved us, trying to impart other information, but he was thwarted in that.
Alice, you are a flight attendant for that airline?
Yes, I am. I'm a flight attendant for United Airlines based in San Francisco. As is my sister, Candace. Mark was flying on Candy's companion pass. That's Candy on the right there. It's Mark in the middle and me on the left.
Now, later we would learn from another passenger calling that the men on that plane apparently, from what we've learned, attacked the hijackers, and that would probably the cause of it going down in Pennsylvania and not in Washington somewhere. So you and your son and the others were heroes. How did you feel upon learning that?
Well, it's no surprise to us. We know that Mark is a very take-charge sort of guy. He doesn't back away from a fight. He is very hands-on. He is wonderful in a clinch. I know that he was seated in seat 4D, which is up in first class, so he was very visible to these hijackers, and he was also close to them. And it is very likely that he participated, if he was at all able, in that attempted intervention in the last there. And yes, indeed, if that is the case, then those brave people that did that were successful in saving the lives of many hundreds of people on the ground, and we take a lot of comfort in that.
You should. Alice, thank you. Laura Van Auken is in New York. Her husband Kenneth is missing. He was working on the 102nd floor. What does he do, Laura?
He works for Cantor Fitzgerald, and he's a bond broker. And he was on the 102nd floor, and we just haven't heard anything at all.
Did you talk to him at all? Did he call home?
He called home. He left a message, and that's the last I heard from him.
That message was left on your answering machine?
Yes, it was.
Yeah. Let's listen to the voice of Kenneth Van Auken calling home.
I love you. I'm in the World Trade Center. The building was hit by something. I don't know if I'm going to get out, but I love you very much. I hope I'll see you later. Bye.
Well, Laura, what must it be like to hear that?
It was just horrible. It was really just horrible. I could hear the terror in his voice, and he was trying to sound like he was calm for us, but you could hear the chaos in the background and the terror in his voice.
You have children, Laura?
I do. I have 2 children. My son is 14, Matthew, and my daughter is 12. Her name is Sarah.
How are they handling this?
Sarah's a mess. She's goes in waves with hysterical crying and back and forth, and Matthew is in some denial, I think, but he's obviously beginning to see that, his dad's not contacted us yet, so we're waiting.
Laura, did you get the message before you had turned on the television to see what was happening, or after?
Before. I got the message before I turned on the television, and turned on the television right away and realized it was a plane that hit the building, and of course thought it was just an accident at first, and then saw the other plane hit the other building and realized that it was a terrorist attack.
Laura, our prayers and thoughts are with you.
Thank you.
Karen Wiley and Michael Rossweiler are at St. Vincent's Hospital searching for their missing father, Roger Mark Rossweiler. Karen, what was he do? Was he in, which tower was he in?
He was in Tower 1, and he was on the 100th floor, and we know he was there because a co-worker of his had received a voicemail from him at 8:40 asking him to go to lunch, We haven't heard anything else except we had gotten a fax. My mom and my sister at home got a fax saying that, from somebody in the Coast Guard, saying that an unidentified male, John Doe, was admitted to a burn unit, matching his full description down to his back surgery. And we're not sure if it was a false lead or just trying to keep the hope and just hoping that was him or that he's somewhere and we can find him. We've been passing out flyers all.
I see that. Michael, where was this John Doe admitted to a burn care?
Heard said that he was sent to Jefferson Hospital, and we talked to a bunch of nobody's heard about the hospital, and then later on Canada. So we have no further information.
Karen, do you know what hospital in Canada the John Doe was sent to?
They didn't know. Our family was trying to call, and they don't seem to be having any luck right now finding a John Doe anywhere. So
well, maybe we can help. If someone watching in Canada or somewhere knows about a John Doe who had burns from that tragedy, there's a number you can call. It's 908-782-4986. That's 908-782-4986. Karen and Michael, I sure hope you find Mark.
Thank you.
Thank you. Roger Mark Rossweiler. The number again, 908-782-4986. Let's check in with Gil Baker, the New Yorker who helped out after the bombing. Where were you, Gil?
Well, I began the day just north of Houston Street, which was some distance from the World Trade Center, directing traffic at an intersection. The NYPD directed me to go to an intersection that needed some supervision and didn't have any officers. So I was at an intersection there for an hour or so, and then they were calling for help at a triage setup center that they were putting together at Northmore and Greenwich. And so I went over there and ended up ultimately directing traffic for 7 hours.
And this is a video you took, right? The video we're seeing now is video you took.
Yeah, it is.
How did you think of doing that?
Well, I worked 13 hours as a volunteer, and at the end of that period of time, I was tired but still enervated, and thought it would be a good idea to capture the heroics, basically, of the fire department and the police in their efforts to find people.
That helmet you're wearing signifies what?
Signifies you don't want to get your head caved in by a piece of falling debris. These were given away, Larry. These helmets were given away.
What do you do for a living, Gil?
I'm a filmmaker. That's what I do, Larry.
Aha. So you were appropriately armed, in a sense.
I came back armed. I worked 13 hours without a camera, had no intention of shooting anything. When I finally made it to the epicenter, which was at night, I got down there at about 10 at night. One of my first assignments was to move 11 surgeons to the new triage center, which was no longer at Northmore Street and Greenwich, but was down right across the street at 1 Liberty Plaza, a building which is going to be falling down if it hasn't already. So,
wow, what a thing to live through.
Yes.
Thank you, Gil. Gil Baker.
You're welcome.
Wow. Joining us now in Washington, 3 distinguished members of the United States Senate. Senator Joseph Lieberman, Democrat of Connecticut. He, of course, was his party. That is Senator Biden that you're looking at. There is Senator Lieberman. He is the Democrat of Connecticut, member of the Armed Services Committee, and a chairman of Governmental Affairs, and the former vice presidential candidate of his party. Senator Joe Biden now is Democrat of Delaware, chairman of Foreign Relations. And Senator John Kyle, our friend from Arizona, a member of the Select Intelligence Committee, a ranking member of Judiciary Committee's Subcommittee on Technology, Terrorism, and Government Information. And let's go first to John Kyle on Capitol Hill before we talk with our senators. John?
Larry, I've got some new information for you. What we have learned is that Republicans and Democrats on the leadership level are working with the White House right now on what some are calling a resolution authorizing the use of force to respond to these attacks. J.C. Watts, one of the members of the Republican leadership in the House, is calling it a resolution of resolve. We know this, congressional leaders on both sides say this was a request that came from the White House for such a resolution. Language is being worked out. There are some concerns that have already been raised by some Democratic members that this could be something like a Gulf of Tonkin resolution. They don't want to go that far. They don't want to allow a blank check for military action. But this is something that right now over on the House side, leadership members on both sides trying to work out some kind of an agreement on language, because the White House wants something further, something more than what the Congress did today. As you know, the Congress today debated a resolution, passed a resolution in the Senate 100-0, basically condemning this act and calling for unity and calling for action. This would be something a little bit further, something like what we saw back in 1991 with the Gulf War resolution authorizing the use of force, but there's no agreement yet on exactly how far that would go, but this is something that's going on right now at this late hour in the Capitol.
Thanks, John. And Senator Lieberman, your comment on what John Call just told us.
Larry, I haven't seen the words. I've heard about the discussions. There will not be a significant disagreement among members of the Senate, and I would guess the House, on party lines. We're all united. We support a response, retaliation, and I think even beyond that, we support a genuine, long-term, comprehensive, sustained war against terrorism until we beat it and we don't have to face this kind of tragedy again.
Senator Biden, though, John Call did say that some Democrats were a little wary, and Senator Lieberman says no. Do you join Senator Lieberman?
Well, I'm part of that group that has staff there working out the language, and the answer is there's going to be no disagreement. Originally, there was a discussion about a declaration of war, and as John McCain said earlier in the preceding program, the question was war against whom, and so there's going to be no disagreement. I predict that what we come out with will be 100-0, and I think there'll be absolute resolve. Part of the confusion related to how the request was communicated and so on, but I think it's a non-issue.
Senator Call, you're a member of the Select Intelligence Committee. Did intelligence fail us?
In one sense, Larry, you'd have to say it failed us because we didn't predict what was going to happen, but there's a connotation to that somebody was grossly negligent and to blame, and we cannot conclude that yet. Until we do our complete analysis, we're really not going to know what we knew. I think the key thing is we've got to continue to remind ourselves that we don't know what we don't know, and we shouldn't assume that we can predict these kinds of things.
What we do know, Senator Lieberman, is that men who shouldn't have got into airports got into airplanes and commandeered them.
Absolutely right, Larry. But by total coincidence, the committee I now chair today held a long-planned hearing on the vulnerability of America's critical infrastructure to enemy attack. We happen to focus today on computers and the way in which our financial systems and energy systems are dependent on them and they can be broken into. But the same is true of transportation and air transport. And we just let our guard down. I mean, I think yesterday was a turning point in American history, and I think what it says to us is that we've got to begin to organize to defend our homeland in a way we never have before, because we thought the oceans protected us. But now we're subject to attack from terrorists, from cyber attackers, and indeed from ballistic missiles, and we've got to put our guard up.
Senator Biden, do we follow rules of law, something that this country and all of us are raised with, or do we, as 94% of Americans say, go in and take them out?
Well, by the way, when you go in and take them out, you don't have to follow rules of law. The rules of law apply to American citizens and people on American soil. There's not a rule of law when there's a war. There's
but you could file it. You could file it. You could go to international courts. You could file a bill through the country asking.
That's ridiculous. Wrong. Ridiculous. Not even in the game. A country yields its sovereignty when, in fact, it participates in an act that causes grave damage to another country. There is no question under any law, international or otherwise, that if we have the proof to show that there was a complicitous country, that they have committed an act of war against us, and retaliation is fully within every single solitary category of law, international and local. That's very different
That's very different, because with all due respect, Larry, you guys keep confusing these terms, in my humble opinion. And that is, you talk about the rule of law. The rule of law applies to the United States of America and American citizens. We cannot, will not, and must adhere to. We cannot yield on that. We can't yield on the Bill of Rights. We can't yield on any of those issues as it relates to American citizens and the application of our criminal laws here in this country. But that's very different than retaliating.
Could not have been stated more forcefully. Senator Kyle, do you expect this to be swift?
Well, we've made tremendous progress just in the day and a half that have passed since this tragedy in identifying people that we think had something to do with it and expanding the investigation to a larger network. I think what we're going to find is that we will make good progress quickly because of the skill of our people, but that we're going to find a very large network of people complicit in this operation. And the difficulty is that we may find that they are people of different origins or nationalities, people who lived in different countries, who traveled to different countries, and we may find that different countries harbored some of them, and perhaps those that still live are being harbored yet in other countries. So it may be quite difficult for us to find targets here that we can retaliate against.
Larry, one very important thing.
Quickly, yeah.
Real quickly, NATO, for the first time in its history, passed what they call an Article 5 resolution saying that if this attack was organized from abroad, it is an attack against all of NATO. They will participate in any retaliation. This is the most significant thing that's happened, and Colin Powell is to be complimented in the way in which he's generating support, including from Russia, China, and moderate states in the Middle East. It's a big deal.
We thank Senators Lieberman, Biden, and Kyle. We'll be calling on them again. Joining us now to discuss this from a standpoint of aviation and aviation safety. In Columbus, Ohio, is Mary Schiavo, aviation safety expert, former Inspector General, Department of Transportation. Here in Los Angeles, Michael Barr, Director of the Aviation Safety Program at the University of Southern California. That program draws students from throughout the United States and the world. 20,000 aviation professionals have attended. Barr himself is a former Air Force fighter pilot. And in Philadelphia, a return visit from Arthur Wolf, the aviation safety and law expert, a qualified pilot himself, and a strong critic of what happened. He thinks there was a total breakdown of enforcement and that this never should have happened. Mary, do you agree with that?
Absolutely. Not only was there a total breakdown, this never should have happened. The government has known about these weaknesses, has discussed these weaknesses. I participated in some of these discussions within the government literally in the early 90s, clear up through 96. This was a known weakness and an accepted risk. The only people kept in the dark were the American public.
Michael Barr?
Well, I agree. You know, the one mortal weakness and one mortal enemy of aviation safety and security is complacency. And that's exactly what we were guilty of, is complacency.
Who was complacent? The security people, all of us?
Security people, the government, the airlines, everyone. Well, after the Pan Am 103 accident, we had 60 recommendations on security. Then we had another accident in which we said, all right, Americans are going to be victims of terrorists. In America, American buildings, we must act now. That report was in 1996. After TW 800, the Gore Commission, and not all those results have ever been implemented.
And the obvious question, Arthur, is why not?
Well, because we have a tombstone mentality within the agency responsible for aviation safety, and that's the Federal Aviation Administration. You know, Larry, there was a knee-jerk reaction today. The FAA implemented some rules at airports that are going to delay tens of millions of passengers. You know, not a single one of the rules implemented today would have prevented this tragedy. So the tragedy of the tragedy is that the government still doesn't get it. It still doesn't have the sense to understand what is necessary to protect our citizens, and that is sky marshals. If we have to arm the pilots, let's do it. If we have to train the flight attendants in martial arts, let's do it. If we have to scrutinize our passengers better, let's do it. But to say that curbside checking of luggage is no longer acceptable when it wouldn't have prevented anything is, in my opinion, insane.
That's right.
Mary, if you agree with that, are we reopening the airports too soon?
Absolutely. I mean, I agree with Art so much. I mean, we have talked about this before, and Larry, you have talked about this before. We are doing a lot of things because the FAA wants to show that things are back to normal. That is the worst thing that the FAA could do. That is exactly what the terrorists want us to do. We should never even consider going back to normal. And what did the FAA do today? They have made ridiculous pronouncements. At first they said they were going to open at noon. Then they left each airport to decide when they had done their sweeps. Then they made ridiculous pronouncements like no more steak knives on planes. And then they did things like curbside checking instead of what they should have been doing, which is formulating a national strategy to combat this. And I think they have positively shown today they cannot do it. Airport and aviation security is a law enforcement function. It belongs with a law enforcement agency, not the FAA.
Even if that means, Michael, just tying up airports and no traffic and people not able to fly, take a train, take a car, no business travel, I mean, the economy would stand still.
Right. I don't agree with draconian results, but what I do think is that whatever we do can't be for a week or a month or a year. It has to be forever. So we have to think these things out. A report this morning said the Seattle-Tacoma Airport is going to have no carry-on baggage, including purses. Now, what's going to happen to my blood pressure medicine? Am I going to have to put that in a suitcase and then lose the suitcase and then try to get my medicine wherever I'm going? So they got to think about this for a while.
You agree with marshals on every plane?
Yes, and I think we need to. In the report of the Gore Commission, they wanted marshals. They wanted $160 million worth of new equipment and $5 million to train new personnel. They ran out of money for marshals. The people who check you through security are nearly minimum wage, lowly trained, and they're the ones responsible for our safety.
Arthur, was the argument against it cost?
Yes, of course. I mean, that's always the argument. That's why these things don't get accomplished. We had marshals on aircraft for many years, and they were flown randomly on flights. Well, obviously, because the threat is so much increased, we can't do it randomly. We have to have them on every flight. You know, one of the things that struck me about the program tonight, Larry, were the people in Washington saying that they have oversight responsibility. Well, let me say this to them, that oversight responsibility does not mean overlook. It means look over. And that's the problem that we have in Washington. Oversight to them means overlook.
And is that because, Mary, basically we're a society that's just not used to this, and it's easy to get complacent? Things go along pretty well, we stop doing the checks. We play the people, how much do these people get at the check-in gates?
Well, it is because in some ways we are complacent, but it's also told that we were told to be complacent. The federal government, I have been in meetings in the Department of Transportation where literally officials with the FAA said, look, we need to give the impression of security, but we can't possibly make airports and aircraft safe. If we did, it would cost $10 billion. And the reason they said that was, it was actually trifold. One, they said because domestic aviation was not targeted, they rated the threat as very low, instead of realizing that because we're not doing anything about it, it's actually very high. Simply because it hasn't been carried out in the past does not mean it doesn't exist. Two, they said the airlines don't want to pay for the security measures and passengers would not want raised fares. And three, there were actually objections from certain labor unions and workforce groups about having additional security. They do not want full background checks. They complained about having convictions knock you out of employment, and they didn't want that. And in the end, they blamed it on the passengers. They said the passengers won't put up with delays.
Let's take a call. Fort Dodge, Iowa, for our panel. Hello.
Yeah, why don't you just seal the bulkhead between the passenger and pilot compartment with no possible entry through it either direction once the plane's in flight, and have no communication between the two except through the ground?
Michael?
Well, I don't think you need to seal it permanently, but what you need to do is get the door in there that is a strong security door. Right now we have a door that stops somebody from going in the cockpit if they want to go to the bathroom.
But what if then, Michael, if a hostage taker just said, "Open the door, I'm going to start killing people"?
Then you have to have trained for that and made the decision on whether or not that is going to be followed, or the risk of another World Trade Center is greater than the loss of some members of the crew or passengers. It's a hard choice. It's the same hard choice you would give a fighter pilot to shoot down an airliner if it's headed for Washington Central.
And that's what you would do, right?
If they told me to, yes, I would.
You would shoot down an airliner with people on it?
Yes, I would. If they were headed for a building with 10,000 people in it, yes.
Arthur Walk, would your marshals be armed?
Oh, of course. And they were armed before.
They had guns that were designed so that they wouldn't penetrate the airplane structure, and that's what they need to have. But you have to remember, Larry, that one of the things that strikes me is that if you stop terrorism where you're supposed to, which is before it gets to the airport, you don't have to worry about the sky marshals having to exercise their authority. But the bottom line is, now we know, as we have for the last 20 years or so, that we need sky marshals, and now we need to come up with the money for it. And I'll be the first one to send my $300 tax refund back so they can apply it to that purpose.
So just so we get the record straight, Arthur, you would favor, until major steps are taken, keeping these airports closed?
No. I believe that we have to implement sky marshals immediately, and if that requires marshals that come from the United States Marshal Service immediately.
If they don't do it immediately, you wouldn't open them until they do it.
I think that we have to be very, very careful. We certainly have to put sky marshals on randomly at the beginning, and then gradually increase it so they're on every flight.
Well, I thank you all very much. We expect to hear a lot more from you, Michael and Arthur and Mary Schiavo. We'll conclude our program with a visit with Dr. James Dobson with Rabbi Harold Kushner and Father Michael Manning and get their perspective. Tonight at the Capitol, a prayer vigil. Listen and watch.
Amazing grace, how sweet the sound that saved a wretch like me. I once was lost, but now am found. Was blind, but now I see.
Joining us now from Colorado Springs is Dr. James Dobson, president of Focus on the Family and author of a new book, When God Doesn't Make Sense. That title would well apply to events yesterday. In Boston is Rabbi Harold Kushner. He's written many books, his most famous one, of course, Why Bad Things Happen to Good People, and also the new one, Living a Life That Matters. And here in Los Angeles, Father Michael Manning, Roman Catholic priest and host of his own television show, The Word in the World. Dr. Dobson, we could well ask, did God make any sense yesterday?
Well, Larry, it's certain that this situation is very difficult to understand, and there are no easy answers for it, and people who think they have it figured out just haven't lived long enough, I think. There are circumstances in our lives, and I try to write about that, when the pieces just don't fit. And we believe that our obligation in moments like that is to go on trusting and depending on the Lord and looking to Him for solace, and millions have done that.
Rabbi Kushner, why did bad things happen to so many good people yesterday?
Because human beings are free to decide if they want to do good things or bad things. And some of those human beings are so filled with rage that they go crazy and hurt other people in the process. I don't think it was God pulling the strings. You know where I found God yesterday, Larry? In those firemen and policemen who are willing to risk their lives to try and save other lives. In the people who lined up for hours to give blood. That's what God was doing. God wasn't making planes crash.
An all-powerful God, though, Father, could have prevented it, couldn't He?
Well, He could have prevented it, but the reality is He loves us too much to allow us to take away our freedom. He believes in us, and He believes...
He loved all those people who went smashing into that building.
Oh, yes, but he believes that there's a battle for evil. I see this as a battle. I see it as a big battle, and as a Christian...
Won yesterday?
They gave a good blow, but I certainly don't think that we're down. I think that we're in a battle with evil, and we've got to fight. And that's the Our Father. Deliver us from evil, and we've got to fight continually for that.
Dr. Dobson, how do we deal with the anger we have?
Well, Larry, let me first say that I agree with what the other two gentlemen just said. We can't blame this on God. I don't believe that He did it, and He has given us a free will. And if He had not given us that, we would be nothing but puppets on a string. And so people do evil things, and evil people do terrible things like we've seen here. As far as grief is concerned, this is a horrible experience for the nation, and we're not going to get over it easily. It's going to take time, and we are going to have to have an opportunity to think through what's happened to us and let our emotions heal. But ultimately, I believe that we turn for solace to God, who has been there with us through our crises in the past. Americans are very resilient. They have many resources, and two of the greatest are their families and their faith, and I believe that's where we'll turn this time.
Rabbi Kushner, what is your thoughts on the obvious anger people have today toward people whose nationality is different from theirs, or people from a certain region, or the desire to just strike back tomorrow?
Larry, I would hope that we'd be able to do something better with our anger than do what those crazed hijackers did yesterday and try and hurt people because they don't like them, disagree with their politics, or find themselves members of a different faith. If we do anything like that, we lower ourselves to their level. And I would hope that there's a more honorable way of paying tribute to the people whose lives were taken yesterday. Larry, you realize all over this country, rabbis are throwing out their high holiday sermons and writing new ones because of what happened yesterday. I spoke to a colleague yesterday about what there is to say about this, and I was impressed by what he said. He said, now we are all Israelis. That is, we have learned what the Israelis have had to live with for 53 years, the sense of vulnerability and the determination to go on living your normal lives and not let the bad guys take over the field.
What do you say to children, Father Manning, who point to the screen and say, why did they do that?
Why did they do that? Because I believe that the battle was not fought in the right way. It's a battle of continually trying to find out where there's injustice and working as hard as we can to overcome that. But at the same time, we have to face the fact that there is evil in the world, and we talk about grief, we talk about the real necessity of talking to those kids and letting them, making sure that we listen to them and we hear them, but we give them a deep reflection of faith and understanding that there's something more powerful and good than all the evil that comes. We got to fight it.
That's good. That's tough convincing, isn't it, Dr. Dobson?
It certainly is, but I think it's very important for parents to know that the security and sense of well-being of their children is rooted in their relationship with their parents. And if they see their parents in anguish, if they see them expressing too much grief, if they allow them to see videos of this horrible experience and they perceive it as an ongoing crisis, then the children are going to suffer. And I think it's very important for us to keep them talking and to let them know that we're not frightened. And at that point, again, I point us back to prayer. And you can teach children to pray and ask them to, or teach them to pray for the people who are hurting and those who are in the hospital, for the firemen and the others, and certainly for the president. And I think you can help them gradually learn to deal with this.
Rabbi, with something like this, are there moments where you doubt your faith?
No, it's moments when I call on my faith, because where else do I get the courage to get on an airplane next week, to go shopping next week, to invite my family to come up for the High Holy Days with us? If I didn't have that faith that ultimately the world rewards goodness, I don't think I could go on in the face of cruelty like what we experienced yesterday.
And one of the weird things in dealing with the faith, Father, is that these people were probably religious fanatics, right?
They were thinking that God was calling.
So they had a faith.
Yes, they had a faith in God. And this is, as a Catholic, I know that we can have an experience of looking back to the Inquisition and looking at things like the Crusades and saying, we missed the boat. But I think we've got to say, let's learn, let's make sure that as followers of God, we're not allowing a God of over-judgment to lose the God of patience and kindness and love for us.
We thank all of our guests for being with us tonight. These are very, very, very difficult times, and at CNN we are trying to do the best to cover it as best we can, bringing you all angles with the full understanding that we are being seen all around the world and that the world shares in our grief. Coming up next is a CNN special report. It'll be co-anchored by Aaron Brown and the newest member of our CNN team who was with us earlier tonight, Paul Lazan. Aaron and Paula are next. As we leave you with that hole in the ground in New York, and we'll see you tomorrow night. I'm Larry King.
This is a CNN special report. America under attack. In New York, Aaron Brown and Paula Zahn.
Good evening again, everyone. We're now 37 hours or so since this atrocity was committed. 30-some blocks from where we are. You can hear the sirens still in the background. This rescue mission, which has proceeded very, very slowly, has gotten much more complicated tonight. It's gotten more complicated because another building is in danger of coming down. One Liberty Plaza, about a 60-story building. We were down in the area, and you could actually see pieces of the building, glass from the windows facing to the building coming off. They moved everybody out, and they cannot move people back in to start the search for survivors, and they still believe there may be some in there until they figure out a way to stabilize that building, and that's not an easy thing to do. In the hour ahead, we have we'll update you on the situation at Ground Zero. We have a fair amount to tell you about that. We want at some point here to offer up a sense of the human dramas that have taken place. There are some horrible, truly horrible stories and some rich stories of heroism that we want to tell you about as well. But most importantly, and certainly at the beginning, there are a number of important and in some cases dramatic breaking news developments, and that's where we want to begin. Paula.
Yeah, at the top of the show, we're going to get into the news about federal agents actually taking into custody a number of men in Providence, Rhode Island, a couple of cities in South Florida, and in Boston. We're going to get to that a little bit later on, but I think, Aaron, you would agree, one of the greatest mysteries now of this whole tragedy is how it is that 4 planes were hijacked in a relatively short period of time. And right now we're going to go to Kelly Arena, who is going to provide us with some of the first insights we actually have as to what exactly went on Flight 93. That was the flight headed from Dulles Airport to San Francisco. Kelly, what can you tell us tonight?
Paula, as CNN has reported throughout the day, a microphone was keyed open on the hijacked flight that crashed in Pennsylvania. Now, CNN has obtained a partial transcript of what was heard by air traffic control from the cockpit. It's United Airlines Flight 93. It actually departed Newark for San Francisco. It was flying at 35,000 feet over the Cleveland area. Now, at this point, air traffic controllers heard shouting in the cockpit with someone yelling, "Get out of here!" The microphone is momentarily turned off. It comes back on, some scuffling is heard, and again a voice yells, "Get out of here!" The microphone is again turned off. When it is turned on again, it's clear that the pilot is no longer in the cockpit. Someone is heard speaking in broken English in what was described as an Arabic accent, telling passengers, quote, "There's a bomb on board. This is the captain speaking. Remain in your seat. There is a bomb on board. Stay quiet. We are meeting with their demands. We are returning to the airport." Now, to supplement that transcript, we do have some information on what was going on outside the cockpit. Family members of one passenger who phoned his family on his cell phone said the passengers, after learning that the World Trade Center had been hit, had voted to attack the terrorists. Nothing else, unfortunately, was heard from the passengers after that. That flight did hold 38 passengers and a crew of 8. Paula, Aaron?
It is so chilling to hear these accounts, Kelly. We have now, too, heard these dramatic stories of passengers on several of these flights making contact with family members, telling family members they love them. Barbara Olson, who is a contributor here at CNN, actually telling her husband exactly what was going on, and then at one point sort of indicating that she needed some advice on how she could interact with the captain of the plane to prevent this horrible tragedy that it all seems with certain she sort of had a whiff of was about to happen.
Kelly, before you get away, just give me a little bit of what's going on and how we're getting this stuff. Do you expect that you're going to get full transcripts? Do you expect you're going to see, for example, what went on in the other planes in the hours perhaps, or at least the day ahead?
Well, Aaron, this was the only plane that we are aware of that actually had its microphone turned on at any point. Of course, if the black boxes are ever recovered, we may get more information. That is going to be very difficult we're told by aviation experts at the sites concerning the World Trade Center and also here at the Pentagon. About the only black box that might be gettable at this point is the flight that did indeed crash in Pennsylvania. because they have access to that plane and to the wreckage more easily than they have access to the others. But this was not something that was officially given to us. We obtained this through sources. So for now, everything is mum as the investigation continues.
We won't ask any more about it. We don't want any sources to get burned here. Thank you for your work. That is quite remarkable stuff. Late this afternoon, we also we better understood the president's movements yesterday. You recall it took the president a long time, essentially all day, to get from Sarasota, Florida, where he started his day yesterday to make the speech on education, back to the White House. And I think a lot of us wondered why it took so long, what was going on. Our senior White House correspondent, John King, can join us now and provide the answers to that. John, good evening again.
Aaron, more information on the president's return to Washington tonight, also a major development that gives us some indication of where this story might be headed in the days ahead. CNN has learned that over the past several hours, senior administration officials in negotiations with key members of Congress on what they are calling a resolution of resolve. Translation, a resolution authorizing the president to use force to retaliate for these terrorist attacks on the United States. Negotiations went on for several hours today, including the White House faxing proposed language to key members of Congress. We are told those negotiations will resume in the morning. All this as we saw the president today taking stock of some of the devastation caused by these catastrophic attacks and leading intensifying discussions debating just how the United States should respond.
A first-hand look at the devastation at the Pentagon and a patriotic moment even as the building continued to smolder.
Coming here makes me sad on the one hand. It also makes me angry. And our country will, however, not be cowed by terrorists, by people who don't share the same values we share.
This tour as the White House responded to questions about why it took so long for the president to return to Washington after the attacks. The administration said it had reliable information that the jet that barreled into the Pentagon was initially heading toward the White House. That triggered this evacuation, and sources tell CNN the vice president and other top officials were ushered from their offices to a fortified command and control center deep under the White House grounds. The administration said Air Force One also was a target, and that is why Mr. Bush stopped at 2 military bases on a 9-hour trip back to Washington from Florida, and had fighter jet escorts on the final leg home, even after the government was certain all commercial jetliners were accounted for and on the ground.
The information that we had was real incredible about Air Force One. The manner in which Air Force One operated maintained the security of Air Force One at all times.
Mr. Bush met twice with his national security team, and sources tell CNN the discussions included an update on the fast-developing investigation and talk of possible U.S. military responses. Mr. Bush called the attacks acts of war, and in the words of one senior official familiar with the evidence, quote, everything points to the terrorist network of Osama bin Laden.
This enemy hides in shadows and has no regard for human life. This is an enemy who preys on innocent and unsuspecting people, then runs for cover.
Now, as the administration negotiates with Congress over that resolution authorizing force, also a major diplomatic push by the White House as it tries to build what it is calling a broad international coalition to fight terrorism. The president spoke personally today with the leaders of Great Britain, Canada, France, Germany, Russia, and China. The Secretary of State involved in these efforts as well. More calls from the president expected tomorrow, and the White House welcoming gladly a resolution from NATO equating these attacks on the United States to an attack on the NATO alliance. Again, the administration negotiating with Congress on two fronts now, Aaron. One, a resolution authorizing the use of force. Another, they're hoping to get a bill to the president's desk as early as tomorrow afternoon, authorizing $20 billion to pay for the early recovery and investigative efforts. Aaron?
John, here's my opportunity to be naive for the moment. Once is the negotiation over? I saw, as you did, all of the members of Congress standing shoulder to shoulder, as they said 3 or 4 times. What is the negotiation here?
Well, certainly the negotiation is over this specific language. We heard some guests earlier on Larry King Live when we first reported this saying they didn't foresee there being a problem. some questions in Congress about giving the president a blank check. Remember, they have yet to announce any conclusions of the investigation, yet to say officially who they believe or which parties they believe are responsible for this. So in the Congress right now, they don't want this to become a Tonkin Gulf resolution. They don't want some open-ended resolution, but we are told progress being made in negotiations on a resolution that would say if the administration has credible evidence as to who is responding, then the Congress would support using force to retaliate.
And John, just quickly, in the normal course of events, in a normal day when the president travels, are there military escorts flying with the president?
There are often military escorts in the air. Very rare that we, the reporters traveling on Air Force One or with the president on another aircraft, would see them. They do go up as routine security at a distance just to be safe, especially on international trips. To see a fighter jet just off the wing of Air Force One, quite extraordinary. That a sign of the intense security triggered by this event, and there are other security precautions being taken as well. CNN, in fact, has been told the vice president not staying in his official residence here in Washington. He is staying in a more secure location for now.
And weren't we told yesterday that the Secret Service said or believed that Air Force One was not at risk?
Yes, we were told that. Secret Service saying throughout the day that they did not believe Air Force One was at risk. Now officials saying that they do believe that it may have been a potential target, but they note that that's why it did not come back to Washington. They would say now that it was not at risk because it did not return to airspace anywhere near Washington, anywhere near the northern half of the country for that matter, until they had accounted for all commercial airliners. At the time the president left Florida for Louisiana, when he left Florida originally, that plane that crashed outside of Pittsburgh was still in the air. U.S. officials now saying once they knew all the planes were down, all the other planes were accounted for, so they waited for some planes to land that the FAA had instructed to land. Only then, when the skies were clear, did the president return to Washington.
John, thank you. Our senior White House correspondent, John King, at the White House on his post tonight. John, thanks. Paul?
As you know, Aaron, because you've been on the air most of the day, as I have, we don't even know what day it is anymore. One of the challenges of covering this story is the information comes at us and in small pieces, and we're just beginning to be able to put some of this stuff together. The Attorney General, John Ashcroft, confirming that the suspected hijackers actually were, some of them, trained in the United States as pilots. He also confirmed that the planes, individual planes that were hijacked by as many as 3 to 6 individuals on each plane, some of them using knives and box cutters, and as Kelly Arena just reported, in the case of this flight going from Newark to San Francisco, bomb threats. Federal agents have taken some folks into custody in Boston, Providence, Rhode Island, Vero Beach, and Venice, Florida, and right now we're going to go to a report by Mike Betcher that helps us all better understand how broad this investigation is underway tonight.
From Maine to Florida, the investigation moved quickly along the eastern seaboard.
We have, in the last 24 hours, taken the manifests and used those as an evidentiary base, and have talked to many of the families of the victims, and have successfully, I believe, identified many of the hijackers on each of the 4 flights that went down.
Federal investigators now believe they know the identity of 4 men capable of piloting the 2 planes that left Boston and crashed into the World Trade Center. The key, rental cars parked by the suspected terrorist at Portland International Airport and Boston's Logan Airport, each yielding clues that ultimately led investigators to flight schools in Florida.
A number of the suspected hijackers were trained as pilots in the United States.
Rental records for the car left in Portland brought investigators to residences in Vero Beach, Florida, which were searched by the FBI. Inside one house, pictures of Adnan Bukhari and a pilot certificate from a Florida flight school in his name. Also found inside the residence, another pilot certificate for Amir Abbas Bukhari. Another certificate indicates that at least one of the Bukharis participated in a program to help train Saudi Airlines employees. Federal investigators believe the 2 men are brothers and prime suspects. FBI agents also visited other Florida locations after gathering clues from the second rental car parked at Boston's Logan Airport that led to the identity of 2 more men, also pilots, Mohammed Atta and Marwan Youssef Al-Shehi, who received at least some flight training at Huffman Aviation in Venice, Florida. Charles Voss is a bookkeeper at Huffman Aviation who briefly allowed the two men to stay at his house.
They were, like I said, students. They arrived over there a year ago. It was in last July. And when they first arrived, they had no place to stay. They just popped in pretty much, as I recall, unannounced. And so we provided them, for the benefit of the flight school, provided them a place to stay for a few days.
At least one person believed to be an acquaintance of the Bukharis has been taken into custody for questioning.
There have been occasions where we have interviewed individuals and come to find that the individual is out of status and that individual has been detained on an immigration hold. But there have been no arrests relating to these hijackings at this point.
Having found the four men, federal investigators believe piloted the two hijacked jets into the World Trade Center towers. They are now scouring Florida flight schools, searching for the pilots of the other two jetliners, one that crashed in Pennsylvania, the other that rammed the Pentagon. Now, about the nationality of those four suspects, the Bukhari brothers are Saudis, according to sources, and the other two suspects are holders of United Arab Emirate passports. Now, we have several new pieces of information provided by CNN correspondent Eileen O'Connor, who has been providing new information all day long. She says 3 people were taken into custody in an FBI raid at the Westin Copley Hotel in Boston. They are material witnesses. They were not arrested. They are material witnesses. They have also learned, according to her sources, federal investigators, they've also learned that 7 of the airline tickets were purchased with 1 credit card. That is a critical piece of information, according to those investigators. As well, we've learned that, and Eileen O'Connor has learned, that America Online, which is the parent company of CNN, has handed over records on email accounts that were used by suspects in this case. And as well, Eileen O'Connor is reporting that 2 hijackers used a ferry to get to the United States to Bar Harbor, Maine, from Nova Scotia. So they used a ferry to reach this country. Paula?
Mike, if you could clear up something for us tonight. I know some of the officials I've talked to are quite sensitive about calling these men who have been taken into custody as suspects. Can we, with great comfort, call all these men that are being questioned suspects tonight, or just a couple of them? What is their status?
Well, Paula, those who are living, who were taken, the people at the hotel who were taken, are material witnesses. We're not calling them suspects. The federal investigators aren't calling them suspects. But the 4 people who the federal investigators say are suspects, the Bukhari brothers and the other 2 people down in Florida, they believe those 4 people are dead, Paula, and they were on the airplane and are very likely the 4 people who would have flown the aircraft, the 2 airplanes, into the 2 World Trade Center towers.
Mike, earlier today you spent some time focusing in on reports that both surfaced in the Boston Globe and the Boston Herald showing the vulnerabilities of Logan Airport. Those reporters calling the security procedures there in some cases shoddy. Based on what you're learning about what has been retrieved from that car that was parked at Logan Airport, could anything have stopped these guys? Any security procedures have stopped these guys from carrying off what they accomplished out of Logan Airport?
You know, Paula, let me answer it this way. I spent 5 weeks in Beirut this summer. A lot of it doing stories on suicide bombers for later reporting that I'm doing. And a suicide bomber, there's very little chance of stopping a suicide bomber. They believe they're going to glory. That's why they leave behind clues. They want people to know who they are because, Paula, they believe they aren't coming back and they're going on to a better life. That is their belief.
Walk us through very briefly what you think we can expect tomorrow in terms of even more developments on this front.
Well, the FBI is checking flight schools in Florida and other parts of the country. They believe they'll find the pilots of the other 2 aircraft, the one that crashed in Pennsylvania and the one that crashed into the Pentagon. They're desperately trying to find those other pilots, but I got to tell you, they've moved very quickly today, have done an excellent job. They've already, in this day after, have what they believe are 4 of the pilots involved in this.
All right, Mike Betcher, thanks for your complete reporting. Aaron and I are about to be drowned out by sirens. I don't know if we have any idea
Yeah, I have some
what
idea.
is going on down
I
there.
have some idea. You can hear the sirens. I'm going to turn my back on you for a second. We've been seeing police and fire moving up the street here, and we are told now that the Empire State Building, one of the absolute symbols of the city of New York, is being evacuated. With a lot we don't know, okay? We do not know what is precipitating this. We don't know if there was a call, if there was there's obviously some belief that there's a threat to the building, but we don't know where that came from, where it was directed to, why now, what is happening. What we do know, and the most important thing to tell you right now, is that the Empire State Building, one of the symbols of this city of New York, perhaps in many ways other than the Statue of Liberty, the best known symbol. You can see the building. It's not very far from where we are. I mean, I'm literally looking at it as you are from our camera location. It is being evacuated.
Now, Aaron, what I'm noticing is, if you were to contrast this with last night, no lights are on in the building.
Well, and I may be wrong about this, but it seemed to me, you guys have been looking at this as well, that a couple of minutes ago when I first heard this, there was more light in that building than there is now. And I have no idea if there is any significance to that. But the building is being evacuated, and there are office workers in the building. We assume maintenance people working through the building, as in most of these office buildings at night. People who came to work today in the city, and believe me, there wasn't a lot of work getting done here today. We suspect have gone home long ago. We don't know how many people are in the Empire State Building, but all of them are being told to get out. And you heard, as we were talking just a moment ago, the sound of the sirens coming up what are essentially empty streets here. It's not like they need the sirens to clear people out of the way, but they were, and there were a fair number of them coming up the street, and we assume that is related to whatever is going on in the Empire State Building. We assume that in part because the World Trade Center itself, ground zero in all of this, is still 30 blocks or so, give or take, from the Empire State Building from where we are tonight.
Now, what some folks who don't live in New York might not know is that the top of the Empire State Building is usually lighted to indicate what the weather pattern is in the city. Last night, the lights were out to indicate the tremendous loss that was suffered here.
Now, down at ground zero, the rescue operation. I want to turn the other way for a second. I want to turn the other way. I believe you can see it, and I'll step out of the way if that helps, but it almost looks like it's been lighted. You can see the smoke coming up, and there does seem to be some light in back of it. I'm going to guess here, and it is only a guess, that what you've got is power generators and night lights working to allow the rescue crews that are in the area to work at night. Part of the reason I believe this is as I was making my way down towards the building this afternoon, there were lines, there were dozens of generators and night lights that were waiting on the West Side Highway, a major thoroughfare in New York, waiting to get into the area so that the relief and the rescue crews could work through the night. There were dozens of those generators. There were also dozens of construction vehicles as well, and we now presume that they are getting that kind of lighting so that they can continue this very slow operation. Also, we will tell you within, well, literally across the street from where we are.
Aaron, there's another thing I need to add. While you were talking, I have just learned that Penn Station is currently being evacuated. Once again, we have very limited information on this.
And Penn Station is literally across the street from where we're standing. I mean, it is, you walk across the street from this building at 510 Plaza in New York, and you are in Penn Station. Now, why this is happening, where these threats, why officials believe these buildings are at risk, we do not know. Penn Station takes commuters. The Amtrak comes out of Penn Station. It is a very busy place in New York. It is directly connected to Madison Square Garden, as they say, the world's most famous arena, and another one of those symbols of New York. And so now, two enormously well-known buildings, the Empire State Building, Penn Station adjacent to Madison Square Garden, and adjacent to where we are being evacuated, and we don't know if it's a hoax or it's serious or what it is. We just know what's happening.
And as these threats are being investigated, we should also point out that as we stand here on this platform, there is great concern about the structural status of a 54-story tower that sits across from what is left of that World Trade Center complex. The west side of the building is seriously degraded. This has meant that rescuers had to be evacuated from some of the perimeter areas surrounding the World Trade Center because of the imminent danger. We should say about the only ray of hope coming out of New York City earlier today was the fact that rescue workers were able to successfully rescue some 11 people. 6 of them firefighters, 3 police officers, 2 civilians, one of whom actually made a cell phone call to a family member saying he was trapped inside the rubble. Unfortunately, we are dealing now with the reality that firefighters are telling us about, that 90% of the folks you rescue are usually rescued within the first 24 hours of a catastrophe. That does not mean that rescuers are giving up hope. But that is the cold, stark reality this evening.
We are obviously doing very aggressive reporting now, trying to figure out why it is that officials have ordered the evacuation of these 2 buildings, Penn Station and the Empire State Building. We'll just keep coming back to this until we figure out what's happening down there and what either local police or federal officials believe is the threat. Down at the Trade Center itself, reporters have been making their way through the area. I'm going to take a chance that Brian Nelson can hear me now. Can he? Brian, are you down there?
I can hear you, Eric. Yes, I can. Yes, I can hear you.
Brian,
I'm down here about 5 to 7 blocks.
Can you hear me? Yeah, we hear you fine, and we see you as well. You're on the video phone. Viewers, I think, are familiar with that. Again, tell us where you are, and then tell us what you can see.
Well, we're about 5 to 7 blocks away from the ruins of the World Trade Center, and this is really ground zero, as you call it. And all day long since this afternoon into this evening, there have been a parade of trucks coming in and out of here. On the way in, those trucks are carrying heavy machinery, front loaders, back haulers, and just some very big haulers. They go in empty, and they return maybe a couple of hours later, and those haulers are carrying pieces of twisted debris, girders that have just been wrecked beyond description. There are pieces of concrete, and there are cars that have been caught and demolished in the wreckage that are sitting on top of that pile. They are all being carried out of here one piece at a time. And we also see, and this is the grim part of this story, Aaron, refrigerated trucks also going out, and we presume that they're carrying human remains. The rescue workers, though, have been picking over the debris at the World Trade Center with dogs, and doing it so very gingerly. They're using the dogs particularly because they have a scent, of course, and they are afraid to disturb the remains there. And so they are not using a lot of the heavy equipment they have. They are using pieces. They're picking it out one piece at a time so as not to force any collapse that would jeopardize anyone still alive beneath. This is ground central, as I mentioned earlier. It's also ground central for fear, apprehension. Behind me, and Paula mentioned this earlier, is the Liberty Plaza building. I don't think you can see it in the darkness, but that building is believed to have been structurally weakened in the collapse of the World Trade Center, and so there is some danger that it might collapse itself. And so the press have been pushed back at least a block or 2 from where they were earlier just because of that danger. There was also rumors of a gas leak today that sent hundreds of people stampeding down the streets away from the scene of the World Trade Center, and that includes all the rescue workers. They're very much afraid that something might explode, and that turned out to be not the case. And we had a woman down here, a very emotional woman down here where the press is corralled. She was carrying posters and pictures of people who I might presume she worked with, and she was just very emotional because they had not been seen for days.
Brian, Terrific work, and I apologize for interrupting you, but I'm going to do it anyway, and we'll talk about it later. We've got something that's unfolding now.
There is a news conference going underway in Los Angeles. The brother of one of the pilots of the plane that slammed into the Pentagon is now talking to the press.
In Arlington National Cemetery. Chick was actively involved in the Leadership Endowment Project for the United States Naval Academy Foundation. He was an exemplary human being. He was a hero long before this happened, and he was a hero to our entire family. We'll take a few questions.
Being a graduate of the U.S. Naval Academy, I mean, it shows just that alone. He was an extraordinary individual. Was he also extraordinarily patriotic, and what would he have thought about the action taken against all these civilians? Any idea?
I can tell you that my brother was a very patriotic American. His biography is a testament to that. His chief concern when this was going on, I can assure all of the passengers on his airplane and his, or the loved ones of those passengers and his crew members, his chief concern would have been their safety. He had impeccable judgment. That judgment was carefully honed as a naval officer landing jets on carrier decks in the middle of the night. He was a very brave man. What would he have thought of, from a political point of view? I assure you that wouldn't have been going on in his mind. He would have been he was a very disciplined man who would have been working at the task at hand. And those people need to know that their captain was very, very brave. He was the quintessential example of courage under fire.
Brad, you spoke a little bit ago about your brother as being a hero. We're hearing bits and pieces now about what may have happened on board these flights. When you hear the narrative from the federal officials about what perhaps went down with the box cutters and overtaking the cockpits and the like, what are your thoughts? How do you think your brother may have held up in that circumstance?
I'm reluctant to speculate on what he would have done or what happened on board that flight. That's for the federal authorities to review and discover. Although I know Chick would have done absolutely the right thing in the best interest for his fellow crew members and for every single passenger on that plane.
Had he ever spoken about the possibility of being hijacked?
Chick was always reassuring people that airplanes are one of the safest places you can be. I'm sure that he was aware that when he went to work that there was always a possibility of some kind of catastrophe. But for him, it was very, very remote. I don't think that when Chick went to work, he thought about hijacking. But that doesn't mean that he didn't conduct himself in the most impeccable fashion.
At one point you were looking at a split screen image of the damage caused by the plane hitting the Pentagon, And one of the points we need to make now is that White House spokesman Ari Fleischer confirmed earlier today that in fact the intended target of that plane was not the Pentagon, but perhaps the White House. And he also acknowledged that Air Force One was considered a target of this attack. Instead, this plane went down into the Pentagon. There are chilling accounts of how the plane made a 250-degree turn as it came into a very low angle over the land surrounding the Pentagon. Aaron?
Well, we have told you the Empire State Building is being evacuated, Penn Station is being evacuated. More lives are being disrupted tonight as they were yesterday. It seems in some moments, to be honest, that there isn't a New Yorker who hasn't had their lives disrupted by this tragedy, this atrocity that has taken place in this city. Every time we hear sirens, I'll confess, we're not so cold about this that we don't jump a little bit. You hear them and it gets a little scary. And it is that kind of feeling, that fear and that anger that we have found consistently on the streets of our city. More on that to your CNN stuff missing.
This is what New Yorkers woke up to this morning. Those who'd managed to sleep at all during a night of surreal quiet. No planes overhead, no car alarms, strangely no sirens. This morning, no traffic jams, no rush hour crowds, no 110-story buildings where 2 had stood yesterday. People rushed to buy up postcards, vibrant reminders of what New York City looked like on Monday.
I'm used to seeing the Twin Towers, and this morning they weren't there. It was sad. It was just, it's just horrible.
Yesterday it was all so unreal, so distant. By today, it had hit home. So many people knew the name of someone who never called home yesterday, never came back from work. A neighbor, a friend, a brother-in-law.
This is what he looks like, and if anyone's seen anything, we'd appreciate them calling to try to help us out. The phone number's 718-432-5982, and anything that anyone can do to try to help us find him.
People who hadn't read a newspaper in months hunted down copies today, read every word, gasped at still photos that stopped the heart. It had happened. It had really happened. Slowly today, the state of stun, the disbelief, gave way. In some cases to anger. In this city of fast moves and blunt words, there were many who wanted vengeance in a New York minute.
I've always been a bleeding heart liberal, but right now I certainly feel a lot of anger, and, you know, I mean, there's a side of me that wants to see our government just go and whoever's an enemy, just hit him now and ask questions later.
But as most people began to comprehend what had happened at the World Trade Center, what had to have happened to all those people, disbelief gave way to sorrow, to great aching sadness. So many people in this city of walkers walked with their heads low today, depressed, defeated somehow. The bad guys seem to have won this time. Americans don't have much experience with defeat. New Yorkers don't ever admit it. Hundreds lined up on the West Side Highway, the main access to the attack site, to offer their support, to rally their spirits. But on the day after, just one long day, millions of New Yorkers are already so weary. New Yorkers don't wait well, and they've had to wait for the phone call saying, "I'm fine, she's okay," or "We haven't heard from him yet." They've had to wait for hard facts. How many saved? How many lost? Who did this? And why? And today they began to realize the waiting may last weeks, months, even years. The waiting for answers, for comfort, for peace of mind, for justice. For the first day they wake up and don't immediately think of this. Beth Nissen, CNN, New York.
And right now, it is time to check in with Tricia Stevens. You were one of the very lucky ones. You were working in 2 World Trade Center.
Yeah.
Explain to us where you were when these attacks happened.
We were on the 98th floor of 2 World Trade Center. It was about a few minutes to 9. We were at our desks, and the person who sits behind me, thank God, Sandra, was the first to see the flames that were coming from the impact from 1 World Trade Center. And she screamed, "It's a bomb, let's get out of here." And that just sent us all running. We ran to the staircase. We ran down 20 flights of stairs from 98 to 78. And I was so lucky I got on the first elevator down. And it's the express elevator down to floor 1. When we got to floor 1, we had people telling us to just get out of there, get out of there. And as soon as we got to the door leading to the outside, we heard this noise. Just, I call it the sound of destruction, because that's all you could really think that it was. And you just heard this massive sound. What I later learned was the plane crashing into the building, and debris falling, and people screaming. And
how did you stay alive?
when I came out, I lost the hand of the person I was with, Vivian, and I went running around, and I saw a van that was carrying flowers to the farmer's market, and I jumped in, and I waited there. I don't know how long it was. I was screaming and hysterical, but I realized that if anything happened, I was so close to the building that I had to get away. I jumped out and I ran across the street. There was a police officer there who grabbed my hand and helped me up to where the Brooks Brothers building was. And after that, I just kept running and walking and running.
And that was your instinct to run, and you found yourself actually on the Brooklyn Bridge then, many minutes later.
I ran into my co-worker, Helena, and together we just walked to the Brooklyn Bridge. When we got to the other side, on the Brooklyn side, we both turned around and we saw our building that I was in shortly before just crumbled right before our eyes, and we couldn't believe it because we have two people from my job, Helene, Frank Neistat, and Barbara Gazzardo. We haven't found them yet. They work in our department.
And I think that's one of the most devastating parts of this tragedy, because so few people know where the thousands of folks are that were working in those towers. You actually emailed friends today to describe to them what went on. Did you do that for catharsis?
There were so many people calling me, and people in tears thinking that I was dead because they saw the building collapse. And it hurt me so much to hear them cry because they thought I wasn't there anymore. And it was the phones weren't working well, so it was the fastest way to let a lot of people know that I was okay and to let them know what happened. And that people got out. You know, some of us got out. And there's hope, you know.
One of the things you expressed in this email is your gratitude for that police officer as you were hiding behind that van that somehow had the instinct to tell you, you got to get out of here. You got to get out from under this van. Will you ever forget his face?
No. No, I won't forget his face. He ran towards me when I was running towards him, and there were so many people looking and watching, and he just like grabbed me, and you know, he gave me focus to get, you know, away, because otherwise there's so much going on around you, you're not really sure where to go, you know.
You have to feel so lucky as we're standing here tonight.
I'm blessed, and I'm guided by the hand of God, and for so many of us that got downstairs in time to get on that elevator, I truly believe that God has just taken us out of that building, because there's so many who did not make it, and we're truly blessed.
Before we let you go, any thoughts on the heroism that the hundreds of firefighters on duty exhibited, and the police officers, one of whom you said forever will have an impact on your life?
It's really sad, because while we were running away, they were running towards us. And nobody could have known that that was going to happen, that the building was going to collapse. And we pray for them, and we're so appreciative, because without them, we would not have known to just get out as quickly as we did. And I remember police officers saying, head north, get away, when people were standing, and they were just telling us to get away as quickly as possible. And they saved a lot of lives, and we're appreciative.
Well, you certainly represent the triumph of the spirit here in New York. We know this is extremely painful for you to share your story here this evening. We appreciate your coming by, Tricia, and best of luck. Aaron, as you and I both listened to Tricia, I guess the one thing that came to mind today is the amount of gratefulness that New Yorkers have expressed to the firefighters and the rescue workers on duty. At one point tonight, I am told that a couple hundred New Yorkers actually worked their way in within 2 blocks of Ground Zero to thank and cheer on the rescue workers on duty.
I was coming up from the scene down there at about 8 o'clock tonight, and we're coming through Tribeca. We drove by. We were behind a caravan of police and fire officials, and out from a bar or a tavern, I wasn't sure, it went by pretty quickly, a group of people had come out, because this is a street where there's been a tremendous amount of movement of rescue personnel, and they came out and they were holding little votive candles. and they just were holding them out towards the firefighters, the police officers, the assorted rescue workers from not just New York City, but all over the area, just to say thanks. They were quiet. There was no whistling, yelling, applauding. It was just this very sweet gesture, and I suspect there were lots of others. Tricia, thanks.
You're welcome.
Thank you. It's very hard. There hasn't been much good news, so let me pass along a little bit. We can tell you that the all clear has been given at both the Empire State Building and at Penn Station, I guess about 20 minutes after an evacuation order was given in those two buildings. The all clear has been given, and whatever it was, it's over, it's done fine. Now, a little bit farther downtown from where we are in Washington Square Park, there is, and I think we have pictures of it, there we go, a vigil going on tonight. Washington Square Park is one of the quirkier places in the city. It's a lovely and interesting area, and a fascinating assortment of people gather there every day for all sorts of different reasons.
Quirky is a generous way of describing Washington Park, Aaron.
Quirky is, I like to think of it as a thoughtful way. It doesn't require I explain much more. But there's all sorts of interesting folks down there of all ages and backgrounds, as you see in the city of New York, and they're just down there simply to pray and to stand together, to be together. Being together is one of the things that we as humans like to do in these moments. We share our misery and our sorrow and our anger together, and we pray together, and however we do that, and that's what's going on down in Washington Square Park right now. John Voss is not too terribly far away from there, a correspondent of ours down on the ground, and he can tell us a little bit more about what he has been seeing. John?
Aaron, this has indeed been a very long day for this nation, for this city, but especially for the workers who are on that site, who are on their search and rescue mission, searching for bodies and hoping and praying to rescue people who may still be alive. We spoke with them as they left. They talk of a skittish atmosphere, much like when someone in a theater jumps up and yells fire. That's the atmosphere down there. They are on a knife's edge. They talk about finding an American flag, pausing for a moment to salute it. They talk about the orange pieces of plastic which marks the spot where they find body parts or bodies, and how when they look on that pile of debris it seems as if there is orange plastic almost every 10 feet. But perhaps the saddest story today we heard from a woman who was walking up and down West Street here. She was carrying photos of a young man. She was trying to find him. She'd called all the telephone numbers, she'd called the 1-800 numbers, the hospitals, the police. No one had seen him. No one had seen her nephew.
This is our last resort, to see if there's somebody out there who knows anything about, seeing him or knowing where he's at or seeing him, in the building or whatever, and for them to call us and let us know.
Obviously, great feelings of anxiety which are shared by so many people in this city and in this nation tonight. Just to add what Brian was telling us about the dump trucks earlier tonight, they are moving in through here. There are hundreds of them. They were banked up. They were lined up all day today. They are going in empty, and they are coming out with debris. We are told they are taking that debris to barges where it is being handed over to the FBI, where they will sift through that debris looking for evidence. Aaron.
John, thank you. John Voss down in the ground zero area, a little 4 or 5 blocks back from it, we guess, Paula.
And Jeff Greenfield has just dropped by to share some of his thoughts on what the president is facing at this moment and what the country will have to endure in the weeks to come.
We were thinking about the president, what he was doing today, and you think back to last year's election, peace and prosperity seemed a fact of nature. We all said there were no big issues on the table. What real issues could a new president have to deal with? Now we know, and a question arises, how have past presidents dealt with crises, and how have those crises defined their presidencies? Political benefit. But when President Johnson escalated the war in Vietnam, after an alleged attack on U.S. naval vessels, the resulting firestorm helped drive him into retirement.
When it comes to patriotism,
Richard Nixon had middle America with him on the war in Vietnam. It was the Watergate scandal, of course, that sunk him.
If Iran should release the hostages,
Jimmy Carter's political defeat in 1980 was sealed by his failure to get American hostages out of Iran.
And here's an instructive irony.
Allied air forces began an attack on military targets in Iraq.
President Bush's success in the Gulf War pushed his approval ratings past 90%. But the resulting high oil prices and shaken consumer confidence led to a brief but politically fatal recession.
Their legacy must be our lives.
President Clinton, he never looked as presidential as when he led the nation in mourning after the Oklahoma City bombing. But maybe the past doesn't really tell us all that much. I mean, presidents have led us into war, but we've known who the enemy was and what the war was about. We've had presidents console us with losses, but never a loss this enormous and this threatening. So I think what we really can say, much as we look to history for guidance, this president, 9 months into his term, is facing a challenge no other president has ever faced before.
What are your thoughts about what the president had to say today when he toured the area surrounding the Pentagon?
I think everything this president has done and said is what he has to do and say, and it is going to get enormous support from all parts of the political spectrum. The question is not what he says, but what happens in the weeks and months ahead, because this is not a patient nation. And what my point is that this country doesn't always support a president if he doesn't deliver. The piece we didn't see is that, Franklin Roosevelt, when he got us into World War II after Pearl Harbor, everybody supported him, but that war was prosecuted successfully. And so the question now is, what happens when people say, you've got to do something, we've got to strike, and then people say, do we really know who to strike at? I think this is an enormous challenge, more complicated maybe than any president's ever faced.
And it strikes me that in an interview I did earlier today with Secretary of State Colin Powell, he is preparing the nation for a long assault. He said this is not going to be over in a week or two. This is going to require the combined efforts of the United States and what he called the world neighborhood or world community.
And look at what happens beyond even military action. Look at what happened just a few moments ago. The nervousness that runs through this country where anybody can make a phone call and evacuate at the Empire State Building and Penn Station. What happens when the commercial airlines get back into work and somebody calls in a bomb case? How much more seriously will we take it? How much more disruption? And that's what I mean by the uniqueness of this challenge. This president is facing not simply the need to take military action, not simply an enormous loss of life, but the whole possibility of a ripple of disruption throughout this country. I can't think of a historical parallel to it.
Jeff, thanks.
Thank you, Jeff. Around the city of New York tonight, there are literally hundreds of people, perhaps thousands of people in hospitals. They have been taken there over mostly early yesterday. They're being treated from injuries that are as simple as scrapes and bruises and as serious as you can imagine, as life-threatening as you can imagine. Medical correspondent today, Elizabeth Cohn, visited one of them, and here is her report.
Andrew Zucker started his day Tuesday on the 86th floor of the South Tower of the World Trade Center. After the first explosion, the one in the North Tower, his wife called.
And he said, I'm okay, I'll call you back, and he hung up.
But then his building blew up.
If I know Andrew, he stopped to help somebody, and I don't even want to think about what happened, and I don't know what happened to him, but he's just not here.
But thinks she must, because like many people who stood in line to find out about their missing loved ones, Erica says she still thinks her husband may still be alive. So while Erica worked the phones Wednesday, her sister, Naomi Konovich, and family friend Susan Feldman went out on a search, one hospital at a time, starting at New York University Medical Center, where there were no answers.
Bellevue, I think, is on like 27th. It's only like 3 or 4 more blocks down.
After Bellevue, on to Beekman Hospital. No one had seen him there either.
Someone told us actually to go to the medical examiner's office.
They told Naomi to gather dental records and hair samples in case they'd have to identify his body.
They don't have lists of people who were found dead. They don't have anything.
Late in the day, after buying a mask to keep out the dust circulating after all the explosions, she checked yet more public offices, Still, no one had heard of Andrew Zucker.
They said there were a couple of John Does in the hospital. We're hoping to find that maybe one of them is him.
In the end, a frustrated Naomi distributed flyers to the media.
He's about 6'1", heavy set with the big shoulders and a big chest.
While her sister kept up the round of calls to the hospitals, to the morgue.
If you do see him or you're with him, just tell him we all love him and just hold in there and we just want him to come home. We need him to come home.
Elizabeth Cohen, CNN, New York.
An odd or end, if you will. One of our colleagues who lives over in Brooklyn woke up this morning and looked out in his backyard and scattered about the pieces. We're working off that camera. There we go. Hang on to that for a minute.
Want me to hold that for you?
Yeah, would you please? Thank you. Pieces, scraps of paper that had blown. You can see the edges of them. I hope you can see it at least. The edges of them singed. This comes from Cantor Fitzgerald, one of the investment firms in the World Trade Center. Obviously, when the building blew and the paper flew, it scattered all over the area. It crossed the water and in and over to Brooklyn and into our friend and colleague's backyard today. And I wonder how many people around the area woke up to something like this.
Well, for the first time, we are being told that New Yorkers as far away as 4 miles from here are smelling the stinging smoke that continues to come from what is left of the World Trade Center. I think you made it clear, Aaron, that area continues to be illuminated tonight. You'll just find that over my right shoulder where rescue workers are still on duty.
When I was down there earlier today, the smell is indescribable and it is unforgettable. I mean, I hope never again to have it. It's absolutely awful, and I wouldn't even know how to begin to tell you what it smells like. It smells like nothing I've ever experienced, but I know I'll never forget it.
Right now, we'd like to share with you some of the thoughts of Bruce Morton as he focuses in on how the nation will have to continue to come to grips with the magnitude of what has been handed us.
The House will be in order.
Congress went back to work.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
People went to church trying to make sense of it all. God made us free, the homily said, to do good or evil. And people went back to work. In New York, exhausted rescue workers caught their breath. Signs said pray, and surely many did. And some just cried. Major League Baseball canceled all its games for the second straight day. New York's tunnels were closed. Airports looked ghostly. This was Dallas-Fort Worth. The limited flights for stranded people will resume. An odd day for those who work in airports.
I've been here for almost 6 months, and I've never, ever, I mean, it's almost peaceful.
In Chicago at the Sears Tower, America's tallest building, it was business as usual. But some who work in it are worried.
And this is the tallest building I ever worked in. Normally the buildings it would go like 21 or maybe 31, but this is the tallest and I'm terrified.
Newspaper headlines offered a sample of reaction to the terror, pretty straightforward mostly. The San Francisco Examiner was just plain angry. And on talk radio, this is San Francisco's KGO, people, this man said he was an airline pilot, talked.
What more do you need? I mean, do we need to have the Capitol taken out and the joint session of Congress before this thing can turn nuclear? I'm just so furious over it.
Back in Washington, the mall looked empty except for accidental tourists, a stranded Australian.
This is just a terrible thing, and clearly it's a threat to all of us, to our safety, and it's a threat to democracy.
A woman from Topeka wondering how to get home.
Is there a train? I don't even know. We don't have trains in Kansas.
A student.
Just to see so many police officers everywhere. Everywhere you go, National Guards out on some of the streets. It's eerie.
Lots of flags, all at half-staff. Walmart sold 88,000 this day, 6,000 on the same day last year.
At the Capitol's railroad station, a sign people could sign, and did, and a street musician playing a bugle call he probably hadn't played in years. Sadness and tiredness, back to work, still grieving, but determined. Bruce Morton, CNN, Washington.
And one more image for you tonight. Tomorrow, many of you will find on your newsstand a very rare special edition of Time magazine. That is the cover shot. There are, at least as when I saw it on my computer, now I'm not so sure. There are no words. There's no strong slug on it, just the date. It is not since August of '98 during the Lewinsky matter has Time published a special edition. They'll publish again on Mondays, they always do, but they put that out, and that picture, I guess, is the one that I will confess I took to sleep with me last night.
I think we all did. I think it's forever burned into our consciousness here. Aaron Brown and I both thank you for joining us tonight. That wraps it up for us this evening. Garrick Utley, Colleen McEdwards, and Jim Clancy will take you through the next hour. We, again, appreciate your joining us tonight. Good night.
A day after the stunning attacks on America, a sense of determination as New York City confronts the horror of Tuesday's terrorist attacks.
While investigators follow a trail of clues along the United States East Coast, searching for those responsible for the devastation.
And around the world, outpourings of grief for the victims and expressions of solidarity with the United States. Hello and welcome. I'm Jim Clancy.
And I'm Colleen McEdwards at the CNN Center. We want to bring you right up to date on the latest developments, of course, for you right here. Authorities in New York Wednesday evening evacuated two of the city's landmarks. They told people to leave both the Empire State Building and Penn Station. It's not clear yet why New York authorities took this action, but the all clear, we can tell you, was given just about 30 minutes ago. We'll continue to monitor that. Meanwhile, with their hands, with pickaxes, with whatever they can grab, rescuers dig slowly through the mounds of rubble, searching for survivors and human remains. At times, they're forced to retreat when sections of surrounding buildings buckle and crack. That actually happened Wednesday when what's left of the South Tower of the World Trade Center completely collapsed, as did 5 World Trade Center. Despite their efforts, only 9 survivors have been pulled from the wreckage so far. Still, firefighters, they'll work on.
It's a lot of devastation, but we have to deal with it. It's something that we have to do. I mean, nobody really prepares for anything on this kind of scale. And, every news we hear is more and more bad news.
In New York, leaders warn that the death toll from the collapse of the Twin Towers is sure to be heavy. Many people did manage to get out, but authorities fear that thousands remain under the piles of metal, stone, and dust. New York's mayor and governor appear undaunted.
We have to all work together now, and work together to make sure that we save as many lives as possible, rescue the people that we can rescue, and rebuild the city of New York and the World Trade Center to be even greater and more wonderful and more beautiful than it was before.
We're going to show the rest of the nation, we're going to show the rest of the world that New Yorkers are not intimidated by terrorism, that we don't surrender to this type of cowardly act, that we will come back stronger than ever.
And citywide, Mayor Giuliani says that the death toll officially standing at 82, expected, though, of course, to go much higher.
At the same time this day, U.S. President George W. Bush taking a close-up view of the devastation at the Pentagon for himself. Mr. Bush made the short trip to the sprawling building just outside Washington Wednesday. After meeting with rescue personnel, he stared silently at the huge gash left by the plane's impact.
Coming here makes me sad on the one hand. It also makes me angry. Our country will, however, not be cowed by terrorists, by people who don't share the same values we share, by people who are willing to destroy people's lives.
As Mr. Bush stood nearby, workers unfurled a large American flag and began singing, "God Bless America." Now on to one of the areas of this story people are most interested in, the investigation. No arrests yet, but in Boston, the FBI taking several people in for questioning. Boston is a focus for investigators because 2 of the 4 hijacked commercial flights originated there. Agents have also taken into custody several people in Providence, Rhode Island, as well as Venice and Vero Beach, Florida. Authorities searched 2 residents in Vero Beach, where they say 2 brothers possibly involved in the hijackings may have lived.
The Department of Justice has undertaken perhaps the most massive and intensive investigation ever conducted in America. The full resources of the FBI, the Justice Department's Criminal Division, the U.S. Attorney's offices, the INS, and other components have been brought to bear and will be focused in this endeavor.
The Bush administration still considering how to respond to the terror attacks. President Bush huddled with his national security team Wednesday. Pressure building on the Bush administration to strike back and strike back soon. But top aides say the battle against terrorism will take a long-term commitment from the entire world.
We're building a strong coalition to go after these perpetrators, but more broadly, to go after terrorism wherever we find it in the world. It's a scourge not only against the United States, but against civilization, and it must be brought to an end.
U.S. military advisors are refusing to provide any details of whether a military strike is being planned, but Defense Secretary Donald Rumsfeld warning U.S. servicemen and women to be on the alert.
We are, in a sense, seeing the definition of a new battlefield in the world, a 21st century battlefield, and it is a different kind of conflict. It is something that is not unique to this century, to be sure, but it is, given our geography and given our circumstance, it is in a major sense new for this country.
Now, at the same time, Colleen, congressional leaders are telling CNN lawmakers and the White House have begun work on a so-called use of force resolution. But they add several key leaders are raising concerns that the measure could be seen as a blank check authorizing military action.
International support key as well here, and President Bush and his top aides also spent much of the day trying to line up international support for the U.S. response to the attacks, and they did get a good deal of it. At an emergency meeting in Brussels, NATO made a decision that could pave the way for a collective response to the carnage.
On September the 12th, the North Atlantic Council met again in response to the appalling attacks perpetrated yesterday against the United States of America. The Council agreed that if it is determined that this attack was directed from abroad against the United States, it shall be regarded as an action covered by Article 5 of the Washington Treaty, which states that an armed attack against one or more of the allies in Europe or in North America shall be considered an attack against them all.
And NATO's decision marks the first time in the 52-year history of the alliance that the Mutual Defense Clause has actually been invoked. Meantime, Germany says it wants to repay the United States for its past support.
When the freedom of Berlin was at stake, John F. Kennedy said, you know the famous sentence, Ich bin ein Berliner. That was the expression of an incredible solidarity. Today, I think we have reason, especially as Germans, to return this show of solidarity. We stand in solidarity with the American people.
The U.S. financial markets are going to remain closed until at least Friday. The leaders of the New York Stock Exchange, the NASDAQ, and the U.S. Securities and Exchange Commission cite the destruction in downtown Manhattan for that delay. However, the U.S. Treasury will resume trading on Thursday. Meantime, thousands of travelers are waiting for commercial air travel to actually get going again. Federal officials have announced the limited resumption of commercial flights, but they say they need more time to put strict new security measures into effect. They include a total ban on knives and an end to curbside and off-airport check-ins. Also, only ticketed passengers with photo ID will be allowed past airport metal detectors, done that way in several other countries. Aviation officials say they don't expect passenger travel to return to normal before Thursday evening Eastern Time. That is at the earliest, we're told. Jim?
Now, even at this moment, a day and a half or more after that first jetliner slammed into the World Trade Center, the full story of the attack on the United States is really only beginning to take shape. We now have stories of survival. We have stories of struggle. CNN's Gary Cutley joins us once again, surveying the skyline of a wounded city. Garrick?
Indeed, Jim, it is still a wounded city. New York City, particularly Manhattan here around us, has begun to come back halfway to life this afternoon and even this evening. Mayor Giuliani and others are predicting that by tomorrow life should be as normal as it can be, except for the lower part of the island there along New York Harbor where the attack took place. And as we try to still handle and absorb the shocks of the attack itself on Tuesday, there are the aftershocks, perhaps not so surprisingly, fears of new bomb attacks. In fact, false alarms, perhaps even hoaxes. One of these occurred just right below us here along 34th Street in Midtown Manhattan this evening. A bomb alert or warning was received by security officials, and suddenly 34th Street, a busy crosstown thoroughfare, was the scene of all kinds of police and fire department action. Units were brought in, the cars and pedestrians were cleared out from almost the Hudson River on the west to Madison Avenue on the east. That's where securing the area around the Empire State Building. And not only the Empire State Building, but also nearby Penn Station, one of the main transportation hubs in Manhattan. The alert was also valid for that center. Passengers were not only rushed out of the terminal, some passengers, we are told, were told to get out of their trains and flee. But after about 1 hour, it was indeed a false alarm, and 34th Street is being reopened to traffic once again. And perhaps it's not surprising that these kinds of hoaxes, some kinds of people with these ideas will be calling these in. Of course, the police have to respond, which makes it much more difficult for them to deal with the real trouble and tragedy further downtown. And downtown is our correspondent Michael Oku, who has a vantage point near where the World Trade Centers once stood and can tell us what's going on there, how the rescue efforts are proceeding. Michael?
Garrett, good evening. As you can see, I am standing in front of what used to be the Twin Towers of the World Trade Center. If you look over my shoulder, you will see that it's now just a very, very blooming cloud of smoke. You can smell some of the remnants. People say that it's material, obviously, that came from the building and from some of the smoke down on the ground level. There are helicopters flying overhead. One must imagine that they have to do with the rescue efforts, and some of the authorities are surveying the scene here. Mayor Giuliani, as you correctly said, has said that tomorrow life will go back to normal, but he has said it is still pretty much a state of emergency south of 14th Street in Lower Manhattan. The police barricades that had stretched all across 14th Street, which basically divides Lower Manhattan from the rest of the city. He also mentioned what are some very grim numbers. When you talk about stories like this, you will always talk about the numbers, and we will be talking about the numbers for the weeks ahead. As we mentioned earlier in the broadcast, Colleen mentioned 82 victims found, 18 of which have been identified. So you can do the quick arithmetic on that. That means, of course, grimly, that 64 bodies have not been identified. It's unclear whether any of those bodies or all of those bodies will ever be identified. Of course, that's speculation at this point. We will get, hopefully, clear information on that in the days ahead. And also very difficult to digest, but unfortunately a harsh reality in a story like this. Authorities at the scene at the mayor's press conference today, after the press conference, told me that also 37 body parts were found. New York City Mayor Rudolph Giuliani confirmed tonight that the city has requested 6,000 body bags from FEMA, the Federal Emergency Management Agency, and that 3,000 tons of debris had been found from the site. Again, very grim numbers, and I'm sure that we will continue talking about those numbers in the days ahead. Garrett?
Thank you very much, Michael. As the rescue work continues, we're also receiving new images, new scenes of what was happening at the time, shortly after the explosion. And these are pictures of the downtown area, some of the rescue efforts that were taking place, some of the looks like a bulldozer there trying to move an ambulance or a police department vehicle. These are some of the efforts. It's not just the rubble up from the buildings itself, but we see again the destruction. This again an amateur video which was made today and courtesy of Mr. Bauer who took them. Again, it shows part of the mosaic, the destruction there. And as we have been seeing over and hearing over the last day or two, there have been any number of stories from those who were in the Twin Towers of the World Trade Center when those two planes crashed into them. And in addition to the stories of how they escaped, there's another angle, there's another important element. What led these people to flee? And what led apparently a great number of workers in the Twin Towers to stay exactly where they were once those planes crashed into the building, the World Trade Center? How did they make these decisions, and why did they? That's part of the report now from our correspondent, Maria Hinojosa.
The onlookers, safe behind police barricades, release their emotions through applause for the rescue workers. But for the survivors who were closer to ground zero, mixed emotions.
I saw my family, my wife and the two kids. Baby that's 1 year old and the 4-year-old. And I just saw them and I was just, just running towards the light.
Benjamin Fogel was right outside the building when it imploded. So survivors come to terms with what gave them the strength to make it out.
The plane is making impact. It's just coming in, and it's like shattered glass. Multiply the sum by 1 billion.
Judith Francis escaped through some back door steps.
And you're like, don't look back, don't look up, just keep going, don't run. It felt like the thunder of elephants just coming.
Many survivors spent yesterday in shock. Today, for some, that shock gave way to anger.
If I made it from 105th floor, many, many more people could have made it down. And Port Authority was announcing over the speaker over and over again, everything is fine, we are secure.
In the wreckage, she may have lost dozens of co-workers.
People had a chance to get out, and people went and sat back down and went up to get their purse and went back, for silly things.
Downtown near Ground Zero, Maureen Raffoni tries to make it to her apartment just 1 block away from where the tower stood, with no luck.
So you're looking at not going home for 2 or 3 days?
She feels guilty these days for everything.
You don't want to be narcissistic, and be like, oh, my belongings, oh, my apartment is trashed. The reality is, I'm alive, and those poor people that didn't get out, I just pray for them.
As the rescue workers file in, hoping against hope for more survivors, those who did make it through move into numbness.
I can't find words to describe it anymore. It's just the pain that I feel inside. I can't really label it.
For the survivors, theirs is a gift of life, but it's a gift wrapped in pain and sorrow. How could they have survived when so many others didn't? Maria Hinojosa, CNN, New York.
And once again, that eternal question of why, and for many, the question of why did I decide to flee, or why did I decide to stay? Questions being asked by so many people, above all the loved ones, the family and friends of those who were lost or at least are trapped at the World Trade Center site. Back to you now in Atlanta, Jim.
Garrick, just to chat with you a little bit and ask you, we see there the obvious pain, the wonderment at having survived such a disaster. But we also saw this day a lot of resolve on the part of New Yorkers, a band of people that, more than perhaps many others around the world, have a tendency to stick together in times of challenge.
That's true, and of course there's been this popular image of the tough New Yorker, the can-do New Yorker, at times rather obnoxious perhaps, but that's supposed to be this metropolis's characteristic. And one of the reasons for it is the sheer density of this city, particularly for an American city. Manhattan, the center of New York City, obviously, is an island. There are bridges going out on the Hudson River, the East River. People really live here in dormitory living. We live in cubicles and cells, if you will. And if you live that close together, two things happen, Jim. One is you run up against each other and you become very abrasive. On the other hand, you realize that you are part of a community. There's no big backyard. There's no backyard fence or a driveway separating your place from the next place, like much of American suburbia, for example. And I think this goes a long way to explaining why people in New York City, particularly here in Manhattan, stick together, work together, and that's what they're continuing to do tonight and obviously for many days ahead.
All right, Gary Cutler, thank you for that. Colleen.
All right, Jim. Well, CNN has learned that a microphone was actually left open on the hijacked flight that crashed in rural Pennsylvania, and we have obtained a partial transcript of what air traffic ground control heard taking place inside that cockpit. While United Airlines Flight 93 is 35,000 feet over the Cleveland area, shouting is heard in that cockpit. Someone yells, "Get out of here." The microphone's turned off. It comes back on. Some scuffling is heard, and a voice again yells, "Get out of here." The microphone again turned off, and then when it's turned on once again, someone is heard speaking English in what is described to us as an Arabic accent, tells passengers this: "There is a bomb on board. This is the captain speaking. Remain in your seat. There is a bomb on board. Stay quiet. We are meeting their demands. We are returning to the airport." And the microphone then goes off as the doomed plane heads into Pittsburgh airspace. That into CNN. Well, the Federal Bureau of Investigation is conducting a massive operation throughout the U.S. The FBI Wednesday took several people into custody in Boston and Florida for questioning. Now, these people have not been arrested, or they're not even being described as suspects at this point, but authorities say that they could provide what they call important material information related to the attacks. Meanwhile, the FBI says it believes at least 4 hijackers were capable of flying a plane. CNN's Mike Betcher has more on that.
From Maine to Florida, the investigation moved quickly along the eastern seaboard.
We have, in the last 24 hours, taken the manifests and used those as an evidentiary base, and have talked to many of the families of the victims, and have successfully, I believe, identified many of the hijackers on each of the 4 flights that went down.
Federal investigators now believe they know the identity of 4 men capable of piloting the 2 planes that left Boston and crashed into the World Trade Center. The key, rental cars parked by the suspected terrorist at Portland International Airport and Boston's Logan Airport, each yielding clues that ultimately led investigators to flight schools in Florida.
A number of the suspected hijackers were trained as pilots in the United States.
Rental records for the car left in Portland brought investigators to residences in Vero Beach, Florida, which were searched by the FBI. Inside one house, pictures of Adnan Bukhari and a pilot certificate from a Florida flight school in his name. Also found inside the residence, another pilot certificate for Amir Abbas Bukhari. Another certificate indicates that at least one of the Bukharis participated in a program to help train Saudi Airlines employees. Federal investigators believe the 2 men are brothers and prime suspects. FBI agents also visited other Florida locations after gathering clues from the second rental car parked at Boston's Logan Airport that led to the identity of 2 more men, also pilots, Mohammed Atta and Marwan Youssef Al-Shehi, who received at least some flight training at Huffman Aviation in Venice, Florida. Charles Voss is a bookkeeper at Huffman Aviation who briefly allowed the 2 men to stay at his house.
They were, like I said, students. They arrived over there a year ago. It was in last July. And when they first arrived, they had no place to stay. They just popped in pretty much, as I recall, unannounced. And so we provided them for the benefit of the flight school, provided them a place to stay for a few days.
At least one person believed to be an acquaintance of the Bukharis has been taken into custody for questioning.
There have been occasions where we have interviewed individuals and come to find that the individual is out of status, and that individual has been detained on an immigration hold. But there have been no arrests relating to these hijackings at this point.
Having found the 4 men, federal investigators believe piloted the 2 hijacked jets into the World Trade Center towers. They are now scouring Florida flight schools, searching for the pilots of the other 2 jetliners, one that crashed in Pennsylvania, the other that rammed the Pentagon. Mike Betcher, CNN, Atlanta.
Congress and the White House are weighing their options on how to respond to Tuesday's attack. CNN's John King is covering the story from the White House. He joins us now live. John?
Jim, negotiations proceeding and progress being made, we are told, on two fronts. First and foremost, CNN getting details tonight of negotiations between the White House and key congressional leaders on what they are calling a resolution of resolve. But this resolution, we are told, includes language, and again, they're still negotiating the final document, but it includes language that would back the president in using force to retaliate for these deadly terrorist strikes. The negotiations went on late tonight, the White House faxing at some points proposed language to key members of Congress. We're told those talks will pick up in the morning. The president also making progress, we are told, in negotiating agreement on a $20 billion emergency spending bill. That could reach the White House as early as tomorrow afternoon. That would be a down payment on the money to pay first and foremost for the recovery and rescue efforts we see in New York and over at the Pentagon, and to pay for the early stages of the investigation. Jim?
Through the last years, there's been a sense that there's a terrorist threat that is looming there, and certainly the Bush administration has talked about that with its missile defense and everything else. It has pushed sanctions, diplomatic pressure, and other things. Is there a sense at the White House that the clock has run out on some of these options?
There certainly is, and again, there's both a short-term and a long-term prescription. Looking far down the road, we hear administration officials and especially key members of Congress saying the United States needs to go back to the drawing board, learn some lessons from this, find out what went wrong, and perhaps spend billions more not only on tougher airport security, but on human intelligence at the CIA, at the FBI, and at other law enforcement agencies. In the short term, Mr. Bush now trying to do something his father did when Saddam Hussein invaded Kuwait. Mr. Bush called more than a half dozen international leaders today. Secretary of State Colin Powell making efforts as well, trying to form what the White House is calling a broad international coalition against terrorism, hoping not only to have broad international support if and when the president decides to respond to these particular attacks, but also White House officials saying hopefully to bring some good from this catastrophe to create a sustained effort to go after suspected terrorists with military force if necessary, but also to get nations around the world to crack down and shun other nations that provide harbor or financial support to suspected terrorist groups. Jim?
You spoke earlier about some of the technicalities of obtaining the permission for the use of military force. How much coordination, how much support is there for the president? Are there sticking points?
Well, there are always sticking points whenever there is a proposal or a prospect of using force. Some in the Congress believe that Congress has to authorize it. The commander-in-chief always defends presidential prerogative, that he is the commander-in-chief and that the president can act to use force. So what the president hopes for here is to get language backing him, authorizing the use of force. He does not want to go to the Congress and say he needs the permission of the Congress, but what he would like, not only to show the American people there is broad bipartisan support for this, but to show other nations around the world that there is unity in the United States on this point. He would like, much like the Congress unanimously passed a resolution today condemning these acts, much like President Bush, the former President Bush, won support for his actions against Saddam Hussein. This president would like the United States Congress to be on record saying, Mr. President, if you come to a conclusive conclusion about who is responsible for this, please use force and retaliate.
All right, John King reporting there live from the White House. Colleen?
Jim, well, President Bush got a first-hand look Wednesday at the devastating blow suffered by the Pentagon, the site of the third terrorist strike. And for that story now, we turn to CNN's Jamie McIntyre, who's there for us. Jamie?
Colleen, President Bush did come by here at the Pentagon about 5:30 this afternoon to take a look at the huge gaping hole that was left when that American Airlines jetliner slammed into the side of the Pentagon. He thanked many of the firefighters and rescue workers and FBI agents personally for the hard work that they've been doing over the last 2 days. And as sort of a moment of high symbolism, some of the firefighters and other workers unfurled a huge American flag from the roof of the Pentagon, hung it down over the front of the facade as a symbol that they had gotten the fire under control and that the Pentagon was continuing to work as usual. But even though the firefighters finally did get that fire under control, they are now pretty much giving up hope of finding any more survivors.
There are still some smoldering embers in the rubble that was once the Navy wedge of the Pentagon, seen here in a commercial satellite photograph. But after more than 24 hours, the fire was basically out. The intense heat and smoky blaze that resulted from a fully fueled jetliner crashing into the building convinced Pentagon officials that anyone who might have survived the initial impact could not have survived the fire. The death toll, feared to be as high as 800, now looks as though it may be just over 200, including the 64 people on the plane.
From everything that we currently know, the estimate that's been widely reported is considerably high, and we certainly pray that that's the case.
The attack penetrated 3 of the Pentagon's 5 rings, and the fire spread through the wooden roof. For now, roughly 1/2 of the Pentagon is closed, sealed off by armed sentries posted at all 5 rings on all 5 floors. Now the search is for evidence. FBI agents lined up to slowly comb the area, looking for pieces of plane wreckage. It will take months, if not years, to repair the damage to the Pentagon. And thousands of Pentagon workers, including the chiefs of the Army and Navy, have been relocated to temporary offices. In a recorded message to U.S. troops, Secretary Rumsfeld again hinted military retaliation is coming.
It is my duty as head of this department to tell you that more, much more, will be asked of you in the weeks and months ahead. This is especially true of those who are in the field. We face powerful and terrible enemies. Enemies we intend to vanquish, so that moments of horror, like yesterday, will be stopped.
So far, the only military deployments are defensive. An aircraft carrier off the coast of New York is one of dozens of ships patrolling the east and west coasts. Air National Guard planes are flying protective cover over major U.S. cities.
Rumsfeld warned that a military campaign against terrorists and their supporters will be neither quick nor easy. It will take, he said, a sustained and broadly based effort. Will it work, he was asked? His reply, only time will tell. Colleen?
All right, CNN's Jamie McIntyre at the Pentagon tonight. Thanks. Jim?
Attorney General John Ashcroft calls the probe into Tuesday's attacks the most massive and intensive investigation in American history. As David Inser reports, U.S. officials apparently have already made some significant progress.
U.S. officials say on the passenger manifests of the hijacked planes used in the attacks, they found names associated with terrorist groups. Intelligence officials say the evidence still points to the Al-Qaeda group, headed by Osama bin Laden.
There had to be some brains behind this. We have some good, promising leads. They're obviously being followed.
Publicly, the Bush administration is accusing no one so far, while warning nations they too will pay for any help given to those who attacked New York and Washington.
We will hold accountable those countries that provide support, that give host nation, if you can call it that, support and facilities to these kinds of terrorist groups.
Afghanistan's Taliban government has long offered haven to bin Laden, but U.S. officials say they have no evidence thus far of any state directly assisting the attacks in New York and Washington. Many analysts argue that such a coordinated broadside could not have been possible without it.
Osama bin Laden represents a complete terrorist network. He will have one or more state sponsors, countries that he's either based in or working in collusion with. There'll have been passport support, communication support.
One thing I think that ought to make us a bit suspicious about whether bin Laden was involved in it alone or not is that he goes to great lengths to advertise himself. And when you see something like that, you begin to wonder whether or not there may be an effort to draw our attention solely to him, to the neglect of someone who may be his principal contractor.
If there was state support, a number of terrorism experts point to Iraq as the most likely suspect. A statement from President Saddam Hussein on Iraqi television said, quote, "The United States reaps the thorns that its rulers have sown in the world."
U.S. officials say they are developing good law enforcement and intelligence leads. They do not know yet who is behind these attacks, nor whether any state assisted them. But they believe they soon will. David Ensor, CNN, Washington.
The Justice Department's Office of Victims of Crime has set up a hotline. We've got some numbers for you now. For tips that may help thwart terrorist acts, you can call 800-483-5137. Families and relatives of those who are missing since the attack can call this number, 1-800-331 0075. Well, Wall Street remained closed Wednesday, but trading is currently underway in Asia. Maggie Lake is in our New York bureau with the latest numbers from Asian trading. A heck of a sell-off yesterday, Maggie. Has it stabilized at all today? Colleen, there are some early, very encouraging signs. Obviously, global markets are still grappling with the devastation that rocked the U.S. on Tuesday. In particular, Wall Street, the financial nerve center of the U.S. Asian markets, as you said, are now open, and as I said, early indications show some modest gains across the board. It's a big relief. Yesterday, Asian markets fell sharply. Tokyo's Nikkei dropped over 6.5%. Its lowest close since December 1983. The Hang Seng in Hong Kong declined 8.8%. That was its lowest close since 1999. But of course, they were the first to react to the unbelievable news of the attack on New York and Washington. Europe had a little bit more time to digest it and was able to push higher. That helped shore up sentiment, and today may indeed lend some support to Asian markets. If we take a look right now how those markets are trading, after a 30-minute delay at the Nikkei, this is the second day in a row we've seen that, it is actually just turned down. It was positive at the very open, it's down, but just fractionally. The Hong Kong Hang Seng is trading up more than 1%, and the Singapore Straits Times also trading up just marginally. Of course, the decision had already been made that U.S. equity markets will remain closed on Thursday. The destruction and actual infrastructure challenges are behind the decision.
The operational readiness of individual firms, as Harvey has said, we've examined the issues of communication, power, safety and soundness of structures in the lower Manhattan area, and certainly access to those structures for the people who operate our firms. We are committed that the equity markets will resume operations no later than Monday. The group that gathered today will gather again tomorrow, with the idea that we may well be in a position to resume trading as early as Friday.
Many analysts and market participants are really driving that point home today. That is not concerned about the stability of markets, but rather logistics that are behind the delay. They feel it is a very important distinction to make. Well, we've all seen the pictures. The destruction is immense, and no one knows that better than Morgan Stanley Dean Witter. They were the largest tenant in the World Trade Center, 3,500 employees spread out on 22 floors. Many miraculously have been accounted for, but the search still continues, and obviously the offices are decimated. Despite this, the company's CEO has come out and said they will be open for business.
All of the financial systems internally and externally are working. So the country is strong, the financial system is very strong and resilient, and your company is extremely strong and very proud of its people. Bob?
Now, if you wonder how it's possible, many companies have disaster contingency plans in place. Many of them were actually shored up with the approach of Y2K and fears of the millennium bug. IBM, SunGard, and ComDisco are the three biggest players in that area. They have systems that replicate data and files, and they kick in and take over when something like this hits. ComDisco, for one, today saying it is handling operations for about 30 clients. In a way, many are saying now that the non-event of Y2K was maybe the best thing that ever happened. It helped cause these kinds of safeguards to be put in place and tested. Of course, financial regulators also urging this, and it's paid off, certainly. Now, it is important to stress, many of the companies are rolling up their sleeves in the face of enormous personal loss, and it is not just in New York. Across the country, the financial community has lost colleagues and friends, but the response has been the same. Brokers and fund managers were in work today. Bank of America, which had offices in the World Trade Center, A.G. Edwards, the list goes on. All of them hit the phones, talking to clients, to investors, answering their questions, telling them to have patience and not to panic. Also, we've seen an incredible show of solidarity, and not by those directly that were not impacted. Amazon.com turned over its homepage to the American Red Cross to accept donations. GE has said it will donate $10 million. Cisco donated $4 million, both to the rebuilding and rescue efforts. Bank America donated $1 million to the September 11th fund, which helps the victims. Also, banks Wells Fargo and Wachovia are donating, and I'm sure that list will continue to grow in the days ahead. Colleen? Maggie, there have been reports of talk of price gouging. What can you tell us about that? Yeah, that's right. Today there were some reports, mostly coming from the Midwest, of isolated cases of what seems to be individual gas station owners bumping up the price of gasoline, sometimes to as much as $4 or $5 a gallon. It was sort of a knee-jerk reaction. The oil companies, including ExxonMobil, immediately came out and said they were holding prices steady. Some of the station owners actually said in the wake of that they would give rebates to customers they overcharged, and the Automobile Association of America urged against exploiting the situation.
Consumers should not panic. They should remain calm. Our supplies are fine at this point. There's no need to form long gas lines and thinking that our supplies are going to run out.
In New York City, there were also some reports of price gouging, but again, they seem to be the exception. I have to say, I have been in and around the city for the last 2 days. I live here, and what I have seen has been just the opposite. People were giving out free pizza to people who were stranded yesterday, offering cars to people who needed transport, giving out free water. I was in the grocery store today. The prices were normal. People were orderly. Restaurants were keeping their doors open. So it seems that these are very isolated cases in what is a very difficult situation. Colleen? Maggie, in comments
earlier by Mayor Rudy Giuliani seeming to support that, saying things are going well, not a lot of looting, not a lot of problems. So thanks very much for your report. Jim?
All right, Colleen, let's turn our attention once again to the streets of New York. Our Garrick Utley is there, and we'll take his view. Garrick?
Well, Jim, we want to check up on something that's been happening in Lower Manhattan around the site of the disaster all day and into the night, a rather nervous waiting and watching game as to whether yet another building may collapse there. This one, of course, is at One Liberty Plaza near the sites of the Twin Towers. We want to speak now with the president and CEO of Brookfield Properties, Bruce Flatt. That's the company which owns the building. Good evening, Mr. Flatt. What can you tell us about the status, the safety, the integrity of your building tonight?
Firstly, what I'd like to say is most of the reports that have been reported on the news are wrong, and how that information got out, we don't know. But we've been working with authorities, including the mayor's office and the governor's office, for the last 2 days since this started. We've had, since early this morning, engineers and people in One Liberty Plaza and in the World Financial Center downtown, which are our properties. And we've done preliminary technical work and investigation with structural engineers, and we have no structural damage in the buildings, including One Liberty Plaza. So
well, tell us, sir.
Hello?
Please, yes, Mr. Flatt, can I just ask you to get some specifics? Give us an idea of how high is this building? How many floors? What's the size?
Jerry Larkin's telling me it's 54 stories, and it is 2.2 million square feet. It's a large building, but I spent personally 3 hours in the building today. We had all of our senior people down there, including the former First Deputy Mayor, John Zuccotti, and we were through the building. We've had structural engineers, in fact, 2 firms through the building, including the fire department, who's given it we've talked to them and let people back into the buildings, and there are no issues with the building at the current time. And there's been no partial collapses reported on the newscast.
So
the thing that we're worried about, firstly, is people, and secondly, which is our tenants. And what I'd like to say to our tenants is that there is no issues as reported on the news in the last.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Flatt, for being with us and giving us that update on the structural integrity of your building there at One Liberty Plaza. Throughout the day, of course, we've been hearing statements from the Bush administration that when the investigation does pinpoint who or which organizations were responsible for these terrorist attacks, the United States will take direct, immediate action, unilateral action. The United States will do what it deems fit and proper as a response. And yet, of course, there is also the wider international community. Now, leaders of various nations, as we've heard, have been supporting the United States, expressing their official sympathy. Here in New York City, of course, we have the headquarters of the United Nations. What does the UN as a symbol of the international community think? What are the legal ramifications with me? And joining us this evening here in New York is Shashi Tharoor, who is the head of the Public Information Office at the UN. Thank you very much for joining us. First of all, what has the United Nations done in terms of taking an official position vis-a-vis what happened here in Lower Manhattan?
It's reacted immediately, first of all, with the Secretary General's condemnation as soon as it happened, and the Security Council's action. Today, both the Security Council and the General Assembly, today Wednesday, adopted unanimous resolutions expressing horror and revulsion of what had happened and pledging to assist the United States to bring the perpetrators to justice. In fact, when the Security Council voted in an unprecedented gesture, the members of the Council stood up instead of raising their hands to vote. It was an act that symbolized the world standing behind the United States.
These words, these resolutions, of course, are very encouraging, very supportive. But when it comes to the action itself, one of the key issues President Bush has raised in the speech in the White House the other night is that we, that is the Americans, the United States, will not distinguish between the terrorist groups themselves and any government which might be harboring or sheltering these terrorist groups. Now, obviously, everybody's talking about Afghanistan. What is the United Nations' position on this? Do you make a distinction?
Well, every single government of the United Nations is behind these two resolutions. The Security Council and the General Assembly have both spoken with one voice, and that simply means that these people, these perpetrators, have no place to hide. There is no government on earth that is prepared to say that it is willing to shelter these people. We come from every part of the world of the United Nations, but we are all New Yorkers today.
So if the investigation leads to conclusive evidence or credible evidence that this was Osama bin Laden's organization, that it is located in Afghanistan, and the White House decides to go after Afghanistan, that would be appropriate action in the UN's view based on these resolutions?
Well, the Security Council has expressed its readiness to take its responsibilities under the Charter, its responsibilities for peace and security, and take all necessary steps in this regard, which does mean, it seems to me, that if the United States were to come with evidence and ask the Security Council to support certain kinds of action, it's bound to get a very sympathetic hearing.
Finally, perhaps a bottom line opinion as to what the United Nations thinks of the situation in Afghanistan. What is the status of your personnel there? We understand that they're being pulled out.
We have pulled our people out of Afghanistan. It's a situation which in any case has been rather fraught. Independent of anything related to this tragedy, we have, as you know, had war going on, explosions in Kabul recently. We judged it was not safe for our personnel to remain, and we have pulled them out.
Americans, I think, and people around the world have heard voices for many years coming from the United Nations in crises such as this, conflicts such as this, not as a diplomat, but as a man who's Indian, lived in Europe, the United Kingdom, here in the United States these days. How do you react to this personally, as a senior official at the UN?
Not just as a senior official, but as somebody who's lived in New York. I grieve with my fellow New Yorkers. All of us feel very, very deeply the pain that this city has suffered. For us, this is not just a blow on New York, not just an attack on America. It's an attack on the bonds of humanity that unite us all. And certainly no one of the United Nations would have anything but the strongest rejection of what has happened here.
Shashi Tharoor of the United Nations, thank you for joining us this evening. That's it now from New York, and back to Colleen.
Garrick, thanks very much. Well, U.S. medical officials say that massive voluntary donations have provided enough blood for the victims of the attack at this point. But remember that blood can only be kept stored for no more than 42 days, so more may be needed in 2 to 8 weeks. If you are willing to donate blood, please contact the Red Cross at 1-888-HELP-NOW. There's the number for you. Well, at some places, people waited in line for hours just to give blood right across the country. Bonnie Anderson reports now from a donation center in Atlanta.
A day of compassion and patriotism. American flags for American citizens reaching out to aid injured countrymen.
Like many Americans, I just wanted to come out and do something and give back in a very tangible way.
I'll take the next person in line, please. On an average day, 10 people walk into Life South Community Center in Atlanta. Since the attacks, hundreds have come, responding to a local radio station's call for help and experiencing a broad range of emotion.
I have family up there. It was hard to get in touch with everybody, and scared that it could happen anywhere. Very scared.
Exhausted staff members working as much as 14 hours a day, inspired by the crowds.
I've been tired, but yet they have been spending about 5-6 hours waiting to give some blood. So I get my encouragement from them.
Go ahead and put pressure there for me. Hold your arms straight up in the air. And people are just willing to donate today. That's great that they're coming out.
This means a lot of work for you.
Yeah, but we enjoy it. It's definitely going to a good cause.
It takes 24 hours to process the blood. At that point, it could go to New York, Washington, D.C., or to any hospital nationwide accepting victims of the attacks. For Karen Skidmore, that chance to save a life made this visit to a blood center even more meaningful.
This is my first time. I'm sorry, this is just really emotional for me. And I just wanted to do something, and this is all I could think of that I could do, other than pray. So.
Bonnie Anderson, CNN, Atlanta.
Let's turn our attention now to the situation in the skies over the United States. Commercial air travel resuming in the United States, but only on a very limited basis. Authorities decided to allow some flights so that stranded airline passengers would be allowed to return to their homes. The Transportation Secretary Norman Mineta says the general ground stop should continue at least until the airports are able to implement new security measures. Officials want to implement a total ban on knives, including plastic ones. Only butter knives will be allowed for in-flight meals. There will be no more curbside check-in or check-ins at sites away from the airport. Only ticketed passengers will be allowed past airport metal detectors. The government wants to set higher standards for airport security personnel and put more federal air marshals on duty at large airports. Well, for many travelers, the effects of the airline ground stop were immediate, and they are still being felt. Thousands of air passengers remain stranded at airports, often in unfamiliar cities. All four of the hijacked aircraft were originally destined for California, and that's where we find CNN's Frank Buckley. He's at the Los Angeles International Airport, in other lingo, LAX. Frank?
Jim, we are at a still deserted and closed LAX in Los Angeles, a very eerie sight here at an airport that is very busy. On a normal day, some 160,000 passengers will either fly in or out of LAX. Today, not a single passenger was allowed to fly in or out of this airport. This evening, however, we did encounter some passengers off-site at an off-site parking lot. They arrived by bus. These were passengers who flew in from Osaka, Japan yesterday. They were attempting to fly into Los Angeles and were instead diverted to San Francisco. After overnighting there, they learned that they would not be able to fly on to Los Angeles today, so they boarded buses and made the 8-hour drive to Los Angeles. They were the lucky ones because now at least they are in their final destination. Others were not so lucky. We encountered a number of passengers stranded here at LAX, including one man that we met who is from Nutley, New Jersey.
Nutley's about 5 miles from Manhattan. My home actually had a view of the Trade Center. We don't have the view anymore. Somebody came in and took it away. And my family, the families back here, is very upset. I'm sure 6 degrees removed, we know someone who knows someone who is no longer with us because what these people did to the United States. And I just really miss them. I want to get back to my family and be with them, going through what they're going through.
There were heartwarming stories as well of people pulling together. We met up with a group of 4 stranded passengers. The airlines they flew on didn't provide them with accommodations, although one kind employee from Southwest Airlines did provide them with some food and drink. Last night, however, they had to pool their resources together, and they found a motel room here locally. 4 strangers brought together by an awful circumstance, now friends who've camped in together at a motel.
She snores.
You sort of see. It was fine. I mean, you tried, the other girl and I, after he left, I go, what are we doing? I mean, we don't know who's who, if they're murderers or whatever, but we got to trust our instincts and stay together, try to help each other.
People trying to keep a sense of humor and trying to pull together under a difficult circumstance. Tomorrow, some flights, some of the diverted international flights that were diverted to Canada are expected to arrive here at Los Angeles, possibly as early as 8 or 9 tomorrow morning here, local time in California. Airport officials say they still don't know yet, however, if any planes will be allowed to depart with any of the stranded passengers here in Los Angeles. Jim?
One of the things that you have to notice from all of this, Frank, is the attitude of the passengers. There is not the anger that you would probably expect in this situation or any other reason.
Yeah, and we noticed that yesterday. People were very patiently waiting in line. When people have their flights canceled, often you see frayed nerves, you see people yelling at some of the airline employees. Didn't see that at all yesterday. People were simply patiently waiting. They knew the circumstances. They knew why they were in this position, and they were very patient about it. Today we did see people getting a little more anxious about the situation because of information that was suggesting that they should be here at a certain time, then later, no, you don't need to be here because the flights aren't taking off. So we might start to see a little more frustration, but in general, I would agree with you, Jim, that people were very patient. It was not the normal sort of passenger who's very upset about having their flights canceled.
All right, Frank Buckley reporting to us there live from Los Angeles International Airport. Colleen.
And ditto, Jim, for people who've seen schools closed, other events canceled in their communities, people being very patient about it. Also, many major events around the world are being canceled or postponed in the aftermath of these attacks. The United Nations General Assembly decided Wednesday to put off next week's Children's Summit in New York. And officials at the International Monetary Fund and the World Bank say they may cancel their annual meeting. That's set for the end of this month in Washington. Sweden is calling off this weekend's summit of leaders from 14 nations. Even baseball, sport long considered the ultimate U.S. pastime, is on hold. All major league games set for Wednesday have been canceled.
People all around the world, some of them watching this broadcast, all trying to deal with the grief stemming from the attacks. After all, there are many international victims here. I think Britain is expecting maybe as many as 200. Japan also looking at perhaps a high death toll coming out of this.
Yeah, that's right. Some 46 countries had offices in that World Trade Center. It's especially hard, though, for Americans living abroad as well. Jim Bitterman has more now from Paris.
4,000 miles and an ocean away, worshippers in these distant pews were in no less shock than if they had been looking on from the streets of lower Manhattan. In this globalized world with its globalized terror, you can be an American in Paris and be just as grief-stricken. Churchmen knew people came to grieve together and used the moment to warn against letting the wrong emotions carry the day.
Yes, we need to find these people and we need to deal with them with justice. Not out of mindless vengeance and hatred to repay them, but because we, Americans,